looks like Africa is ordinary. It looks like Africa is just a place that is discovered. Do you get the point? Yeah. So now, for him to make the research, he has to go from Okoko to Mile 2. So why Prof at that time, he wasn't a prof, right? Why he left his house at Okoko? He was moving. When he got to the bus stop, there were few bus available. And at that time, the bus drivers were discouraged. Why? They said there are few passengers here, and it won't be nice to take only you from here, from Okoko to Mile 2. Do you always experience something that during afternoon, transporters have few passengers? So and that discouraged them that if probably on a Monday morning you would have 300 buses available at Ikoyi bus stop, once it gets to 12 noon, the 300 buses will reduce to around 20 because they know there are few passengers. Did you get it? Yeah. So now, no one will want to carry 2 persons in a 14-passenger bus. So who will pay for the rest? And don't forget that it is the same fuel that you consume when you transport 14 passengers to Mile 2. It is that same fuel you consume when you carry just 2 passengers. The difference is just that the tire will fall, the tire will feel it. The tire will feel that okay, this is 14 passengers and this is 2 passengers. So at that time, when Prof arrived at the bus stop, he was told that there are few passengers and the bus won't move only if he will pay for the remaining passenger. This is a generation that doesn't complain. You know what he said? He said, I will wait. I will wait. Then he sat in the bus while he was waiting for more passengers to come so he can move from Okoko to where? Mile 2. What is the intention of going to Mile 2? To make what? Research. To source for what? Information. Because he belongs to the old generation. In that generation, there weren't plenty access to phones. Do you understand? So if you want to call a friend at that time, you might have to walk down from this place to about 1,000 meters just to meet someone who would transact his or her phone so you can make a call. Transact in what sense? Means you would pay. I remember when I was little, there was a time when I wanted to call my mom. My mom was not around. So I had to go to, there was one woman that sells bread not far from her house. So I had to go and meet the woman. So, just to call my mom. So after talking to my mom on the phone, I spoke to her for 59 seconds. Because at that time, you have to speak very fast. Because the more you speak, the more you pay. Do you get? Then I was charged 10 naira for talking for 59 seconds. I hope you are getting the story. Now, I want you to jot something. The first thing you should jot, use your pen. The first thing you should jot is patience. New generation. What did he say? He said, I will wait till we have the bus filled up. Do you understand? So the first thing I said to jot is what? Patience. The first thing I said to jot is what? Patience. Write it down. Old generation, Professor Olusoyinka, patience. Now, he sat in the bus while he was waiting for other passengers to come. I said he left home around 12 p.m. noon. So he sat for the first 1 hour. After 1 hour, they had 2 more passengers, plus him making what? 3. So after another 1 hour, they had another 1 passenger, making how many? 4. So now, after 1 hour, from 12 to 1 is what? 1 hour. The second 1 hour, that's at what time? 2 o'clock. At 4, they had 3 more passengers. So now, most of the offices in Nigeria close around 5. It is 9 to 5. So now, when they call something 9 to 5, you should not be expecting that once it's 5 o'clock, you would what? You will just close immediately. Because you might have a large number of clients, of customers who you might want to attend to. So you might have to leave work around 5:30 to 6. Do you get? Then at the time in the bus, at the time they would have 7 passengers. It was already past 4 o'clock. Are you with me? Yes. Now, Professor Shoyinka at that time, he wasn't a professor at that time. I'm using him as a case study because he's a researcher. So at that time, what did he do? He waited. So once the moment it was 4:30, they asked their complete passenger. Then the bus moved. It started heading to where? To the library. You know what caused him to wait? Because there wasn't so much technology. If he had access to what I had access to, like if he had access to a smartphone, instead of him going to that library, he would surf it up on his phone. But he did not have access to that. Do you understand? So now, the bus moved. The bus moved at what time? I said 4:30. So I said from that place, from Okoko to my 2, is how many minutes journey? 25 minutes. So 4:30 plus 25 minutes will give you what time? Forwards. 4:30 plus 25 minutes will give you what? 4:55. 4:55 is what? That's how many minutes to how many minutes to 5? That's 5 minutes to 5. Did you get? So the moment he got to Okoko, to the moment he got to my 2, he has to climb up. You know at my 2 now there's my 2 okay. Nigerians, there's my 2 okay. So when you get to that train terminal, you have to walk up. So by the time he walked up, it was past 5 p.m. already. So at the time Prof got to the library, he was told that the library had closed already. Because workers at the library, they close at what time? 5. Then does that not look like a wasted effort? It looks like it. It's not even it looks like it. It is a wasted effort because the purpose of him going to that library, he could not achieve that purpose. His generation, they don't complain. So at the time he was told that, then he told the woman that what's the best time? That's the librarian. That what's the best time I can come? She said, come around as early as possible, maybe 6 in the morning. So when you come at 6, the library will open at 9. So when you come at 6, probably by 7 you should be here. You wait outside till 9. You enter, then you do whatever you need to do. Then after that, Professor Shoyinka did what? He has to leave the library. Then he went back home. Do you get? He went back home without achieving what he aimed at achieving on that day. So now, what happened? When he got home, he felt bad, but he wasn't wearing that sadness on his face. So the people at home, he told he was going to leave for the library. They asked him, were you able to source for the information about how slavery started that you went to source for? Then he said something. He said, I was unable to source for the information because at the time I got to the bus stop, the garage, I had to wait for hours before we could get the exact number of passengers we want. What I'm telling you now is very realistic. If you go to car park, if you go to garage, no bus takes off from the garage without having its complete passenger. I'm telling you, in Nigeria here. So when he narrated the whole thing, then it was just encouraged that don't worry, you can go tomorrow. You get. So now, minus 1 day. So the second day, what did he do? He woke up as early as possible. When he woke up, he prepared, then he went to the library. He woke up early. He didn't go through the other stress he went through. Why? Because of what? Because he understood that if I didn't go during peak period, before the bus will have the amount of number of passengers it is required to have, time will have gone. So the second day, he got to the library early. Then he told the librarian that he's looking for books that talks about how slavery began. Then do you know the question the librarian asked him? The librarian asked him that, what do you want to use such book for? Then he said he had come to realize that Africans have got very good history. But the problem with Africans is that there is no documentation. And now, for him to be able to prove this, he must make research from where? He has to start from slavery period. So how slavery started, who were the first country to be enslaved, who were the first set of slaves, why, where did they start from? So when you take the slave, what did they use the slaves for? Do you get it? The librarian said, okay, that's fine, that's a good idea, and we are even proud that we have young Nigerians who are doing their best to make a difference. So the librarian encouraged him. Then the librarian said, but I will have to check if we have any books speaking about slavery. No, this was Restoration Class second day at the library. So after the librarian had checked round, guess what happened? Can you guess? Thank you. She could not find any book in the library that was talking about how slavery began. Then Professor Shoyinka felt bad again. Said, I was here yesterday. I couldn't access this library because I arrived late. Today, I came early, but I couldn't get what I want because the library does not have the book I need to make this research. Then out of sympathy, the librarian told him that, don't worry, I would have to make a phone call to confirm if the other library has it. You know, at offices at that time, there's always one phone, they call it telephone. The phone used to have one wire like this. Are you with me? It's always big. You understand? It's not the handsets. You know, at the point that there's what we call handsets, like the one you hold, mobile phone. And that one at that time was telephone. So at the office, they had to make use of the telephone. Pam, 080 5252 3232. Do you understand? So the librarian helped him to call the other library. That we need a book that speaks about slavery. Then after the call, the closest library that had the book was at Oshodi. So now look at it. From his house at Okoko to my two, the bus will take him how many minutes? 25 minutes. So now from my two to Oshodi, the bus will take another 40 minutes. That's how many minutes? That is 65 minutes. In hour, that's 1 hour 5 minutes. So after this person has placed the phone call, he said he's going to try reaching out to the library. So he went from the library at Maitu to the library at Oshodi. I said you should note something. What was the thing I said you should note? I told you to write one word in your book. What's the word? Patience. He had patience. That is what the old generation are known for. Do you understand? So he went to the library at Oshodi. Don't forget, for him to transport himself from his house to Okoko, from Okoko in his house to my two, he must have spent some amount of money. Do you understand? He won't get the free bus. So at the time he got to the library at Oshodi, he was exhausted. Do you get it? Then he got the book he was looking for. So in that book, he realized that okay, this was the reason why slavery began in that year. These were the first slaves. Oh, the name Lagos is actually pronounced Lagos. Okay, so it was named by the Portuguese. Okay, so from there he began to do what? To understand things better, to see things from a different perspective. But then it doesn't end here. He still needs other books that talks, because the book he had gotten was about slavery. Do you understand? So now, after reading that book had made him know that the Portuguese left the country. For example, Nigeria. The Portuguese left Nigeria. So now, after the Portuguese left Nigeria, the book made him know that the Dutch came. Who came? The Dutch. So now, he had to look for another book that talks about how the Dutch came, what the Dutch did. Do you get it? So he had to read different books. But all these books are not available in one library. What was he looking for? Information. Like, started from saying the old generation, they don't do what? They don't complain. Well, he got what he wanted. Then he went back home. Don't forget, at that time, if you take a book from the library, you would have to provide something that is valuable to you, so you won't run away with the library book. Do you get? So at some point, there are times where you would go to the library and you will be told that the particular book you are looking for, someone else has borrowed that book. I'm sure we've all had a library experience. You know that someone has borrowed this book you are looking for. So probably the person will be learning the book in 2 weeks' time. So in 2 weeks' time, please come back to get the book. But coming back to get the book, you are not signing any agreement. If I get to that library before you and I find that book before you, I will get it. So when you come in 2 weeks' time, you would have to come in another 2 weeks' time again before you get the book. The librarian is not giving you an assurance. We are all citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So the library is not carrying your name. Do you get it? So now, Prof, Your Excellencies, I'm using your name. So now, Professor Oloyinka has gotten what? The information he needed. Then he went back home. He did little research. Then he realized that. Then he came. He's not Professor Oloyinka now. I'm using him as what? As an example. Then he now came to the conclusion. He said, the white man, the Europeans, didn't bring anything to my country. Are you with me? Did they bring anything to your country? Did they bring anything to your country? You don't know. Now you need to know. So now, his stance was, the Europeans did not bring anything to my country. They did not bring anything new. The only thing they brought to my country was English language. Then, after making this statement, his friend begins to ask him, are you okay? Why would you say the Europeans did not bring anything to your country? They brought just English language. You see that the 3 books you read just now are trigger you to start feeling like William Shakespeare. Are you okay? That was the way they spoke to him. Then he said, when you talk about bringing something, in his own view, it means you brought something that we can't do without. You understand? So now, at this place now, if someone at this place, I'm using this courtroom as an example. If you come to this place and tell me that, KSO, I want to buy a data for you, how will I feel? I will feel the data is useless. You know why? Because there is a Wi-Fi available in this room. So now, you're now coming to me with a SIM card, telling me that, no, with a Wi-Fi, sorry, telling me that, take, this is an MTN Wi-Fi. It is faster than the maybe KSO Wi-Fi you are using. Now to do that, hello, fast or no fast, I have Wi-Fi, I have access to the internet. So whatever you are bringing is not new. So that was his stance. Then someone now told him, one of his friends told him something, because he had friends who are very intelligent. Don't forget that this is the story of who? The generation that does not complain. Are you there? Yes. I want us to be on the same page. So his friends told him something. They said, Shoyinka, if you are telling me that the Europeans did not bring anything, then have you heard of the place River Niger? Do you know River Niger? Is there anybody that does not know River Niger? Who discovered River Niger? Mongo Park. Now, so his friend now told him something. His friend said, Shoyinka, you are boldly telling us that the Europeans do not bring anything to this country. If not for the Europeans, would we have known that there is River Niger somewhere? This was what? The first challenge, like the first question his friend threw at him. Then, do you know what the brilliant, the eloquent, the sophisticated Shoyinka responded with? He said, Gani, my friend, if you will tell me someone discovered something, it means the person is the first person to arrive at that place. Are you lost? Shoyinka told Gani, said, Gani, you are asking me that the reason why you feel the Europeans brought a lot was because, one, if not for them, would we have known that there is Mongo Park somewhere? Then Shoyinka told him that, Gani, why will you tell me that someone discovered a place which he is not the first person to be at that place? He said, history made it evident that people were living at that Niger area before Mongo Park's arrival. So don't tell me he discovered it. Then Gani sat back. He said, okay, I think I would buy the idea. For you to discover something, it means nobody has done it before. Do you get? So now, I would say that his second friend, Faith asked him one question. He said, Soyinka, you've come again. Understand? He said, the Europeans didn't bring anything. Well, Mugupa didn't discover River Niger because people has been at that area before him. So now, I would like to ask you, what about the system of government they brought? Is that not enough? Then Soyinka said something. He said, bringing a system of government or telling me these people brought government is false because we have been practicing government before them. And Africans, I want to tell you reality. Our system of government at that time, no system of government has beat that system of government till today. Let's clap for the African culture. Because at that time, when, before I get there, let me continue with Soyinka's and his friend conversation. So his friend said, they told his friend that you're telling me they brought what? What was the last thing? System of government. He said, look at me, I'm in Oyo here. We have the Alaafin. Who is the Alaafin? The Oba. So he said the Oba is equivalent to the Governor General. Because the Governor General is the what? 001, right? So now he said the same way they will tell you the Governor General is 001. It's the same way the Oba is what? Is the 001. So what's the difference? At least we have an head. He now told them, he said, aside from the 001, we have who? We have the Balogun. The Balogun is the army general. He said, we have our Balogun, they have the army general. So what makes the difference? Anything new? No. So Soyinka keep telling them, he said, the only thing Europeans brought here is what? English language. So they argue, they said, no, Soyinka, I understand the fact that you practice Shango, you practice Ifa. That is why if you ask your name, you will be saying, I am Soyinka, Omosho, Omajemeji. Said, that is why you have that mentality. He said, look at me, I'm a Christian. Then Fatima answered, I said, I'm a Muslim. So they brought something. Then Soyinka told him, he said, before the arrival, we had our religion. He said, before the arrival, if, he said, in where I come from in my family, if you bring an illegitimate child to our house, 7 days after you bring that illegitimate child to our house, the child will keep coughing blood till the child dies. So that is how we know illegitimate child. In Soyinka's house. He said, now, you said you have given your life to Jesus Christ, yes or no? Yes. But Faith, you give your life to Christ, right? The other day, when your shoes were stolen, you couldn't find the person that stole your shoe until you come to Baba Fagbemi. So Baba Fagbemi that consulted the oracle. Then the oracle told Baba Fagomi that your shoes were stolen by Iyabo. And when we got to Iyabo house, didn't we find your shoe? We find your shoes. Isn't it true? Do you get it? We found your shoes. Then now you are telling me that someone has brought a religion to you. So he brought something new. He continued, he said, I'm against the opinion that the Europeans brought anything different from English language. What how many things have I mentioned? I mentioned what? The first, I started when he said he discovered River Niger. Then Soyinka disagreed. When he was talking about religion, Soyinka did what? He disagreed. He said, I didn't bring it. He said, I will keep telling you. He said, if you ask me 20 times. Then he said, a Yoruba proverb, an African proverb in Yoruba language. He said, tí a bá ju abẹ̀bẹ̀ sókè nígbà ìgbà ibi pẹlẹbẹ ló máa fi máa lélẹ̀. Do you understand? It means that if you carry an hand fan, a manual fan, you know, an hand fan is always flat. He said, if you pick an hand fan, if you throw it up more than 20 times, he said it will always go down on the what? On the flat surface. It will never land on its head. Of course, it's not an iPhone 15. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when he said that, Fatima began to think about it that I think we lack documentation. So we already had religion, we already had people at the places we were told that they discovered. Then they begin to give it second thought. Then the next thing is said to they told Soyinka, say Soyinka in Yoruba, Soyinka tó bá ṣe wípé àwọn òyìnbó yìí ò gbé nǹkan kan wá ni, tó bá ṣe pé wọn ò gbé nǹkan kan wá ni, ìwé tó ń ka ńkọ́, like will you have access to the books you went to read? Then he now told him, he said, báyìí bàbá wa a máa kọjá sórí kí ni o, where did you write? Pátákó. So what is pátákó in English? Slate. Shey you get? He said before they come, before the arrival, they have places where they write things. And that's why at that time, when someone died, you see them write on the grave 1999. Then they write Pa, Pam Pam, if Pam Pam is the person's name. Do you get it? So he defended it in all ways. Then Soyinka ended it by saying something. He said, you need to realize that even you people, despite the fact that you've thrown away your culture, when there is problem, when there is challenge, you are always running back to your culture, this same culture you disregarded. How are you running back to your culture? I'll give you a short story. When I was in school, I went to the office of one of my lecturers. Then, while I was talking to him, one woman came around with her daughter. Do you know what she came to do? She told my lecturer that she came to complain about her child's roommates. That child's money is missing, and if they don't provide the money, she will make sure that they suffer for it. The lecturer asked him that, seriously, that how sure are you that the roommates are the one that took the money? He was speaking English. He said, I'm sure because I have gone to meet a babalawo, that's someone that practice, a priest that practice the African religion, and he had informed me that the person who took the money is in that room. The question my lecturer asked him after, said, sorry, I thought your daughter said you are a worker at the church. Said, what do you go and look for at the babalawo place? You know what she said? She said, it's always fast. It's faster when you go there. When you make inquiry, they let you know immediately. He said, but you would later come and talk down on your culture. So now, did we get the story of the old generation? Hello? Hi. The story of the old generation, did you get the story? Things were difficult. In what sense? They don't have access to many opportunities. But that does not change their belief. One. And they weren't complaining. They weren't what? They were not complaining. They are used to saying one thing. They will say, "It go better. It go better. It go better." They will tell you that lọ́jọ́ kan ó máa dáa. That is one of the common words you will say, that one day things will get better. So now, you know what led to this story? I want to talk about the story of the new generation. A particular generation, which they call new generation. So I'm telling you about them because I spoke about the old generation, because if I didn't tell you the characteristics of the old generation, you won't understand who the new generations are. You won't understand the atrocities they have committed. So now, in respect to this event, distinguished guests, I need all our attentions here. From each row, perhaps one person will have to rise as a representative. One man, one woman. Please rise. So you would be a witness to this speech about the new generation. Faith. Let faith rise. So now, this is it. Faith, you are representing the new generation because I want to tell you the story of one new generation. So that's why I'm telling you to rise at this point. So now what happened? This generation, pay attentive. I said, they are generation that complains. So now, they have always been complaining. They said, we are not given power. They said, there are limited opportunities. They said that we would always want to talk, but we are not given that chance, that platform to what? To speak. They said, we want to be heard. They said, enough of our father speaking. Did you get it? The generation that complained, they said, enough is enough. Our fathers have always been known to speak. People of age, like, why is it that Oloshoyika is the one speaking to you today? Why? Tell me why Obasanjo is still relevant. For example, so the generation that complain, they keep complaining. Then there comes a man. This is the subject matter. Listen, you know. There comes a man. That man is a person that promotes academic excellence. Eunice, he promotes what? academic excellence. So now this man stays at Ikoyi. The man stays where? At Ikoyi. Gets it straight to. So now the man said something. He said he sat down and spoke to some young individual. He said, what would you like to become? I would like to ask you as well. What would you like to become? Tell me now. Tell me. What would you like to become? Tell me. Just tell me what you like. What you like to become. Yes, your career. Good. Now, he asked, like I asked someone now, where is this man staying? At Ikoyi, right? So he asked one of the young persons he had access to. She said she wants to become an health educator. One said, sir, I have a brand, but because the country is bad, no one is seeing my efforts. Don't forget, I said they always complain. Then this man at Ikoyi asked, what is the name of your brand? He said, the name of my brand is Your Drip, My Worry. Because this educator belongs to the old generation, then he asked her, what do you mean your drip, my worry? Do you mean drip? Like the one who a sick person takes? He said, no. He said, with new generation, what we call drip is the way you dress. Are you with me? And I said, so now what do you mean by your drip, my worry? He said, I mean your drip, my worry, because I'm always worried about the way you dress. Is your eyes clear now? Now, I'm always worried about the way you dress. So now, it is my duty to provide you with a unique way of appearing. So now, that man at Ikoyi, who is an educator, is also a dean, don't forget. So he now said, okay, so now what do you do? He said, now I sell clothes, in one word. I said, oh, you're a great talent, oh. At that place, are you with me? The man met that educator in Ikoyi. So now, he met an individual who studied foreign language, Portuguese. Then he was worried. He was like, so you lived in Nigeria, you schooled in Nigeria, and you studied the foreign language in Nigeria. I said, that's brilliant. Among the young individuals he met, are you with me? He met an individual who is very good at writing poem. His first speech was about his first heartbreak, where he said he is even more heartbroken that his mom, who is telling him that he should not forget his identity, could not even use her own name as her surname. He had to change her surname from her father's name to her husband's name. Do you understand? So the way he structured this thing, this man at Ikoyi, this educator, he was really amazed. He had many individuals, nothing less than 200. Nothing less than what? 200 individuals. So these individuals are purely young individuals. They are what? They are young individuals like yourself. I'm saying this to you to remind you of the generation that complains, and I'm pushing it to you that your generation always complain. You might not want to accept the fact that your generation complains, but probably after this story you will understand. Like I said earlier, you are all part of this story. Everyone seated here, you experienced it. Those watching had experienced it one way or another way. So now, this is it. After he had spent so much time talking to who we regard as the new generation people. Then he said something. He said, you people of the new generation, what do you want? You know what I told him? Said, we want a change. We deserve better life. And we want the world to know that we are not lazy. And we want our voice to be heard. Then they reminded this Dean, who is an educator, they reminded him of one word. They said their former president said they are lazy. Just like me saying Ghanaian youths are lazy, American youths are lazy, Jamaican youths are lazy. Do you understand? For example. So this young individual reminded the Dean, if the audience are not getting the story, I will be more pain, because the audience I'm talking to right now are the new generations. So now if you are not getting it, it means you are already portraying that act of complaining. Ben or Bruce is always used to saying something. He used to say complaining is an act of irresponsibility. So now, if the audience seated here will keep complaining, then I will accept that we have gathered irresponsible youths. But we don't want that. So now, listen. So after the youths had spoken to the Dean at that time, that we want to be heard, though. How can you help us? We want the world to see us. We want the world to know that we are not lazy, as our former president said. Then he said, I will create a platform for you that the world will see you. What did he say? I will create a platform for you that the world will see you. Young man, I said something now. I said, the Dean at that time said, I will create a platform for you that the world will hear you. Then what did he do? He took his time. He spent time, money, and his energy, and he invested in investing in a race. Then he named it that this youth will be speaking to the world for 20 days. Maybe you know the man, I don't know. So now, these youth who have been complaining that our leaders does not regard us. They look at us less. They said we are not hardworking. They said we are not doing enough. They said, okay, now, your leaders see you that way. Now come and tell the world. Come and show the world how intelligent you are. So now, come and prove to the world that the way the world see you, you are not like that. I don't know if you get the point. Come and show the world that the way they see you is not the way you are actually. Then when it got to that time, what did they do? Don't forget I said when these youths at that time met with this educator, the Dean, they were over what? They were over 200. Now, because of their numbers, the Dean at that time, the leader at that time, he was motivated and he said, with these numbers, with this number of interested youths, it shows that the next generation is in what? Safe hands. Now come and tell the world, come and show the world the skill you've got. This is where the challenge comes from. So the moment he said that, they had promised that they would show up and prove to the world that they are different. Then the 20 days relay began. On the first day, where he was expecting at least 50 of the 200 youths who said they will be speaking to the world, could barely have 10. So, if you are expecting 50 and you get 10, is that not a challenge? Like I said earlier, that challenges are what makes life interesting. But is that interesting? Is it interesting? It's not. It's not interesting, but I'll make you understand later that it's interesting. So at that point, he was so surprised. He was like, hey, I'm expecting 50 youths for the first day. And now, I'm not even getting up to 50. And he was like, okay, let's see. And I said something, overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful, right? So now, he sat back as a leader, how will we overcome this challenge? Then he spoke to the available youth that, please, perhaps you would have to put in more effort so as to cover for those that are not available. He said, you are good. We have given you that opportunity so you can speak to the world. You can tell the world that you have got these skills, you have got these qualities that your leaders are saying you don't have. So now come and say it. And they didn't show up. Then we are hearing complaints like, my house is far from the event. Don't forget when I was talking about the new generation, I said Wole Soyinka at that time had limited resources. But these ones, they had unlimited. For them to read, they only need their phones. And they all have phones. But for Soyinka to read, Soyinka would have to enter at least 25 minutes bus to the place where we would get access to information. This youth I'm talking about, you know what they do? They would prefer to spend more time on social media than listening to a speaker who is speaking. These youths that complain I'm talking about, when speakers are speaking, they would wear AirPods. They would rather listen to musicians like Charlie Poppy instead of listening to things that will benefit them. Do you understand? This generation that complains I'm talking about, the moment they hear you don't cast, last, they will finish it. But when you tell them that distinguish between language and speech, then they will run away. But at 3 p.m. you will see them come back. They will give you an excuse. They always make an excuse. They will tell you that we would have spoken at that time, but my mom called me. We had to attend to some things. Their mom is always calling them. Have you seen it? The generation that complains. So that proves Bruce's word that says complaining is an act of irresponsibility. Of course, you may say Soyinka does not have access to airports. That's why he was not distracted. But if Soyinka had access to airports, I'm very sure he would be listening to my speech so he can become a better person. I'm not saying you can't listen to music, but if he would listen to music, he would listen to music like musicians like Burna Boy, who will tell you story of African. You will listen to people like Fela Nicola Bokuti, who will tell you that it is not the duty of a Nigerian to carry shit. Yes. He will tell you that it is the European man that taught him and his people to carry shit. That's it. I hope you are getting the point. The generation that complains. So now, what lesson the Lord taught the leader? It will now make the leader to start to feel like, oh, so this generation that complains that there is no opportunity. So the reason why the people who would have given them the platform to speak are not giving them is because they know that if you give them the platform to speak, they won't show up. So why give them the platform? So please, distinguished guests, of course, there might be many distractions in the new generation, but please, those tools you've got as the new generation, make use of the tools very well. Don't misuse the tools you've got. So now, distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, in few minutes we will be on the next day. What's today's date? Today is what? April what? April. Check your calendar. What's today's date? April 7. Thank you. So in few minutes we'll be in April 8. Good. I'm humbled by your presence, your excellencies, and I'm energized by this historic moment. I'm sure you will see the energy where I said, when I asked some persons to rise. Yes, it's part of the energy that comes with an historic moment. The story I had spoken about, and my attention grabber, where I said challenges are what makes life interesting, but overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. Those are the introduction that brings us to the topic of my speech, that says, what does challenge means? I'll explain to you that challenge is not just about obstacles. Now, what are the types of challenges we have? First off, I will be talking about personal challenge. Personal challenge can be fears, can be self-doubt, and can be health issues. Don't forget I said challenges are what makes life interesting. And I know my audience are there listening. They are waiting for me to prove to them why I said challenges are what makes life interesting. There's nothing interesting about fears, right? Fears is one of the personal challenge some persons have. The reason why some persons who belong to the new generation could not attend the speech program hosted by that leader at that time was because some of them were afraid. Fear of, what if I use the verb is instead of was? What if I use the adjective beautiful instead of cute? What if I say banana where I'm supposed to say potato? You understand? What if I say pretender where I'm supposed to say pretender? The fear. So the fear is one of the reasons why you will see some persons not show up at historic moments, not because they don't want to participate. This is what? This is a personal challenge. This is a what? It is a personal challenge. As I talk about this personal challenge, I will tell you why it is interesting. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, Yoruba in Africa used to say something. Let me see. Do you know what Yoruba used to say? Yoruba will say that wèrè ó dùn wò lọ́jà ṣùgbọ́n kò ṣe bí ní ọmọ. I'm sure you read the word. It means, I'm not saying the Yorubas are interested in seeing a lunatic, but they are telling you that, for example, a drunkard, for instance, I'll use a drunkard in this case. Yorubas are telling you that when you see someone get drunk and he starts to misbehave, for example, a man is drunk and he got to where you are seated. And he said, "Hey guys, I'm sure you guys are hungry, you have not eaten." You begin to laugh, isn't it? Then he now dip his hand in his pocket. He bring out all his money and give it to you guys. Take this 100,000 naira. Take everything. I give it to you. You know it's wrong, isn't it? No, why are you saying that? It's interesting when you watch this person. It's interesting. What I'm telling you in this essence is, challenges is what makes life interesting. Life interesting. I'm not saying it's what makes you interesting. So if the challenge comes and you are unable to overcome that challenge, it will make life interesting because people will use you as an example. So when people are seated to gossip, they will use you as tales why success seem impossible. They will start to tell you, say, Kehinde would have been a Guinness record winner, but he did not attend the event because he was afraid. So are you serious? Yes. From there, people are already learning from you that, so the reason why you could not become a Guinness World Record Award owner was because you were afraid to speak. Is life not becoming interesting like that? At some point, you will see people like Funke Akindele, Nigerian artist, Nigerian actress. You will see people like that pick up your story. They will use your story to act a movie. Then people like me, who is a success, will watch that movie. I would laugh. Is life not becoming interesting? It's becoming interesting. I'm talking about personal fears, personal challenge. Under personal challenge, I'm talking about fear as a personal challenge under types of challenge. Types of challenges. Now, this individual, because he has personal fear, he has that fear. The fear of not wanting to make mistake. So he could not show up at an historic event. So he missed what? He missed the opportunity. She missed the opportunity. Are we together? Are we together? So now, as she has missed the opportunity, what next? She live like that. You're like, life goes on. After 12 o'clock, now what? Now 12:30. After 12:30, now 1 o'clock. After 1 o'clock, now 1:30. Then it keeps going like that. Don't forget my attention grabber. My attention grabber says overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. If that individual had overcome the fear, he would have become a better person. He would have become a global speaker. He would have become, or she would have become, a certified orator. He or she would have become someone who would communicate to the world about his or her experience, that the world would not make such mistakes. Tell them, see, now, if you have overcome that challenge, then it makes life meaningful. Then the interest on the other hand, making life interesting on the other hand, is when you overcome that challenge, then life becomes interesting. And when you get $1 million contract and you have to come and speak, then you start telling people there, like, days where I used to be afraid of speaking. There are days when I used to be afraid of speaking. Do you get? Well, I have to just ginger myself now. In the Yoruba way, I ginger myself. I did not panic. I carried my body. I motivated myself. And now, I'm that speaker you all are listening to. I'm that speaker you all don't want to miss his speech. Are you with me? That's life being interesting. Challenges making life interesting on the other hand. On the one hand, I said interesting in what way? If you fail to take advantage of it, it will make life interesting, not your life, but life interesting, because people would use your story to act movie. when Fola and Zlatan they sang a song titled Get Better. Then he said something. He said God, I want everything to get better. Then he said make Lucky Udu no go whine me for old age. I don't know. I know most of the persons seated here are listening to that song Get Better, Fola and Zlatan. So now, the reason why I'm talking about this is challenges is what makes life interesting. Overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. Now, who is Lucky Udu? Lucky Udu is a content creator. Distinguished guest, are you here? So now, Lucky Udu is a content creator. Do you know the content he does? The content he does is he goes around to interview old individuals, like people that are in their late 60s, in their early 70s, their late 70s, like as far as you are above the age of 65, the retirement age, he will come and interview you. Now, do you know the people he used to interview? He used to interview new generation. One of the things you need to become great in life is you need to be disciplined. You need to mind your business. When the speaker speak, you listen. When the speaker speak, you face your front. You leave distraction. I'm telling you. So you not see. Challenge is what makes life interesting. So we will not start using you to ask movie that when the speaker was speaking, he was what? She was doing something else. That was why she failed in life. So now come back. Who is Lucky Udu? Lucky Udu is a content creator. Lucky Udu as a content creator, his content is based on what? On interviewing old individuals, people that are above the age of 65, above retirement age. So now, Lucky Udu will not interview people like Otedola. Why? Because Otedola is what? Very rich. Lucky Udu will not interview people like Dangote. Lucky Udu will not interview people like Dan Tata. Lucky Udu will not interview people like what's his name? Rabiu, that man that gifted Super Eagles over $500,000 during the AFCON period. You will not see Lucky Udu interview those people. Do you know who Lucky Udu interview? Poor, like people above the age of 65 that are very poor, that does not have money. So now, do you know what his content is based on? When he interview you, his interview purpose is to come and ask you that, please ma, please sir, how are you doing? I'm a content creator and I'm someone who wants to change the world. How? So we'd like you to tell us your experience and why you failed in life and tell us why you end up not being rich. Do you understand? So now, I'm citing Lucky Udu because I'm trying to explain to you why challenges makes life interesting. Why Lucky Udu is doing that content, is enjoying the content. When Lucky Udu finish doing that content, what will Lucky Udu do? He will post the content. So as we watch the content, it's making life interesting. That so this man at the stage where he's supposed to go for classes, he was chasing girls. So he failed. He had carryover. Then a man will be like, kawe. Do you understand? Like you were busy doing nonsense when you are supposed to be working. Do you understand? So by so doing, it gets interesting. We will start learning from the man's story. The man's story is interesting to who? To us. Because we are enjoying what? The content. He's making life interesting, not his own life interesting. So now, but if he had interviewed people like Femi Otedola, when Femi Otedola is talking about his own challenges, it will make him his own life interesting. Like when he's speaking, you'll be interested. Like, might be like, you know what? Okay, for example, his in-law, Mr. Easy. So Mr. Easy, there was a time when Mr. Easy was saying, at the age of 19, he went to meet his uncle, and he told his uncle that, uncle, please, I would like to get some loan. I want to start a business. Then his uncle gave him some amount of money to start a business. So while the uncle gave him the money to start the business, you know what he did? He crashed all the money. It was more than 10 million naira to start a business at the age of 19, Mr. Easy. So that was a challenge. He couldn't phantom, he couldn't wrap his head around how the money his uncle gave him to start a business. How we just spent those money and everything just went out. Like, he couldn't understand how everything happened. You get? So after everything, are you with me, distinguished guest? After everything, Mr. Easy lost the money to where what he couldn't think about. But now, Mr. Easy today, on his wedding day, when the richest man in Africa, Aliko Dangote, was talking about him, he said Mr. Easy has business in over how many countries? He said he has business in over 10 countries. Now, don't forget, Mr. Easy, who has failed in the first place, how? Like, at 19, when his uncle gave him the first money to start a business, what happened to the business? The business went down. That was a challenge on his own end. I'm talking about personal challenge. Do you understand? That's challenge. Personally, it's hit Mr. Easy personally. This is a very big challenge. 10 million naira, over 10 million naira gone. But he was motivated. He didn't give up. He didn't give up. And that's why now he has business in over 10 countries in the world. So now, if you call Mr. Easy to tell you about the story, while he's speaking, his story will interest him. The reason why his story will interest him is that he will be like, I remember when I was 19, when my uncle gave him over 10 million naira to start a business. While he gave me over 10 million naira to start a business, I didn't know. As a Yoruba man now who speaks like Yoruba, I don't know. Somehow, I shall just crash that money, as boys they do now. And we just might say, I understand now. See, let me say I carry woman, you get. But I don't know how the money take just waka, the money just go like that. So, but today, thank God for keeping things running smoothly. I have business in over 10 countries in the world. Then, now he has overcome this challenge, right? Now he's living a meaningful life. So that's what I'm telling you now. What does challenge really means? Challenge is not just obstacle. Are you there? So challenges are not just what? Obstacles. Don't come and tell me that challenge is obstacle when things are difficult. Difficult like what? Obstacle like what? You should be seeing them as things that make life interesting. So if it is not making your life interesting, to make life interesting, that they will use your story to act a movie for us to watch after we have succeed. So I will sit drinking juice. They will like, oh, this is the story of that girl that doesn't listen to lecturers in classroom. Do you get it? That's the origin. So now I'm talking about what? Fear. Many persons could not realize their dream because they have this fear. Personal challenge, fear. So if Mr. Easy was afraid at the age of 19, he wouldn't have done a business of over 10 million naira. Because you can't be thinking about it that you mean I should invest over 10 million naira in a business. What if I invest over that 10 million naira and something happen? I don't know if you do am. Fear. Dr. Gab will tell us something when I was in the university. You know what he used to tell us? He will tell us that if you don't dare, you won't get there. If you don't dare it that I'm daring you, I will speak for 90 hours. If you don't dare, you won't get there. you have to dare it first that okay, I will leave home and chase a better life. I will leave sleeping and staying. Then I will leave sleeping. I will choose staying up at night so I can speak to the world. Even if I have less than 100,000 people looking at me at the moment, after I speak to them, I know in coming years the next generation will learn from the story. If this generation don't learn from the story, you will always have a gullible generation. Do you understand? You will always have that generation that doesn't listen, and that's why there's history. History is there to tell you that these people has failed. So now you will learn from their mistake, and history will not forget to tell you that while these people were alive, they had people who, they had lecturers, they had speakers like KS who was telling them at that time that don't be afraid, leave your fears. Fear is a personal challenge. Leave the fear. Come to reality. Face it. Win. Mr. Eze overcame his fear. He did the first business. The first business went down. Then he still overcame the fear. He did another business. It was successful. Then it goes like that till he became a global businessman. So I'm talking about types of challenge. I'm talking about personal challenge. Another personal challenge, I'm saying fear is one. The second one is self-doubt. Now you begin to look at it. Self-doubt. Yes, self-doubt is a challenge. You're doubting yourself. You have that skill. You have the ability to write, but you choose not to write. You have the ability. You have the ability to become the best doctor in Nigeria, but because of self-doubt, you feel like no. Shebi, my friends are selling clothes on WhatsApp. I'll be posting that one. I'll become a doctor. Okay, so I go and inject someone on the wrong spot and the person dies. Quickly, just so do you understand? No, I can't do that too. I would rather just maintain my lane and just stay at home. I can't come and speak to the world and start making mistakes. Self-doubt is a challenge, it's a personal challenge. Don't forget the attention grab I came with. I said challenges are what makes life interesting. Now, how is self-doubt interesting? Self-doubt will make life interesting when you keep doubting yourself. It will make life itself interesting because with time, people will tell us about your story, about how you doubted yourself and how your self-doubt made you feel. They will tell us. So after telling us about how your self-doubt made you feel, we will learn from it. Life is becoming interesting like that. But how does it make your own life interesting? It makes your life interesting when you overcome self-doubt. So now you've overcome self-doubt, then you start telling us that there was a time I was doubting myself. When there's a global musician from Nigeria, from Bariga to be precise, who started Black, in one of his album titled, was it the album? But it was in Symbol of Hope. This person has even a record label called YBNL, their opening laptop. So there was one part where he sang one song. There was a part he said, listen, he said, if I know ginger the courage to leave the lungu, he said, Matima Charlie, Matima Payon, Matima Gbowo Mugu, police mama wami kiri, inu mommy mi o de ni dun. Now I will translate it in English. He said he is wondering if he had not gingered the courage to leave the lungu. Now where is lungu? When we talk about lungu, lungu is a slum where the only thing that happen around that slum is criminal act. People think the only way most of the people there thinks of survival is by committing crime. You must have experienced what lungu is. An environment that when you go into that environment, you will not see a trace of hope. All you will see is young men and women seated, smoking. I'm not saying them smoking make them bad, but imagine someone sitting in a spot and in like an hour the person has finished like 15 grams of weed. I don't need to explain further before you understand that this person is challenged. You know, say, if you are not gingered the courage to leave the lungu, you would have just joined them in stealing and committing all other form of atrocity. He said, and if you are joining them, said police mama make you that police would have been looking for him. You know, Nigerian police, they are very active. If you misbehave, you will be arrested. He said, and his mom won't be happy about it because there's no parents that will be happy that their child is declared wanted. I don't know if you get the point. That one woman you that maybe the name of the child is Pedro Alvarez Cabra and the police declares him wanted. He said, my mom won't be happy. He said that was why he gingered the courage to leave the lungu. That is where I'm coming from. Self-doubt as a personal challenge. He did not doubt himself, he gingered himself. I know I have to leave this place, so I won't join them. And it's very evident. We can see, I can make references to many persons who Olamide, who is popularly called Bado, has transformed. If Olamide had not gingered the courage to leave the lungu at that time, he won't be able to uplift Asake, who made an album that titled the album Lungu Boy. Don't forget that his boss gingered the courage to leave the lungu. Now he has lifted someone else who would sing songs and titled the album Lungu Boy. He brought out the cash. Brought out Adekunle Gold. Do you understand? And many more. Because one person did not doubt himself. Because of he did not doubt himself, he was able to change the life of, he was able to transform the life of generation. Distinguished guests across the world. This is to widen your horizon of your thoughts on what challenge truly means. I'm sure my audience are following. So now, self-doubt, using Olamide Bado as a case study. If he had doubted himself, based on my attention grabber where I said challenges is what makes life interesting, but overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. If he had doubted himself, he would have been part of those persons in the lungu. Police would have arrested him. He would have been shot or would have been sentenced to life imprisonment by Barrister Favour. Do you understand? So at that time, after his sentence, there is a case study. Anytime any lawyer has a case in probably the courts where he was sentenced, they will always make reference to him. You will see content creator who will make content about Olamide saying that guy who was a victim of his environment. He lets his environment ruin his life. He lets his environment tell him who he should be. And now he's suffering it. Do you get it? If he had not overcome the self-doubt, he would have just made life interesting, not his own life interesting. So life will be interesting because anytime you come, we hear a story and we'll be like, oh, wow. In short, you might have a compact disc, a CD of his movie, of his story in the museum, where we show our kids that, see, watch this movie, don't be like this boy, don't be like Balo. He had self-doubt. That was why he did not leave the room. He believed he cannot become a global musician, so let him join them. Now he couldn't live long. They only have a meaningful life? No. But on the other hand, on the positive hand, challenges will make life interesting. Now his life is interesting because I have heard him speak many times when he talk about, at least one of the interests in the music. He had made it. That was why in the song he was making reference to it by saying, I wonder if I don't ginger the courage to leave the Nugu. Like, he's saying it, and that's making it interesting. He's telling us he had not ginger the courage to leave the Nugu. What do you think would have happened to him by now? Do you understand? Makes life interesting. His life is interesting now. I remember that year where the billionaire Femi Otedola went on an outing and he bought 3 Ferrari for his 3 daughters. On that same day, Olawale Badu bought a Lamborghini for himself. Do you understand? To show you, he's living a meaningful life. He's making his own life interesting. Someone who came from the Lungu, but he did not let self-doubt ruin him. Do you understand? That's a challenge. So the personal challenge. The last challenge I'm talking about. So you won't say I shifted the goalpost because I had mentioned it before. I wanted to avoid it. But if I avoid it, I'm sure many of you would use it against me. And that is health challenge. Health challenge is a personal challenge as well. But one thing is, does health challenge make life interesting? I'll leave that to you to answer the question. But there is one thing about health challenge is this. We have persons who had health challenge, but they survived it. I'll give you an instance. There is this man who is a global writer. His name is Tony Khan. So now, Tony Khan is the author of The Night of a Creaking Bed. The Night of a Creaking Bed. So now, this author said he had health challenge. What was the challenge? The challenge was that he stammers. He would call banana. He might spend 3 minutes calling it. Now imagine if someone is spending 3 minutes to pronounce the word banana. How many minutes will it take him to explain what challenges is to you? Is that not challenging? So now, what did this man did? At the point you realize that this is a challenge, I'm a stammerer. What will I do? Then he started writing. While he started writing, he's still speaking, even though it irritates, disgusts people when they listen to him. You want to talk something you have just said in 3 minutes. Just imagine that someone who stammers wants to come and inform you that your wife has given birth. Do you understand? You have spent how many? People might even end up saying your wife has given birth. Bed, which bed? Do you understand? You like, my wife bought a new bed. What about the bed I had in the house? So now, Tony Khan, the author of The Night of a Creaking Bed, because he knew the health challenge, he did what? He started writing. It was like, maybe I can't speak. I'll write. That's the challenge. I can't speak, right? I'll write. Then he started writing. He said, maybe that's the way I will communicate to the world. But as he keeps growing, his voice started becoming what? Clear. So now that's life challenging him that let's see how you handle this matter. Don't worry, your voice will clear. But life will first touch you first. You understand? That's why you see Nigerians make this common slangy fun. You say Guinness World Record go whine you, now you no go panic. That's the challenge. Do you understand? Life will whine you. Whine in the sense that life will challenge you. But if you panic, then it makes life interesting. Life interesting, not your life interesting. But if you don't panic, if you stand strong, forgot when of you stand strong. God said, you go minus. I know you know it, but you don't know the types of challenges. Don't worry. So now, he started writing. Then he got to a stage whereby when he started speaking, even before he started speaking, he had started publishing his works, those things he had written. And while he was publishing, people who are reading, do you know what they are saying? They keep making comments on his work. They are like, I won't lie to you, you write very well. You can write. I like the way you write. Do you understand? So they keep acknowledging his work, and that's what motivates him to do more. Don't forget what I'm talking about. And under the types of personal challenge, the last one is what? Health challenge. Where I said Tony Khan, who is a stammerer, instead of him to have given up on himself, on communicating to the world, he did what? He started writing. He picked up his pen and started writing. Respected leaders, if you would lead, you must have acquired a huge amount of experience so as to guide the people who you will be ruling. Part of the experience is what this attempt has come to do for you. So we tell you about different person's experience, so you can learn from them, so you can correct the story. So now, back to Tony Kanayo's case. He has started writing. He has started getting the recognition he wants. And still people tell him that, you write very well. I like what you are writing. Then he continued. Tony Khan, as I speak, he had got many sponsors, many contracts, many awards of excellence, both financial and different form of recognition across the globe. Please let's clap for a great Nigerian. So now, the day I met Tony Khan, when he was talking about his health challenge as a stammerer, it was interesting. Now, like how a stammerer was able to communicate by writing. He didn't give up on himself. That made it interesting. Like, oh God, this man. Then, as the way he was talking to us, we had over 400 persons. They were clapping. Do you understand? Why they were clapping for him? Is it not interesting? He will be like, oh wow, see my speech is interesting. People are clapping for me. He had turned the challenges to what is interesting. So now, why is it interesting to his own life? Because he had overcome the challenge and now he's living a meaningful life. What life is he living? a meaningful life. That's why I tell you that challenges are what makes life interesting, but overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. Distinguished guests, on the other hand, on the negative hand, what hand? If Tony Khan at that time had said, because he was a stammerer, he is a stammerer at that time, if he decided to say, I'm a stammerer, I'm a stammerer, there is nothing for me to do, then he give up on himself. You know what the world will do today? The world wouldn't have even recognized him. Maybe he would be one of those persons who would have no job, because at the end of the day, you are a stammerer, you decide not to speak, and the only way you can clear it by speaking, right? You didn't speak, you continue that way, and organizations see no reason why they should give you a job. Then that was overcame him. So it becomes interesting to life, because people will tell us story about Tony Khan, how Tony Khan failed. While we listen to the story about him, the story might interest us. Oh, wow, interesting. So this was how this man failed. Then we learn from him. So now, listening to it, have you seen that? I've explained to you the health challenge, the fears as a form of challenge, then self-doubt under personal challenge. After personal challenge, I'll be moving on to the next form of challenge, which is academic challenge. Academic challenge, this is very, very common. This is something that every person who are listening currently has an idea of. One of the most geographically dispatched academic challenge in Nigeria is mathematics. We have many students who would say, I don't like maths. And the excuse most of them would always give you is that I don't like maths because my mathematics teacher did not make the subject interesting. But I won't lie to you. As I speak to you, I don't like mathematics. But my mathematics teacher makes the subject interesting. I won't lie. Because at that time, when he comes to the class, Mr. Abdulkadir, he would tell us to sing a song for him to appreciate him. Then he will say, sing. We will now say, maths teacher wa, thanks Harry. Maths teacher wa, thanks Harry. Do you understand? They will be dancing. It means our maths teacher, this is your thanks. We are what? We are acknowledging him. Do you get? So now, despite the fact that he tried so much to make the subject interesting, so as to beat the allegation of students who says maths is difficult because your mathematics teacher doesn't make the subject interesting. So in as much as he tries to make it interesting, yes, I need to know maths. So that's to show you that the academic challenge there. So now, academic challenge, talking about mathematics. How is it related to the quotes where I said challenges are what makes life interesting, overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful? I feel at this point, my listeners should even know these quotes offhand. Now, how did this case makes my own life interesting? Of course, as a Nigerian, I am well aware that if you must get promotion to the next level, the next class, as a secondary school student, you must compulsorily pass mathematics. Yes or yes? Yes. Now, I knew I didn't know maths. I knew I want to go to university someday. So if I must get to this level, I must what? I must pass mathematics. So what will I do? What did I do? At that time, I began to fall in love with it. I left self-doubt. You know, this is an academic challenge from a personality. Do you understand? Where you would have things like fears, like self-doubt. Do you understand? So now, I throw away fear. I throw away self-doubt in the personal challenge so I can solve my academic challenge. So what did I do? I started working with friends who are good at mathematics. Friends like Olubode David, friends like Mustapha Moshood, friends like Tomola Joseph. So these people, they are very good at maths. I don't know, but I know they didn't bring it from heaven. So while I work with them, I will ask them questions. Bro, how are you doing this thing? They brag. So at my break time period where I'm supposed to be playing ball on the field, I had turned it to a period where I would learn mathematics. Do you understand? So when I meet them, they explain to me, you know what, this is this 2x raised to the power 2 divided by 2 plus 2 minus 2 divided by 2 equals to 712.2 decimal 2. Do you understand? It's always, then at the end of the day, you now see find x. Then you ask me to find x. The x is in the question. This is x. So which x do you want me to find again? So I was able to do what? I was able to make it interesting. So I kept following them. So now, when I started working with them, I improved. Even though I did not pass the level of average. Do you understand? But at the level that I had improved to, at that level, I can pass my mathematics exams with that level. So now, after passing my mathematics exam, I was able to write the West African Examination Council WAEC, right? Exam. So I can write my JAMB exam. Do you understand? So now, I passed mathematics from the beginning to SS3. SS3 I wrote WAEC. Then when I was writing WAEC, I had in mind that after WAEC exam, I won't be doing anything mathematics again. Why? Because I know I will be studying a course, an arts course in university that won't require mathematics. So in my JAMB, it will be compulsory for me that I write mathematics exam. Do you understand? So I was able to manage the challenge. Then after passing the exam, I wrote JAMB, got admission into the university. Then at the university, I had no business with maths except I want to calculate the amount I make. So now, it is interesting to say, based on my attention graph, don't forget, it is interesting to say, now at this point, because I had overcome that challenge. While I was speaking now, I saw one of my audience doing like this. Because he's clapping, he's applauding me that I had overcome that challenge. And as I speak to you about the challenge, it interests me. That's why I said challenges are what makes life interesting. So now, overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. At my own end, I'm living a meaningful life. How? My going to the 633, the secondary school formation in Nigeria, was not a waste. If I had not overcome that challenge, at this point, you would have seen me. I would have just repeated the class the first time, the second time, then the third time I would be withdrawn from school. Then going to school will be meaningless, because what's the point of what you started and you couldn't finish? So what meaning will you get from it? Hope you are getting it. So that's what overcoming the challenge. On the other hand, on the negative hand, what happened? I had friends who don't like mathematics. Oh my God. So these friends, at that time, they don't like math at all. They don't like math at all. Then I advise them, I encourage them as someone who had that leadership characteristics in me. I told them, I said, of course, we are classmates. I don't know math as well, but then I've been meeting the likes of Olubule David, Mustafa Moshood, Tomola Joseph, so they can help me improve academically in my mathematics. I said, would you like to join me? Then they had this self-doubt. One of them said, you see maths, I can't do mathematics, just forget about it. It's like, why are you saying that? I said, forget about it, I can't do mathematics. Math is hard. The VDX over the YDX equals to what? He said, no, I'm just telling me to know that. He said, someone will tell me to find X. Where is X? Where is in the question? So where do you want me to look for X to? Then, said they weren't interested. In the process, they had the first, they failed maths at first time. They didn't make up 50% as required in Lagos states. I don't know about other states, but I'm sure other states can't do less. So you must pass mathematics. So at that time, they failed maths. So they failed after first time exam, second time exam, they failed. Third time exam, they failed. So they had to repeat. So while I proceed from GS1 to GS2, they were still in what? GSS1. So now, negative aspect is not making their life interesting. Why? Because at that time we moved to GSS2, while they are in GSS1, people were making fun of them. You see people say, see Sheriff, Sheriff just feels, see Sheriff. See Sheriff, Sheriff is just there. That guy is not serious, though. Who cares? It's not serious. It's not serious, Sheriff. So it's making life interesting now. People are now using them as an interesting topic, an interesting talk. Do you understand? An interesting talk. You understand? So, at that point, they had failed. Their life is not interesting to them. Me, it's interesting because I took advantage of that. I took advantage of that opportunity instead of me to capitalize on saying, oh, I don't know math, then fail. I did what? I met people who knew math. They taught me. I passed. That was what was missing from my other classmates. That's why they failed. And after the first time, the second time, they keep failing. They will have to withdraw. Meanwhile, there are other persons who, after their first failure, they changed the mentality and they started what? They started reading. Do you understand? That they passed. So when those ones that started reading passed, they were now telling other students who just gained admission into the school that, hello, I won't lie to you. I had once repeated, but after repeating, I took advantage of it. And now, I'm where I am today. It doesn't change anything. Do you understand? So they use that as a motivation. Do you get what I'm saying? Academic challenge, very, very common. It's another type of challenge. That's the second one. Now use another challenge on academic challenge is time management. Time management is one challenge. Across the globe, we've had problems with students not being able to manage their time. How? You will see students resumes a 10 weeks academic season. So they know this academic season will last for 10 weeks, but they will spend their first 8 weeks They will spend their first 8 weeks doing what? Playing around. Time management, academic challenge. You see them going to sports centers, you see them going to school arcades, you see them going to watch Champions League matches. I'm not saying you can't do all of this, but do the right thing at the right time, in the right place. Do you understand what I mean? Be at the right place at the right time, doing the right thing at the right place. Imagine you were served a jollof rice and chicken, then you decided to go and eat it in the toilet when you went to urinate. Of course you are hungry, you are doing the right thing, but at the wrong what? At the wrong place. Being at the right place at the right time, you are a student, you are well aware that you are a student. So the time when you are supposed to be at the class, you were at the school arcade playing games. You were at the sports center watching other departments who are playing football match. Do you get it? Time management. So you should know that this is a 10-week academic section. A 10 weeks academic section. So you know that after 10 weeks, there's nothing again. So you should know how you would manage the time. Okay, 10 weeks is the time. After 10 weeks, we are good, right? So now, week 1, I'll be studying the behaviorist theory. Week 2, I would learn the difference between language and speech. Week 3, I will talk about cognitivism theory. Week 7, I will talk about prescriptivism. Week 8, I will talk about the linguist opinion, like Ferdinand Josso, like Edo Sapaya, like Geoffrey Chausa. You understand? Time management. You've managed your time. Being at the right place at the right time. Do you understand? So when the big day comes, which is the next challenge, exam. So now, exam and time management is very, very related. So when exam comes, you won't be caught unprepared. Challenges is what makes life interesting. At the level of time management, positive interest is when you manage your time well. You have picked up that course from the first week you start reading till exam comes. Of course, it makes life interesting because at some point when you start reading, when you get tired, you might start dozing. You start dozing. While you were dozing, you would probably think, okay, well, it's normal for you to pause as far as you don't quit. Do you understand? Now, you think about it, let me pause. I had spent so much time doing this course. Then you decide to pause. By what? By relaxing. So after you had relaxed for a couple of minutes, you will do what? You stand up again, then continue reading. So now, after you have read, at the end of the section, what is the reward? The reward is that you would pass with flying colors. So now when you tell people about your story, it's interesting at your end because when you sit back, I'm sure many of us, at times when we sit back, when we remember our accomplishments, we'll be like, huh? So this thing I've been thinking about, I end up achieving it. Wow, so I could speak for an hour. Wow, so I could speak for 10 hours. Wow, so I could speak for 20 days. Wow, I did it. It interests you. It interests your life. Why you tell people about your life, they find it interesting. Then it becomes meaningful because at the end of the day, you are living a positive life. You've had a positive impact. You understand? Like, oh, fine. But time management, on the other hand, on the negative side, challenges is what makes life interesting, right? At the time you did not manage your time. At the time you were going to arcade, sports centers, you were going to irrelevant places at the right time. When it's time for exam, you won't do well. You will fail. And failure will be used as a case study, as an example for your successors. They will say there's a point in time where Tamilare failed. He had carryovers. So he had to sit with his successors. Now they are in the same level, so they have to learn together. You get the point. So now it makes the life not meaningful, because life will not be meaningful. As I say, overcoming the challenge makes life meaningful. He has not overcome the challenge. He was unable to manage his time. And time management also is evident in examination hall. So this is where smartness comes in. There are times whereby, like in Nigeria, you will see our teachers, while they were guiding us for exam skill there, they will tell us that once you get to the exam hall, attempt the questions you know very well first. Let us not spend too much time on attempting questions that you don't know. That is a challenge. You've seen a question you don't know. This question, I don't know it. I don't know this question. Maybe they ask you that in what year the Second World War ended. It's a German question. Is it 1945? Is it 1985? Is it 1975? Oh, okay. Okay, it is 1945. You understand? So while you are doing okay, wasting time, you could have just moved to the next question. Where you will see a question like, who is the first woman to own a car in Nigeria? Then the answer is Olufunmilayo Ransom Kuti. Time management. If you had answered the questions you knew first, you can later come back to spend time on the questions you don't know. Yes, time management. So if you're able to overcome that challenge at that place, you've overcome the challenge. You've been able to manage your time. What's the end result? You pass with flying colors. So now when you start to tell us about your story, the distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I passed my exams in flying colors. Just like one of the speakers before me, she said she went to Redeemers University, yes, and she said she is proud that she graduated with first class. I think that was Elizabeth. Yeah. So now she must have managed her time well to have graduated with first class. She must have managed her time as how? Like during the weeks of her academic period, she must have started her reading as early as possible. Not just that, she must have mastered the art of examination hall. The art of examination hall, smartness. The questions that I know, I would attempt them first. Don't leave blank spaces. How come that the exam when you sit first, you use first 10 minutes, you were thinking. That is evidence in persons who didn't manage their time very well. Are you getting the point? So now, she has made a good example using herself. Now, when she was telling us about her first class, it was interesting. At some point, I clapped for her and I shouted capacity. Do you understand? I shouted capacity in a city because it's interesting. Do you get it? So now, she has spoken. She's living a meaningful life because she cited example of certificates which she had gotten from Coursera, from Madison, from Becca, she spoke about it. She's already living a meaningful life. Understand? That is on the positive side. On the negative side, if she had not managed her time, it will make life challenges is what makes life interesting. It would have made life interesting how? We would have used her story. We would have joked with her story. Then there's this common thing you would hear people from Africa say. You hear them say it is village people at work. Now say village people at work, they are saying you feel because of village people. Do you understand? So now it will become interesting when someone come from somewhere and say village people at work. That's why she failed. They were oh village people, okay. Continue. And we'll joke around it. But that doesn't change the fact that she has what? She has failed. But will she live a meaningful life? No. Because she lacked what? Time management. So under the types of challenges, I mentioned personal challenge. Under personal challenges, I mentioned fears, self-doubt, and health issue. I analyzed why challenges is what makes life interesting and overcoming the challenges is what makes life meaningful. I analyzed the both of them. This is a critical analysis. I critically analyze them in both ways, in the positive and in the negative side. The both sides. This is a sword, two edges. So now, we're moving on to the next phase, which is social challenge. When we talk about social challenge, we'll talk about peer pressure. So now, don't forget, the attention grabber is what we are relating to every point we are making in this conversation. In this room of knowledge, every point we make on challenges will be related to the attention grabber that says challenges is not an obstacle. Challenges is what makes life interesting. Overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. So now relating it to this case on social challenge, talking about peer pressure. Now, peer pressure is evident in modern day. You will see persons who would say, hello, Shola had gotten a new wig. Shola is a lady. Now, so because Shola had gotten a new wig, I would also get a new wig like Shola. Mind you, do you even think about Shola? Do you know how much Shola earns? Do you know if Shola saved for 2 years to get a wig? Do you know if Shola got the wig as a result of appreciating her own efforts? But because you lack that self-examination, that critical thinking, you had come to the conclusion that because Shola had gotten herself a new wig, a new human hair, you should go and get it. Then you end up using all the money in your bank to do what? To get the wig Shola got. For you to understand better on peer pressure, I'll tell you a short story. So now, something happened. There was this man. He lives opposite my house. So on this day, his neighbor was telling him that, what is wrong with you? I'm richer than you. How much do you have? Don't you say I have a car? I'm talking, you are talking. Shut the fuck up. They went into an argument. So why he said that to him, you know what he said? He said that, do you think I can't afford what the car you have? Do you think I can't afford the car you have? Then he told him, he said, you know what, tomorrow morning I will get a new car. This is a real life incident. Maybe I'll mention his name. His name is Mr. Irene. So now, while they were arguing on that, the next day, Mr. Irene got a new car. He didn't intend on buying that car. Do you understand? But because his neighbor had challenged him that I'm richer than you because I have a car. So if he wanted to let his neighbor know that, forget it. I'm richer than you. I don't have a car doesn't mean I'm not richer than you. So don't worry, I will get a car tomorrow so you know. Then he proceeded. He got a car. The moment the car arrived, his neighbor, who is an Igbo man, said, okay, you went to buy a car that is bigger than my own car. Because I'm telling you, you're not serious. So now, after a few weeks, Mr. Remy was now complaining about him being broke, that he has to pay his house rent. He stays in a 3-bedroom flat. Do you understand? So now, challenges are what makes life interesting. Under the third part is what? Is social challenge. Under social challenge, I'm talking about peer pressure. So peer pressure had made him cut the car. So now, where does my attention grabber fit in this analysis? It fits in this analysis because I said I said challenges are what makes life interesting. Now, why they were doing that drama is making life interesting, not their life. You understand? It's making life interesting because we, the audience, we saw the events, we experienced it. So some of us were laughing about it. Some of us, in weeks, we were still talking about the story. So if I tell artists like Tony Abraham about this story, she might make a movie out of it. While you watch the movie becomes interesting, then you have fun. So that on the other hand, on the one hand, it is making life interesting, not the person's life interesting. Now, is he living a meaningful life? No, because at the end of purchasing that car, he could not afford his own rent. That's on the negative side. On the positive side is the man who got the car after hard work at his own time. If you ask him about, sir, how did you get your first car, he would narrate the experience to you with smile on his face. You would hear things like, remember, let me tell you about this person, CDQ, a Nigerian musician. About a few weeks ago when he was talking to someone, he said, after my first hit song, after I had made money, I took my mom away from Nigeria to Canada. So when they asked him the first question, what did he do? He first smiled. Challenges is what make life interesting. They don't have money before. There was a lot of pressure, but he waited for his own timing. So at that time, when it came to him, he utilized the opportunity well. See him, he was laughing. Oh, my first big, the first big money I earned in the music industry. I used the money to fly my mom to Canada, that's where she stays. Now, while he was saying it, his own life is interesting, do you understand? Because it's interesting as he says it. His own life, not the other life, positive side. Now, is he living a meaningful life? Yes. He's living a meaningful life. So he had overcome what? Peer pressure at that time. So now, another social challenge we have is relationship. So when I talk about relationship now, I'm not talking about just dating someone, not just about the husband and wife relationship, but a relationship with people around you under social challenge. Now, nowadays we are used to seeing people lose opportunities based on the fact that they don't get enough attention. Do you get? So now, if maybe you are dating Femi and Femi works in a bank, Femi resumes at office at 8 o'clock, he closes at office at 5 p.m. in the evening. Do you get? So now, Femi would have limited time to talk to you between 8 in the morning and 5 in the evening. Do you understand? So now, you as Femi's girlfriend, you resume work at 5 in the evening, then you close at 8 in the morning. If you look at the calculation, the both timing is not what? It's not working. So this is a what? This is a challenge. So now, would you say because of this challenge, would you ruin the relationship? No. Don't forget, challenges, you said they are obstacle. I disagreed. I said they are what makes life interesting. So now, how does it make life interesting? Now, if Femi and his girlfriend had made that challenge of their time not working with each other affect their relationship, it will make life itself interesting because we would learn from their story. We would see content creator do content from their story. But will they have a meaningful life? No, because at the end of the day, after they had spent 5 years dating, then they broke up because of them not having enough time to talk to each other. Then it's of no meaning. Do you get? But now, on the positive side, if Femi and his girlfriend are able to come to understand each other, that okay, now since you are always at work from this time to this time, okay, probably during my break period I would always text you to see how you are doing. Do you get? So maybe things will work that way. Then his girlfriend also accept that okay, while you talk to me with during your break period for 20 minutes, I would as well talk to you during my break period for 20 minutes. Do you get? And finally, during weekends, while you won't be at work, we'll be together. You understand? So they are able to do what? To manage the challenge. So if after 15 years, while they are celebrating their 25 years of marriage, you invite them to a station like Achievements Channel, where you talk about your achievements, where you motivate people. So now, they will now start to tell you that it was a big challenge at the time that I and my wife would barely have time for each other. But because we were able to understand each other, we overcame the challenge. So now, challenges is what makes life interesting. Positive side. The positive side is this. They are overcome. You understand? So it makes their life interesting. Because at the time they are talking about it, it will be interesting. As you listen to it, you'll be like, oh wow, so there was a time when the both of them had just 20 minutes to each other from Monday to Friday. So there was a time that they only had time for themselves on Saturdays and Sunday. And now they spend so much time with each other. Oh, excellent. I think this is something to learn from. Interesting. Isn't it interesting? It is. So now, overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. Are they not living a meaningful life? They are. Because they have kids. And their children are used to them seeing their parents loved each other. Meaningful life. Do you get it? So now, this is under what? Relationship from social challenge. Under social challenge, I emphasized on peer pressure. Then I emphasized on relationship. So moving on to the next challenge. The next challenge is what? Financial challenge. So now, under financial challenge, I'm talking about lack of money, which is a big challenge now. It's a big challenge because it's a big challenge because if you look at it nowadays, there are many persons who would just come to your DM and say, please, can you lend me 2K? Can you lend me 2K? Doesn't mean he would send the 2K back to you. It's only mean that when he lends you 2K, he will still come next week to ask you for another 2K because he doesn't have a work. He doesn't have that job to pay the money. So now, the first thing is, there is no money. The first question is, why do you not have money? What are you doing to make money? You know, the challenge you are facing at this point is, okay, there's no money, right? You just graduated from the university, you just completed NYSC as a Nigerian, you've not got a job. So now, it is a challenge. What are you supposed to do? I remembered a part of Asake's song where he said something. He said, the pain, where in pidgin language, he said, the pain where you feel when food no dey, na im go make you ginger properly. Now, look at it. The challenge here is, there is no money, there is no food. Abi? Now, the pains you feel at that time is a challenge. That challenge you what? As a wise person, should motivate you to do what? To learn a skill, to acquire a skill. It will motivate you to do what? To not sit at home. You start from, okay, this is how to write a proper CV. Okay, why am I not getting a job? Do you understand? So at the time you do all of those things, you would get what? You would get the right opportunity you deserve. So if maybe on the negative analysis, you are lacking money, you don't have money, and you decide to sit on the fence, you did not go out to look for opportunities, nothing will change. You will just keep asking your friends to give you, to support you, you understand? And at some point, they will get tired because they are not God the provider. So at the point they get tired of supporting you with financially, you know, we are talking about financial challenge. But at the point they get tired of supporting you financially, what will happen? You will just be left there. Then you will see them speak about you that anytime Taiwo texts me, it's just to ask money. Start talking about it, just to ask money. Now, it's making life interesting, not your life interesting, because nothing is interesting about your life. You lack money. When you want to, for you to eat, you have to text your friend, send me 2K, send me 2K. So, instead of you to go and look for opportunities so you become better, so you won't lack, you decide to sit on the fence. You understand? So will you live a meaningful life? No, that's not a meaningful life. But the other person who had made use of the advantage, who had taken advantage of that situation. What situation? The situation of lack of money. Okay, there's no money. So what will I do now? I'm a graduate. Let me go and look for a job. You get the job, you will remain consistent. So while you remain consistent, you change the narrative from someone who lacks to someone who has. Then at the point in time when you rise to a very high level at your workplace, when you are interviewed, you will tell people that there was a point in my life where I don't have a job. But glory be to God, today I am the managing director, I am the commissioner for home and affairs. Now, when you tell your story as a commissioner of home and affairs, as someone who had once lacked money, who doesn't have a job, when you tell your story, it interests you. You understand? Then you've overcome that challenge. You now have enough. Then you start living what? A meaningful life. You know, earlier I spoke about Mr. Easy. Do you remember? Earlier I spoke about Mr. Easy where I said Mr. Easy at the age of 19, he met his uncle that his uncle should give him some money. He wants to start a business. Then at 19, that business crashed. You get? So this story we went aware of this story until his wedding with Femi Otedola's daughter. When Dangote was saying that Mr. Easy currently has businesses in over 10 countries in the world. So if he had let the challenge at that time, the first financial challenge where he lost the money, if he had let that challenge discourage him, they had let that challenge taking advantage of him, excuse me, Mr. Easy wouldn't have what become a global businessman he is today. The next challenge I'll be talking about is career challenges. Let me talk about career challenges across the globe. This is very common. This is very common, which is unemployment. You see people looking for job. You see persons who would say, I studied fishery, I studied accounting. And yeah, this tells you now that it is not just about what you study, but about how you can make use of what you study. I would find you a job. I will tell you about a lecturer in the Department of English Language, Lagos State University, whose name is Dr. Gab. Now, while Dr. Gab had completed his first degree and his National Youth Service Corps in Nigeria, he didn't get a job quick. So what did he do? The fact that he is good at teaching, he started organizing tutorials for jam bites, like students who are aspiring for university admission. So he started taking them. While he was looking for a job. From there, he started making money for himself. Like that, he keeps going. I'm talking about career challenge. Then from there, he thought of, oh, since I'm taking these students, since I'm good at this thing, so what will I do? Let me just go back into schooling. Then he picked up his master form for University of Ibadan. So he started his masters. From his masters, developed himself, started his PhD. From his PhD, he went back to meet his lecturer, who is Professor Fakoya. Then he told Professor Fakoya that, sir, I had finished my PhD. Now I'm a PhD holder, and I need a job. Then he said, you're a PhD holder. I would link you up with a commissioner who I used to work for. But now, I won't be working for him anymore because of age and time. And he said, Ganyu, you would have to go and do this job. This is career challenge here. So at the time, one of the reasons why he was qualified to work with the commissioner at that time was because he didn't just have a BSc, he has a PhD. So now, him having a PhD made him unique, because that is the distinctive unit between him and other persons who used to come to Professor Fakoya's place. So while he went to work for the commissioner, he was composed, he was in his best behavior, he discharged his duty to the best of his abilities, and after doing that, the commissioner acknowledged him so well. Then the commissioner asked him a question. He said, what would you like to do for me to do for you? Then he told the commissioner that I would like to lecture. Then the commissioner said, okay, fine. I'll link you up with a university where you would lecture. That is if you pass the university requirements. And that was how we got to University of Lagos. He did his screening, he passed, then he became a lecturer. You get? So now, from finding job to building himself, you get? From building himself to working with the right people, from working with the right people to getting the job he wants. So now, did he live a meaningful life? Yes. Was the challenge interesting? It was interesting because while he speaks to us, that's why anytime Dr. Gab wants to take us, the first 20 minutes of his class, if he wants to take a 30 minutes class, if he wants to take an hour class, the first 20 minutes of the 1 hour class, you know what he's going to do? He will spend the first 20 minutes you will spend the first 20 minutes talking about motivation. You will spend the first 20 minutes motivating the students that you can do better. You know, for you to motivate others, you must have been a success. Do you understand? So now he had overcome the challenge. So as he motivates the students, which I happen to be one of them, I found it interesting. I found his life, Dr. Gab's life, interesting. Then I find his life meaningful, and that is the reason why I said challenges is what makes life interesting. Overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. It is not just an obstacle. On the other hand, on the negative hand, if he had sat on the fence, if he had taken it upon himself that okay, there's no job, what will I do? Let me just go and keep doing petty jobs, or just let me just stay at home. Since mom has a shop, I can sell for mommy and probably steal from her boss, or probably get some money from mommy. I think I'm satisfied with that. He wouldn't have built himself. You should always know when there is need for upgrade. So at the point in time where you have to look for a job, you should know that you are not updated, you are not upgraded. You need an upgrade. You need an upgrade. So now, I'm talking about career challenge. You have what we call workplace stress under career challenge. Of course, while you are at your workplace, there is a very high tendency that you will experience a lot of stress. Do you understand? So it is for you to remain consistent. So when I talk about the workplace stress as a challenge under career challenge, so now the workplace stress is stress like those that do 9 to 5 in Nigeria, for instance. You have to wake up as early as possible. You have to go to work. You have to work while you are at work. You have to close work at 5 p.m. So after closing at 5 p.m., you have to get home. You understand? So when you get home, probably at that time you have to think of, okay, what will I eat? How will I eat? Then do you know what I'm saying? So now this is a challenge because you have to do this day in, day out. You are not comfortable doing it. You understand? And I would like to prove a point. You know, when I was saying the quote, I said challenges is what makes life interesting. Now, there's a quote that says life begins at the end of your comfort zone. Now, the thing that is making him inconvenient is because he has started life. He had left his comfort zone. His comfort zone is what? His bed. So if he had stayed on his bed, if he had slept, if he had stayed on the bed, that okay, let me just relax today, let me relax tomorrow, let me relax next tomorrow. If he didn't go to work, life has not begun. But after going through those stress, 9 to 5, 9 to 5, 9 to 5, at the end of the month, what will happen? You get what? His salary. And there's one common word that says the pains goes away on pay day. Do you understand? So on the day he gets his pay, he will feel relieved that all the 9 to 5 I've been doing. Okay, today is 29th of April 2077. I've gotten my salary. Then on the weekend he will go for shopping, get new things in the house, probably food at the kitchen, a nice sneakers for himself, a nice iPhone for himself, a nice shirt for himself. That's the reward. So now, when you ask him, that bros, tell me about the challenges now you're facing in your work, he'll tell you that the time going to work, I have to wake up at this time, I have to wake up at that time. So while he was analyzing the time he has to wake up, when he's saying it, it becomes interesting because he has built a very solid career. Do you understand? So now he has made that profit. So when he's telling you about the challenges, he will always feel motivated that don't worry, if you are facing this currently, things will get better. I've passed through that same stage before. Are you there? I've passed through that stage before. of going to work early then, but now see, I've received my pay. Do you get it? So now, that's on the positive side. Is it even a meaningful life? Yes, it's even a meaningful life because at the end of the day, he has a structured life. A structured life, how? He knows that at 9 o'clock in the morning, he would be at work. At 5, he would leave his workplace for home or for other things. While he leave, he would as well know when to socialize. But now, on the negative side, just imagine someone who got the same job, but because of the stress of the workplace, because he feels I woke up early in the morning to work. At the end of the day, I close at 5 o'clock. I don't have time to chill with my friends. I don't have time for parties and all. Then you be like, oh, I can't continue again. Then he stopped going to work. Now, mind you, if you are in Nigeria, for you to get most job, you will see on the job description that between the age of 20 to what age? 28. So that is to say, if you have gone past the age of 28, your chance of getting a job is what? Is slim. So now, this man is already at the age of 30. Do you get? So now, because of the workplace challenge, because of the challenges he's facing at workplace, what is the challenge? Because he did not have that time to party, he did not have that time for himself. So now I feel like, the stress is too much. What will I do? Maybe I'll just leave. Then he quits the job. So after quitting the job, I'm sure we have heard of many persons who quit their job before getting a new job. So now, after quitting the job, and why did he quit? He quit the job because he feels the workplace stress is too much. So after quitting that job, he now stay at home saying he will get another job. And most of the job in the state says you must not be above the age of 28. You are already 30. So the chance is slim. So if he stays at home the first year, second year, third year, fourth year, the 10th year, and he did not get the job, if you now come and meet him and tell him that, sir, tell me the reason why you've not gotten a job since then, if he start to tell you a story, will it be interesting to him? No. But you might find it interesting as a product of life because you'll be telling someone else about the story. Mr. Taiwo left his job without securing another job, knowing fully well that when you've passed the age of 28, the chance of getting a job is slim. He could not manage the workplace challenges very well. So that was why he left the job before getting another job. And now, he has to sit at home. While you sit at home, landlord has come. Oga, pay your rent. You have to pay your rent fee, your rent bill. So now he can't afford the rent bill. What happens to him? He will be given an exit letter, a quit notice. Like we say, we call it in Nigeria, quit notice. Notice to quit. Sorry, a notice to quit. Move out of the house because you can't pay, and the landlord cannot afford to keep letting you owe him money. So is that a meaningful life? It's not meaningful because at the end of the day, the reason why you quit that job was to have rest of mind, right? So now are you having the rest of mind when you are homeless? No. Do you understand? So now, I've spoken about types of challenges where I'm justifying that challenges are not just obstacles, they are not just difficult time, they make life interesting. Overcoming them makes life meaningful. So now, why are challenges important? Why are challenges important? First and foremost, challenges build strength and resilience. Strength and what? Resilience. You know when I started this speech, I gave you a story of a generation that complains a lot. Do you remember? Yes. I told you, I said in the story, I said that generation, they met a man who is a dean at a place then, who was a dean at a place then called Ikoyi. So now, these youths, they are over 200. They told the dean at that time, they told him that, sir, our government does not listen to us. Our government said Ghana youth are lazy. Our government said Gambian youth are lazy. I don't want to say Nigeria this time around. So you can think outside the box. So they came to me, the man was a dean then at Ikoyi. Said, sir, our government did not give us platform. They didn't. And I said something, I said, the dean now made himself available for them. He said, okay, since the government did not give you platform, I would show the world that you people are more than what you are seen as. Then he said, okay, there will be an attempt that you all speak for 20 days. In 20 days, what will you be speaking about? You'll be teaching the world about, you'll be telling the world about your experience. You will teach the world what you've learned so far. You will teach the world, you will show the world who you are made up of. Then why did you at that time hosted this relay race? Out of over 200 youths who came to him saying they want to speak to the world, they want to show the world what they are made up of, not up to 20 of them showed up at the event. So now, the same youths are complaining that their leaders does not give them the audience to speak to the world. Now, a great leader has given them an audience to speak to the world, has given them a platform where they will speak to the world. Now, they have misused the platform. What I'm talking about why his challenge is important. It builds strength and resilience. Why few of them showed up? They had to build strength. So those who would ordinarily speak for 20 minutes start speaking for an hour. So by so doing, they start discovering themselves that, oh, so we can actually speak for 1 hour. And Yoruba will say something. Igba lambura o. It is when you are young you will work. It is the way you are designed yourself to function. That is the way you function. And that is why a person who do a 9 to 5 work, once it is 5 a.m. in the morning, his body would start coming back to life, coming back to reality that, bro, ma'am, it's time. Your work time is near. You will resume work very soon. So, do you understand? So why there were limited numbers of youths who would be speaking to the world, others did was build strength and resilience. Resilience that we will keep going, we will do it, don't worry. And Nigeria is a very good example of showing a resilient spirit. And that's why across the globe, if you go to different countries, they will tell you about how Nigerians are doing well in the world. This is clap for Nigerians. So now, as I was saying, one of the reasons why challenges are important, I said in the first place, challenges is important because it builds strength. Sure you get. Then resilience. Then the second one is it improves problem solving skill. What did I say? Challenges improve what? Problem solving skill. Please note, when I tell you a story before a speech, I'm not just telling you the story because I am a storyteller. I'm telling you the story because we will be relating the story to everything that is happening in this analysis. So now I said the second reason why challenges is important is because it improves problem solving skills. Now, those youths that I spoke about, now that the numbers of youths are limited, do you know what they did? It's a challenge now that the number has reduced. We are expecting 200. At that time, they were expecting 200. Because they don't have 200 at that time, what do they do? They now start bringing out skills of how they will solve the problem. So they have some batches who will sleep at night, and they have some batches who would work during the day. So those who will sleep at night will what? Work during the day. Those who will work during the day will what? Sleep at night. Are you following? Yes. Challenges is what makes life interesting. Do you get? So now, why they employed that skill. Not just that some said to sleep during the day and some said to sleep during the night. They had to even increase the timing. Okay, now, joy, faith, joy and faith. You speak for 30 minutes. Now that we have limited numbers and we are 24, you have to start speaking for 1 hour. So 24 of you will speak, 20 of you will cover 20 hours. So the remaining 4 hours, while the other team members were asleep, they would have resumed. They would cover the remaining 4 hours. Then you continue like that. You understand? It improves problem solving skills. Like that, you are able to solve a problem. Yes or yes? Yes. You get the point. Challenges is what makes life interesting, but overcoming challenges is what makes life meaningful. Now, these people, this youth I'm telling you at that time, at the end of the day, while they broke the record they aimed at breaking, they were able to tell people their stories with smile on their face. There is this common TikTok sound that trends currently in Nigeria. It's a video of an army recruit who is being tortured or who is going through military exercise as ordered by his superior. Then his superior was saying something to him. He said, I'm talking about the trending TikTok video. He said something, he said, Yaku will manage. You will feel it like you want to die, but you will not die. Is that clear? Yes, sir. You get? So now, this is to show you that at times, when challenges come, it look like the world wants to end. But the world is not ending. There are times where you will be in situation whereby you feel like, can the floor just elevate so I can leave this place? I'm sorry, the floor will not elevate. It won't. It's not even the time for the floor to elevate. It is you who should elevate. It is you who should show your brilliance, your extraordinary level of intelligence, creativity, and skill. Having said that, I will move on to the third reason why challenges are important. The third reason is it helps people learn new things. Now, the story of those youth I'm talking about, they have learned that they are not just restricted to a 5-minute speech. They can speak for hours. Because there are many of them who, even at a top position, they have only spoken for 20 minutes. And in their mind, an hour speech sounds like what? Sounds like a wild dream. And you know, wild dreams are dangerous to people who does not have foresight, because they can't see far than their surroundings, so they are limited. You understand? So now, it helps you learn new things. When you have financial challenge, for instance, it brings out the best in you. If you use it positively, then you begin to understand that, okay, so I can actually learn photography in 1 week. Okay, now I've learned photography in 1 week, so I can actually deliver this job in 3 days. Okay. Oh, degree is not enough. I have to go and learn the skill. You understand? So now, that challenge that you did not get a job with your BSc in Yoruba has pushed you to go into learn a skill. So now you've learned that skill. You see, that's pushed you to do what? To learn new things. The fourth importance of challenges is that it increases confidence when you overcome. Distinguished guests. When you overcome. the challenge, it increase your confidence.
Yes.
That is one of the reasons why challenges are important. Do you get? I would make an example of increasing confidence using the 2019 Liverpool Champions League victory. So now, Champions League Liverpool had played their fourth leg at Camp Nou against Barcelona in Barca home in Spain. Are you with me? So now, while they played the first leg, Mohamed Salah at that time was Liverpool's best player. He was on the pitch. He is a right winger, a forward. He plays from the right. At that time, they had Roberto Firmino, who is a Brazilian. He plays as their natural 9, a striker, a centre forward. Do you get? So at that time, they have a left winger who is Sadio Mane, who plays from the left as a winger. Do you get? So now, at this time, at 2019, this team has the deadliest attackers. Do you get? So now, playing the first leg as champion at Barca home, Barca defeated them by 3-0. Is that not a challenge? So now, 3-0. It was looking like there is no hope anymore, isn't it? In the second leg, ahead of the second leg, something happened. Before they played the second leg, Mohamed Salah, who was their best player at that time, had been injured, so he won't be available for that match. Distinguished guests, are you following? So now, I'm telling you why challenges is important. Where I said it increase confidence when you overcome. Now, Mohamed Salah won't be playing the match. Roberto Firmino, who is a 9, won't be playing the match as well. Do you get? So what did they do? The coach, who is a very confident man, whose name is Jurgen Klopp, a German. Do you know what he did? He had to bring in new players to represent them. But these players are players who would always underrate because we don't even know them. One of them who played 9 on that day, who played as the centre forward on that day, was Divo Origi. Do you get? I'm trying to use a very relatable topic, a global topic, a global incident, so you can relate to the fact that challenges increase confidence when you overcome. So on that day, Mohamed Salah had wore a clothes. So under his cardigan, so he was wearing a sweatshirt, under his sweatshirt, there was a round neck a round neck top under his sweatshirt where he wrote "Never give up." So now, we wouldn't have known that Mohamed Salah wore that customized round neck under his sweatshirt. So now, that tells you that the team inside here, they had done what? They have done a lot of work. They have made so much determination by saying, we will never give up, we won this. They didn't tell us, but this was how we get to know. We get to know how. In the second leg, for them to qualify to the next stage, they have to score 4 goals. Because they lost 3-0 in the first leg at Camp Nou, which is Barca home. Now, Barcelona had come to their home, to Liverpool's home, which is what? Anfield. Anfield has gotten so much recognition. There are many coaches who would say, we don't like Anfield because Anfield fans are something else entirely. They would always shout. That's the anthem. When they say, walk on, Liverpool in our hearts. And you will never walk alone. The moment they shout, you will never walk alone. You will truly know that you are never walking alone. So I was saying, Barca had come with the mindset of we have qualified. The Liverpool had come with the mindset of this is a challenge, and we would change the story, we would turn the story around. So now, 2 players from this team were outstanding, but I would like to tell you that not just the 2 players did the job, but all the players worked as a team. So now, they had Wijnaldum and Origi. Wijnaldum and Origi on that day changed the whole situation, and they defeated Barca 4-0. Imagine someone who had lost 3-0 coming back to win what? 4-0. It increased their confidence. Then after the match, Mohamed Salah removed his sweatshirt. Then we realized that there was a customized round neck under his sweatshirt where he wrote "Never give up." Then he said the message is clear, which means inside there they are seeing it as a challenge that our best player Salah is not around, but we still have to prove to the world that with or without him we are world class. Are you getting it? Now, it increased confidence when you overcome. The moment these speakers overcome the attempted record, it increased their confidence. They start to feel like nothing is impossible. If I can assume, if I can imagine it, it means I can do what? I can do it. Are you getting it? Yes, so now, I would be moving on to the final part where I'll be talking about how to overcome challenges. The first thing is staying positive and focused. Staying positive and focused. When I mention focus now, it made me remember that. So we have even thought about a lot of things on this stage while we are doing the 20 days of development, because I remembered there was a time when I was talking about distraction. You know, when you are not focused, it means you are distracted. And when I thought about distraction before, I said distraction is an attraction that subtracts your intention. It means it must attract you first, and then it will what? Subtract your intention. How? It will change your intention to reduce your focus. Minus, subtract, reduce your focus. You get it? Now, staying positive and focused. Staying positive, how? Even when, I said something the other time. I said, if you don't dare, you won't get there. Not the truth or dare you play, but the real dare, when you need to dare. I remembered when someone was telling a friend, Femi, he said, Femi, whenever you speak, you are not always making sense. When he said that to Femi at that time, Femi was in GSS1. Femi told me, said, Shegun, the DB told me that anytime I speak, I'm not always making sense. He said, from now, I would always make sense. I would make sure that even the DB comes to me to seek for advice. Not just that, I will become world class. Femi today is a PhD student at Texas in the United States of America. He graduated as the best graduate student from Mass Comm department in University of Lagos. He has moved from someone who was said to have not been making sense. Staying positive. Staying positive. One of the slogans we used to make when I was in junior secondary school, my principal would tell us that you are the new generation of positive change. Do you understand? This is one of the ways to overcome challenges. Stay in positive and focus. Don't lose focus. The reason why you are seated here is what? To learn. Viewers, the reason why you are viewing is what? To learn. As Nigerian speaks to you all across the globe, you stay focused. Because when you don't stay focused, errors can be unpreventable. That's why, for Nigerians, so I can wake you up. That was why when Burna Boy, a Nigerian artist, when he sang with Sheyi Vibes for the first time in his life, he titled the song Giza. So there was one part when Burna Boy was talking. He said, "Focus, make kasala no burst, cause kasala no cost." Do you understand? So he's saying, stay focused. Kasala in that place is so that problem will not happen. Because the moment you lose focus, imagine someone who was told that the recruitment into Nigerian Immigration Service will be opening by next week, in one of the days in next week, and the recruitment portal would be open for just 5 hours. Then, while he was told to watch the website, he had to leave to watch female dancing videos on TikTok. So I know one thing about those apps is when you watch a female dancing, the first video is going to give you another video. So at that time while he was doing that, while he lost focus, he was watching more videos. Before he could remember that he had spent a lot of time watching videos, he had exhausted his data, and that was after 3 hours. So within the period where he was watching this video, the recruitment portal has been opened, the recruitment portal has been closed. So he has to wait for another year. But next year, where he will be waiting for, he won't be eligible to do it next year, because at next year he will be 30 and the age limit is 29. He lost focus. So now, another way to overcome challenges was asking for help or advice. Distinguished guests, whatever you are going through, someone has passed through it before. Whatever you are going through, someone has experienced it before. If not exactly what you are experiencing, it is, you will see someone that has experienced something close to it, or something even more terrible than what you are experiencing. If you tell me that, yes, KSO, where I went to today, I was told to defend my protest. I was speaking for 30 minutes. When you tell me, I will look at you that, are you okay? 30 minutes. What is 30 minutes? What is 30 minutes? Do you understand? So now, if you, Sarah, if you, Felicia, comes to me that, KSO, I have a challenge with speaking for 30 minutes. The longest I can speak for is 5 minutes. But because I have that experience, I know I can speak for more than 30 minutes. I will tell you the techniques I use. Do you understand? To overcome challenge, you must do what? You must ask questions. You must ask advice. You must seek for help. Do you get it? Tell you now, come. You know what? You have problem with writing, isn't it? If writing is a challenge, I don't want you speaking now. Maybe your challenge is on how to write a meaningful work. Then probably I am a friend who knows how to write very well. You get. Now, if you don't come to me while you have that challenge, you won't overcome the challenge. You get. So now, when you come to me and I tell you that, Felicia, I say unto you, Felicia, come. If you find writing hard, these are the things you are supposed to do if you want to write meaningfully. Firstly, you have to brainstorm. You have to think about what you'll be writing about. Okay, now you'll be writing about how inconvenient buses are in Lagos State. You must have experienced it. In a bus whereby in a row where 4 of you have to sit. So now, why 4 of you have to sit? There is this one person whose size in structure is like 3 of you. So now, despite the fact that this person is as big as 3 of you, you still have to manage. The 4 of you still have to manage. So maybe that was what you want to talk about. How congested, how uncomfortable Lagos bus is. You brainstorm, you thought about it. Now, why do you feel Lagos buses are congested? You drop your points because this, because that. You understand? Your pre-writing stage. After writing about it, then your writing stage where you do your introduction, where you do maybe your introduction, your attention grabber, you can put attention grabber, what catches the attention of the reader. You can put the day I nearly died in a public bus. You know, the reader will be like, the day I nearly died in the public bus. Eh? Let me even see what this writer is trying to analyze. Then you write from there to the body, you use your linkers, no, to your thesis statement. You defined your content, your topic. After defining your topic, you talk about an attention grabber. You use your attention grabber, then your linkers, then your conclusion. Your linkers will always be in the body of your work. So now, Felicia wouldn't have known all of these things if she had not come to ask for help or advice. And for help, on the other hand, she might need me to help her send her some of the works I have written, some of the articles I have written. She might need me to send her to, oh, please send me some of the articles you have written. So I would send. That's an help. Then, by so doing, you would write a good, an attention-grabbing article, then you improve. That's a challenge that you would always be proud of. Okay, I overcame this challenge. So when you are talking to those, your mentee, those who sees you as a role model, about your challenges, it will interest you while you speak to them. It makes your life interesting. While they listen, they are happy because they see you as, oh, this is a mentor who has a meaningful life. You get it? So now, another means of overcoming challenges is what? It's by learning from mistakes. It's by what? It's by learning from mistakes. Now, you now know that you should not leave your job when you have not gotten another job. Remember Mr. Femi, who had a job, but because of the stress at workplace, because he had to wake up in the morning, go to work, close by 5, come back home, because he did not have enough time for himself, going to party and all, so he did what? He quit the job. So while he quit the job, he could not afford his basic needs. That his landlord had to give him notice to quit. He had to notice to quit, like for him to leave the house. Do you understand? So now, he has learned from his mistake. That's one of the ways to overcome that. Now he has learned from his mistake that, oh, next time I will not leave my job if I don't have another opportunity, if I don't have a better offer. Then for the other man, Mr. Remy, who went to purchase a new car because his neighbor challenged him that I'm richer than you. Now he has purchased a new car. He can't pay his house rent. So he has learned from that. That's a challenge. He has learned from that oh, I won't try this again. Next time when someone challenges you, next time when there's peer pressure, I will always learn to do what? To maintain composure under pressure. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Lastly, last point in the speech says being persistent. Being persistent is another way to overcome challenges. I would say being persistent, talking about not giving up. Look at the Liverpool story I cited, where Liverpool Football Club players, despite the fact that they are 3 goals down, they were still motivated. They didn't give up. In short, their best player at that time wore a crested vest that is carrying the word "never give up." Imagine someone telling you never give up at 3 goals down. You might see the person that, what is this one saying? I dey chop 3 goals, you say make I no give up. And that thing about Liverpool, this thing, it doesn't just end here. It was evident throughout their club, their coach time in the club, their coach judging club. That I remembered whenever I go to Shomolu in Lagos to spend time, there are many times where Liverpool will playing and they will be in 80 minutes. Then I will be telling my friends, if they are at 80 minutes and they are playing like 1-1 or 0-0, I will be telling my friend that I still have belief that Liverpool will win this match. You understand? I was still telling them that you know why? Because I can see the team mentality. There was a time few years ago, I don't want to give a wrong year, but it is between 2024 2023. So now, under this same judging club era, Liverpool came to, I think was it Carling Cup final or FA Cup final. They came to play against Chelsea Football Club. Now, Chelsea Football Club at that time had $1 billion team. When I say $1 billion, the players on the pitch on that day are very expensive players. They are the best players in Chelsea FC. But on this day I'm talking about, that they are playing with Liverpool, most of Liverpool players are injured. The likes of Darwin Núñez, the likes of Gravenberch, the likes of McAllister. Yeah. So Liverpool has to mix a bit of big team with the young players they have. Players like Inyoni, players like Elliott, players that they are like even academic players. They are not like academic players, they are academic players. Liverpool at that time had to use academic players with a little bit of first team players to play against which team? Chelsea Football Club. Because of their resilient spirit, because they were persistent, they won the match. Which Badai scored from a corner kick which was played by Tsimikas, a right back, a defender who plays at the right side. Do you understand? So now, what is the point of this speech? As a round up, this speech is to change your thinking from believing that challenges are just obstacles. Do you understand? Stop it. Don't change that mindset. Trash that mentality of thinking, I'm going through some challenges, so I'm saying challenges are obstacles. Do you get it? Challenges are not obstacles. Challenges are what makes life interesting. But overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. So now, after this speech, what is your goal? Your goal now should be that you must live a meaningful life. Your life must be interesting to you as you speak about your life, and not interesting to life that other persons will use your life as a content while they laugh at how you failed just because you've taken challenges as obstacle. because you've taken challenges as something that, instead of obstacle are things that stop you, hindrance, from getting to the next phase. And always remember, if you don't dare, you won't get there. Another thing, life will always get better, but regardless of how better life gets, it will get tougher. I will tell you, if maybe while you were living at a single room, you are paying 100,000 naira every year. The moment you know, as humans, we always want to upgrade. We always want to level up, isn't it? So now, the moment you move from the single room to a mini flat, life gets better, right? Yeah. Because you move from a room where you can't take pictures in your toilets because there are no mirrors, and if you buy a mirror in a toilet where you share with your neighbor, there's a tendency that Papa Emeka's child would stone the mirror in the bedroom because it is for public use. So now you have moved from there to a place whereby you can buy whatever you want for yourself because you know it is for your personal use. So life has gotten what? Better. But that doesn't mean it won't get tougher. It will get tougher because one, in a mini flat, you would pay more. If at the single room you pay 100,000 naira, there is a high tendency that in the mini flat you would pay around 400,000 naira. That's times what? Times 4. So you have to think. So you have to work. So if before people around you expect that, like the Africans who have this spirit of self-entitlement, who believe, oh, since you've upgraded, at least you should always upgrade the amount you give them as well. So if persons like that are available, when you upgrade, when life gets better for you, if you used to give them 10,000 naira before per week, they will be expecting you to increase it to 20,000 naira. So now, it's not just your house strength that increased, but there's your expectation from the people also what? Increased. That's the point. Life will get better, but it will what? Get tougher. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, I hope you have learned a lot from this very short speech I delivered. As an African son, an African child who is dressed in an African way, who was born on the 22nd day at 2 a.m. in the morning in June that year. So now it is 2 a.m. and I would like to pass on my next speaker.
It's so good to be here. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I really respect that man so much. It keeps setting the bar. Thank you so much. In all of this, we can understand that we have to get or have the growth mindset. Thank you so much. That we should see challenges as a stepping stone and not one that we should complain about. This morning, distinguished guests, I would like us to understand that there are different ways to kill a rat without seeing the blood. While growing up, this was part of a favorite quote I usually hear my mom say. There are different ways to kill the rat without spilling the blood. As well as there are various ways to get to the market. Various ways, various routes. You don't just go to the market with one route. And all I'm trying to say to us this morning is that there are various ways to tame a behavior. There are various ways to put an end to a behavior. We should not just stay locked up or stay locked in with a particular pattern of changing a behavior, either our child's behavior or that colleague's behavior or our siblings' behavior. There are different ways to change that behavior. Today I'll be speaking on extinction. Extinction, a way of changing or a way of addressing behavior. Extinction. And what does extinction mean? It is a strategy based, and I would emphasize on the strategy because it has been proven again and again. It has proven results. For you to say, I am going towards this particular line, or I am to adopt this particular method, that means it has been tried again and again. So yes, extinction is part of a strategy-based method. And what does extinction do? It is used to put an end to a previously enforced behavior or an unpleasant behavior. You use it to put an end. You use it to stop a previously enforced behavior or an unpleasant behavior. And when we talk about enforced, that's to say directly or indirectly, you have contributed to that behavior. The behavior you see in the child, the behavior in that you see that your colleague exhibits, behavior in centers, gatherings, you have either contributed to that behavior directly or indirectly. Why people act the way they do, you have contributed to that behavior directly or indirectly. But then the question remains, as parents, how do we put an end to this behavior that we have contributed to directly or indirectly? I'll ask a question, and it's a general question. If you have ever pretended to be asleep when your mom calls or when somebody comes into the house, raise up your hand. So my question will be, why did you pretend? Now, directly or indirectly, when they come into the house and they say, oh, she's asleep, let me go outside. Oh, my daughter is sleeping, don't disturb her. And you know you are not sleeping and you're hearing everything that is going on. Did you do it again? Or it was just once you ever did it? Raise up your hand. It was just once. Over and over and over and over again. This behavior that you've exhibited, this character you've exhibited, was not, was not forced on you. This was something you take in. You've adopted it, and you've proven it again and again that it works the magic. That you don't want to be disturbed. Sometimes you will see that friend that is coming. You be like, this person is coming again, this person is coming again. And you will quickly run to sleep just to cover yourself up. And you're lying and the person now coming and say, oh, she's sleeping. And I wanted to tell her this thing. Meanwhile, you're not sleeping. Your eyes are wide open. Your brain is still functioning. Your nerves are still working. You can still listen. You're actively involved in what's going on in your environment. But because you really want to escape from that particular thing, you tend to act that way. But then, imagine after you've done that, you're sleeping, and your mom says, you cannot be sleeping by this time, and you're woken up. You will look at it that this behavior you're exhibiting, one way or the other, is not favorable. It does not act, or it does not give you the result, rather, of why you're acting that way or why you choose that behavior. This is where extinction comes in. Putting an end to a behavior. Our parents did not do anything wrong in believing that we are asleep, truly. The friend that came to knock on the door did not do anything wrong in believing. We just choose that route and we choose to go with it. But then again, in choosing extinction as a way of addressing behavior, I remember growing up, I was so scared of my dad. Really scared of the man. To the point that if I hear him coming, I run inside to carry my book to start reading, because he must not see you idle. And that fear was instilled because I know that if I mess up in front of him or I do otherwise, I get beaten because of that, the pattern he has drawn for us. The pattern is, I don't want to see you idle. I want to see you busy. Just get a book. Just read. It was not particularly concerned about if you're benefiting from that book per se, but I don't want to see you idle. In a way, it's a good fit. But at the same time, we're doing those things because we don't want to fall into the consequence of being idle, of him seeing us idle. Now, this brings to my mind, or this is what I get to think of, that is there a better way he would have instilled these practices in us without him instilling that fear of the consequence that has to do with the punishment that we all know of or we talk about. And for punishment, the African parent uses the, what's it called? Whip, yes, the rod. And they do it so often. You can take one or you can take two. Or let's say it depends now on the gravity of things. If what you've done is so big, they tend to give you 5 or 7. But if what you've done requires 2 strike, then you get the 2 strike. But I'm thinking that must it be the other way of punishment? Can we not go down the route of extinction? There are different ways in changing a behavior, in correcting a behavior. There are different ways. You have the communication, you have the PECS, and that's the picture exchange communication strategy. We also have the prompting. There are different ways, but I am choosing extinction. And this brings to mind the reality check. Before we go into the reality checks, we get to understand that extinction is not forceful. It is not forceful. Extinction does not come as a force. It is not forceful. It is not shouting. It is not hitting. It is not striking. Extinction is a meticulous pattern of changing a behavior. And when I say meticulous, that's to say one have to be really smart in going down that line. In using extinction, you should be smart enough to wind it on whoever you really want to use it on. Extinction is removing, I've said it before, removing or putting an end to a previously reinforced behavior. And this reinforcement, like I said, can be indirect or direct. You may not know what you're doing is creating or molding a particular behavior that can mar the child at the long run. You may not know. But then again, you may know. Okay, a quick example. Like the screen time. Most parents give their word. Before I make this example, I just remember my trainer, she gave a statement or a picture-like example. This parent said, I have suffered enough. And while she was growing up, she said to herself that all the things my parents could not give to me, I will give it to my word. And I will give them so much more. Is it the experiences, the fun experiences, the gadgets, the attention, the care, the pampering, which is good, very good. It's a check that every child gets to enjoy the benefits of having parents, and not just having parents, of having wealthy parents. And while she had that mindset, we should know when to fix the balance. We should know when to make everything balanced, that you're not doing too much and you're not doing too little at the same time. Now what she did, she hired 2 help for the child, just a little boy, 2 help for the child. Then the boy has his own room. I think the boy was 3 years old. He had his own room. And in his room, there was TV in it, there was fridge in it, there was all the gadgets that can make a bachelor comfortable. And when I say a bachelor, I mean someone that is should be thinking of marriage, very comfortable. But this was what a 3 years old had. She was reinforcing a behavior that is good if you look at it, but at the same time was creating a behavior in this child that was not pleasant enough. She was creating chaos unknowingly. And what was the chaos she was creating? The boy could not socialize. The boy could not talk. There was no vocabulary build. He was just there like an introvert. You know, when you're supposed to, a child that was supposed to be able to communicate could not communicate. He could not even use the toilet. There are times where he would poo on himself and pee on himself, because these communications were not there. And this was because the parent, the mom, deemed it fit to take care of the child, in quotes, in her own way. This was making the boy comfortable, but reinforcing certain traits, certain disadvantages that, if not properly tended to, will become a challenge in the future. But then, where does extinction come in? Where does extinction come in? When my trainer was invited, because the mother started complaining that, look at, my son is 3 years old and he cannot even blab, he cannot like muster some words, he cannot make sentences, he's just on his own, he doesn't relate to anybody, like with anybody rather. He like, there are a lot of things that at least a 3 years old should be able to do that he doesn't do. He's just in that corner, just looking, just watching TV and not doing anything more than that. Then she was invited. Then she asked, what is his routine like? And it was explained. He wakes up in the morning, he eats, after eating he goes to his room, and he stays in his room for as long as can be till he is ready to eat lunch and ready to take dinner. So there was no communication between anybody. That was when extinction, removing these reinforcers, came into place. There is a particular problem I have. It's a problem, or should I say a concern, with parents. Some parents live in denial. Some parents live in denial. I will state the denial here. There are times where I have seen, in most cases, you tell a parent that, look at this thing, or look at this pattern I am observing in your child. Is there a way we can figure this out together to stop this particular behavior? That is when the denial comes in. And the denial comes in so much that if you are not careful, it can boomerang. You can be painted the bad person. You can be painted the evil one, and your words may not even be taken seriously. That is where denial comes in. Some parents are not open-minded enough to listen to the honest review of the teacher or caregiver or therapist or whoever is involved in their child's life. They would rather want to hear the positive side. I understand that sometimes parents want to hear the good of their child. Every parent wants to hear the good or the good attitude, the progress of their child, the good progress of their child. But oftentimes, when a teacher or the person, the guardian in charge of your ward, tells you a particular thing, be open-minded enough to listen to what that person has to say. It is when you have taken it in, digest it, and ask, okay, what is the way forward? Because if there is a problem, most definitely there will be a solution. In this part of the world, I just hope parents are open-minded, even as youngsters. We get to be open-minded enough to listen to the report and the feedback of whoever lays it at our feet. Sometimes we have unknowingly created or strengthened a behavior, like I said before, and we've reinforced this behavior not because we are wicked, not because we are perfect to know the extent to which our attitude or our behavior can affect a child. No, we are not magicians. However, like I said, we should all be open-minded to hear the review, the feedback of the guardians in charge of the children, our children, or ourselves. The role of honest reflection. The role of honest reflection. Accept that the problem is the problem. I don't know where I heard this quote from, but it has stuck with me. That the beginning of a problem is having a problem and not knowing you have a problem. That in itself, in that context, is the beginning of the problem. That there is a problem, but you do not know that there is a problem. That is a problem in itself. So it is when you have accepted that this problem is the problem, then you have to be open-minded to accept it, identify it, and ask for the what next. How do we make it better? What can we do? How can we figure this out? What are the practical steps we can take or we should take in removing these problems? Real change begins when we stop escaping from reality and start confronting them. Real change begins when we stop escaping from reality and we confront them heads on without looking back. We confront them with the power we have, because every human has the power to change. Every human, regardless of what is happening, we have the power to change. We have the power to relearn. We have the power to unlearn. We have the power to learn. We are in charge of our lives. We are in charge of our destiny. All we need right now is the change. After we've identified the change, let's look for the loopholes. In getting the loopholes, then we get the solution. From awareness to action. Action. We should always take action. There is no point in procrastinating. There is no point in procrastinating. You found the loopholes already. You know the problem already. Why procrastinate? Face it head on. Get to the root of the matter. Start the work. Do not wait any longer. Because the longer we wait, the more the behavior is being enforced. Still talking about extinction, like I said, because it is one of the better way of removing or putting an end to a behavior. What are the functions of behavior? I think I said that in my last speech. I explained the functions of behavior, and I said we have 4 functions of behavior. A behavior exists in 4 forms. It has 4 functions, it has 4 purposes, and you can either call it seat, and for seat I mean SEAT, and the words are: S is sensory, E is escape, A is attention, and T is tangible. In bringing in extinction, in helping a child become the better version of his or herself, we have to know the purpose of the behavior. So we have sensory extinction. Sensory, the word, it has to do with internal. But where the extinction comes in is if the child, because of the sensory overload the child is having, and in order to calm his or her nerves, he keeps hitting his head on the wall and hitting his head on the wall. That is detrimental to the child. Or he keeps using his hand to scratch the wall, or he keeps pinching himself, or keeps hitting his finger. This is not a good practice. What we can do in order to remove such behavior, in order to put an end to stop behavior, is to introduce materials like we have football, we have squeezable handballs, plastic squeezable handballs that they can play with, that they can hold, just to keep them sane, just to calm their nerves, just to help them reduce the tension that they face or they feel. They also have pressure handball. This can substitute for that behavior. You gradually teach the skill that rather than hitting your head on the wall, rather than scratching the wall, rather than tearing paper, you can squeeze the ball, you can squeeze the ball, or you can rock the chair. This is how to stop that behavior. Then we have the E, the escape. When the child cries for the phone, escape. When the child keeps crying for the phone, rather than giving the phone to the child, you can ignore that behavior. You can ignore the behavior. You want to stop the cry, you want to stop the tears, you want to stop the reoccurrences of that particular behavior, that for every time the child wants a particular thing, they tend to cry just to have their way. You can ignore the tears and you do not give the child the phone. Then we have A, and A we have the attention extinction. The attention extinction. When the child screams to get your attention, the child is screaming just to get your attention. You're doing a particular thing, you're involved in a particular task, or you're in a meeting, and the child wants to get your attention, and the child just keeps screaming and keeps screaming again and again, so that you can look at the child and say, what's going on? Because that child is doing it intentionally just to get the attention of the parents. On your place of work, somebody is doing a particular thing, sometimes to piss you off, sometimes to annoy you. You can ignore the behavior completely, or they can say a word that usually gets to you. What you have to do is to put on a thick skin, get to understand that this is a particular purpose. This person is doing this thing to get to me. Rather than allowing it get to you, what you have to do is ignore the behavior. Ignore the behavior and do not make eye contact with the person. Ignore the behavior and do not make eye contact with the person. Then we have tangible. We have tangible. Tangible. For whatever reason that the child wants a particular thing, for whatever reason the child wants a particular thing, do not give the child that object. Do not give the child the attention. For whatever reason the child wants a particular thing, do not be involved in giving that child that object. When you do that, you're increasing the likelihood, you're increasing the percentage of reoccurrence of that behavior. So I would go over it again. The purpose or the function of a behavior in bringing extinction into the picture. We have the sensory extinction, we have the escape extinction, we have the attention extinction, we have the tangible extinction. The tantrum the child's pull, the tantrum of the child, just to escape that particular behavior. You just insist on having that task being done by the child. For the sensory, when they tear down the wall or they are hitting themselves on the wall, what you need to do is to exchange that particular behavior for toys. They should be able to hold toys, they should be able to be involved in singing or humming a tune or sitting on a chair that can make them rock back and forth. That is the sensory extinction. You stop the behavior that can injure the child, the behavior that can make the child have physical damage on themselves. You can always interchange the tasks. We have the escape. That they totally escape from that behavior. They don't want to be part of the activity. They don't want to be involved in the activity. And because you found this out, insist on them doing the activity. I remember my learner, like I said in one of my speeches too, that enduring tasks. I usually give my learner enduring tasks. There are days where the tasks can be so little, that's the academic work can be so little, and the other time I have with her for like 1 hour, 1 hour 30 minutes, and we're playing and having fun, doing the hide and seek, doing the train of balls, doing the bubbles, and the other many more activities. But there are other days when the academic work becomes so much. And in those days, because she feels stretched, she would want to refute. So rather than giving in, because I know what I'm trying to build in her, rather than giving in to the fact that she's tired, what I do is I give intermediate break. After doing a task, we can go around in circle, do stretching activities, and come back to do another task. When she has done the task, imagine for that day we are doing 5 academic work. So we do one task. After one task, we do activities all around, using plastic spoon on eggs, taking them around, playing, dancing. Then we do another task, playing, dancing, and do another task. I do not insist that she have her way. When she wants to refute and escape, that's my escape extinction, is that I would insist on the task, and once she's done, I reinforce the behavior. Then we have the attention extinction. When the child cries again and again, or run around, or scream, or do whatnot just to get your attention, when the colleagues say that particular thing that gets to you, ignore completely. Don't even make eye contact. Do not, when you make eye contact, that's to say you're seeing them. But when you act like they are not there in the same space with you, it makes a lot of difference. That's to say their attitude, their behavior, their character do not get to you at any point in time. Then we have the tangible extinction. The child is crying again and again, and screaming again and again, just to get that item, just to get away. The money with you may not be enough to get her that ice cream, but because she's insisting on getting the ice cream and she's shouting and screaming, normally you would have done, okay, take this, go and buy the ice cream. You would have given in. But if you keep giving in again and again, you've placed something in the mind of the child that for every time she wants ice cream, for every time she wants the phone, for every time she wants anything at all, she would act in a certain way. And once she acts in a certain way, and because you cannot contain it, you would give in. So when that happens, do not give the child that particular thing. Then we have strategies for using extinction. There are strategies for using extinction. Extinction is not just ignoring a behavior. It is not just ignoring a behavior just like that. It is structured. It is a pattern. It is purposeful. It has an objective. It has a goal. And the goal must, or it is carried out. And when it is carried out, it becomes useful. The outcome becomes something to rejoice, something to be happy with. And what are the strategy? Identify the function. That's why in therapy, before you give a diagnosis, especially when you go to a doctor, let me use an hospital to cite my illustration. When you get to the doctor because you're having whatever pain you're having in your body, they don't just prescribe drugs for you. They would want you to run a series of tests. They want you to carry out some activities in the hospital. After that, they will now have a proper idea. They may have like an idea in their mind already because of what you said. But just to hit the nail on the head, just to be sure that what their assumption is correct, they tell you to carry out this test. Same thing in therapy. But then you don't really have, this is something that can be carried out even without you being in therapy. First thing, identify the purpose or identify the function of the behavior. What is this behavior trying to tell us? Why is this child doing this particular thing? If you do not identify the behavior, it will look like you're guessing. Like I said about my learner, that for every time he knows that I am coming to the house, or when the mom says, go down for your music class, he starts crying. And if he starts crying and start running up and down and rolling on the floor, not because I am a bad teacher per se, but because he wants to escape from the behavior. Children feel threatened when they are introduced to a particular thing, and when they feel that they are leaving their comfort zone into a discomfort zone, learning a skill can be difficult and challenging. It's like changing their routine. However the case may be, it is now left for us, even as teachers, as caregivers, as guidance, to know the purpose of this behavior. Why is this child acting the way they are acting? Is it to get attention? Is it to get sensory? Is it for escape? Is it for tangible? My learner was doing all he could do so that he can escape from the class. And I'm so glad that when I met with him today, he had a better approach. And I keep emphasizing, before the class started, I saw that he wanted to play some pranks on me. But I was smart enough to tell him, I've dedicated this particular seat to you. And because that seat is for you to be calm when you sit on the seat, and you're not just sitting on the seat, I have configured his brain now to know that even if he's stressed on stress day, just go to that seat, raise up your hand, and talk to me. Miss Abigail, I have something to say. And I would give him the audience that he deserves. But if he keeps shouting and screaming again and again, no audience will be granted to him, and communication has not taken place. Today, I said earlier, that he was trying to play some hanky pranking with me, and I told him, go to the seat. He went to the seat, and I said, sit down like a big boy. He sat down like a big boy, and when he sat down, I told him, I've given you time to eat your snack, because I saw him eating the snack when I came in. I've given you time to eat your snack. I've given you time to drink water. I've given you time to even play around. Now, what do you want? And he said he wants some time out. He wants to rest. And I said, okay. You would rest, but I gave you time. Now it is Miss Abigail's time. I gave you time, now it is Miss Abigail's time. And because it is Miss Abigail's time, you have to do what Miss Abigail says. I'm so glad to tell you that at the end of the class, he was happy, and I was happy. We were both happy because we were able to achieve more we were able to achieve a lot in today's class. And after we're done with the class, I asked him, "Are you happy?" And he said yes. I asked him again, "Are you happy?" He said yes. I had to call the nannies so that they can bear me witness. And I asked him again, "Are you happy?" I said, "Your response should be loud so that everybody can hear you." And he said yes. Then I re-emphasized again. Now Miss Abigail will come next week. And if she comes next week and you know you were tired, make sure you are going to that seat to sit down. Raise up your hand and talk to her so that we can communicate. If I see you shouting and rolling on the floor again, you are assuming, you are making me think that day I'm going to leave here in the night. Then I brought him to the window. I said, "Can you see that I am leaving now and the day is still bright?" He said yes. I asked him again, "Can you see that I am leaving now and the day is still bright?" He said yes. I said, "If I see you shout or I see you play around or I see you cry when I come next week, I would leave here in the night. Do you want me to leave here in the night?" In my mind, I'm like, "Abigail, you cannot leave here in the night." But at the same time, I just needed him to be conscious of the consequence that can befall when he defaults. This is me choosing or spotting the purpose of his behavior and me tackling the behavior as should be. I am not giving breathing space. I don't know of his other tutors, but from what I've heard from the nannies, that his attitude is not just to me. This is how he acts with his other tutors. But I have to make it different. I have to make me different. I don't know their background. I don't know how they do theirs. But I have to make it different for me because I'm a different tutor. Yes, I'm a different tutor. So the first one, for strategies for using extinction, identify the function. Number 2, be consistent. Don't start today and stop tomorrow. When you break the cycle, it means they don't take your word for your word. You start, you keep going, no stopping, no relenting. My ex-boss, really nice boss, she said why she got married, the day she got married, her mother called her aside and gave her this instruction and said, "My dear Nike, remember when you were still with me," sorry, "remember when you were still with me, when I will tell you to do a particular thing, and I give you the consequence for doing that particular thing. Even after you've cried and say, 'Mommy, I am sorry. Please forgive me. I will not do it again. Mommy, please, Ejo means I'm sorry. Please, I will not do it again.' After you've even swept the house and cleaned the floor, after you've done all that, I will still give you the consequence you deserve for doing that particular thing." She said yes, she remembered. And the mother told her, "It's not because I did not forgive you, but it was because I wanted to tell you that sometimes my word have to stand. Because you can do this thing again and again, and you will see that there is no consequence to your action. And because you see that there is no consequence to your action, and you keep repeating that behavior, that is to say that I have not done well as a mom." And she said that stuck with her. The same thing I'm trying to say here, that you have to be consistent. When you start this routine, you have to be consistent. Don't do it today and don't stop. Like I told you of my learner, that I brought a strategy for curbing his behavior. I brought a strategy, and before leaving the house, the day I brought the strategy, the day I introduced the strategy to him, I spoke to him about the strategy. I gave him a step-by-step breakdown of what to do. You're coming from upstairs to downstairs, and you know you're tired, you know you need to talk to me. Go to the chair. The first instruction, calm down nicely, go to the chair, sit down like a big boy, raise up your hands and talk to me calmly. This is the instruction. After introducing him to the strategy, before leaving the house today, I also repeated that strategy with him. So for every time, I would keep repeating that strategy, and that is a strategy that I am meant to follow. I will not break the routine. I am meant to be consistent. First thing, identify the function of the behavior, what you need to extend, then be consistent. Combine the strategy with reinforcement. When you start, you can combine it with reinforcement. It just makes me remember my learner. This is my homeschooling learner now. A particular day, I went to their house, and when I went to the house, there's something me and the mom we used to practice. And if she has snacks and juice for the child, she would. I told her to. I used to tell. I instructed her to put it in a particular spot where the child cannot see it. So when she does that, when she puts it in a particular spot where the child cannot see it, it will now be in my place as a tutor teaching the child to bring it out when I deem fit, when it is necessary for me to bring it out. Now there's a cycle I have adopted with my early years learner. So what I do is, I will tell her, especially on days where we have the enduring tasks, I will tell her, imagine we are having 5 academic work or 6 academic work that day and little play. I'll tell her, when you finish the first task for the day, I have a surprise for you. I have a surprise for you. And she'll be eager. She wants to see the surprise. She'll be so excited. She wants to see the surprise. And once she's done with that task, I will bring the surprise out and we'll all be happy. I have shown her the surprise, and that surprise is now like a reinforcer. She would only see the surprise, but she cannot eat the biscuit and she cannot drink the juice just yet. Before you can drink the juice and eat the biscuit, you have to do another task for Ms. Abigail. And she'll be eager. The first task she has done was to bring the surprise out. The second task she will do is for her to take a little bit of the biscuit and a counted time in drinking the juice. Meaning, if she is done with the second task, I will give her a portion of the biscuit and count 1 to 5 so that she can drink the juice, and I'll count the 1 to 5 so quickly so that she can drink the juice and still remain, because that will be my reinforcement and my reinforcer for that day. So I'll quickly count 1 to 5. She will drink the juice, and once she's done, I'll keep it aside. And because I'm giving the intermediate reinforcement, it keeps the class active. And I will do it for the 3rd task, I will do it for the 4th task, I will do it for the 5th task, and before the end of the day, before the homeschooling schedule runs out, we are all happy. I am happy that she has done the task, and she is happy that she has gotten the reinforcement. She's happy, I'm happy, the parents are happy, and everyone is happy. So it's a teamwork. The first one, identify the function. Number 2, be consistent. Number 3, combine the strategy or combine the strategy, yes, with reinforcement. Number 4, plan for extinction outburst. Plan for extinction burst or outburst. Now, to change a behavior in a child is difficult. I won't lie. Or to change a behavior, even with an adult, to unlearn a behavior is difficult. And I would give proper explanation as we keep going. But here's just what I will say in this segment. Plan an extinction outburst. That because you want to change that behavior, the behavior may escalate because it wants to be changed. You're threatening that child's comfort. you want to shift the child into discomfort, and because the child does not understand what you want to do, there will be an outburst. There will be, if the child cries, when you're meant to give the child the phone, when the child cries, this is what is playing, this is what is happening in the child's mind. Okay, so today I want to cry because I need the phone. And because I need the phone, this pattern has always worked, so I will adopt the pattern. The child will start crying and crying and crying. I want the phone. Normally, when you see the tears, let me just give the child the phone, and that will stop the tears. But because you're using the extinction method, the child will cry again and again and again and again. And I said for extinction, when the child is crying, you have to ignore the behavior. Ignore the behavior. But the child will increase, will intensify the cry, increase the volume of the tears, so that you can be moved. The child doesn't know what is coming, that you want to stop that particular behavior. And because they don't know that you want to stop the particular behavior, so they will intensify the cry. What you have to do for that particular segment, when it is time for the extinction burst or outburst, is that you have to ignore, have a strategy, plan for extinction outburst, that when it eventually happens, you should not be caught unaware. Plan for extinction outburst. The first one I said is identify the purpose of the behavior. Number 2, be consistent in whatever approach you're using, your strategy. You have to be consistent in it. Number 3, I said that you have to include reinforcement. Don't just bring in extinction without reinforcement. At least there should be something to encourage the child with. Sorry. And number 4, we have plan for extinction outbursts. Number 5, stay emotionally neutral. Stay emotionally neutral. This is where I would say, Yakobo, manage. You will feel it. But you have to manage. Don't allow them manipulate you. Oh no, you don't want to see a child manipulate. It can be terrible, honestly speaking. This brings me to when I started teaching these twins I was teaching them home lesson. The boy is really calm, 3 years, really calm and sweet. You can even say sit down and he will sit down. You can say stand up and jump. He will stand up and he will jump. Really calm boy. Oh, very sweet boy. He listens to instruction. But the twin is the opposite. So what she will do is, if she sees the dad coming or she sees the mom coming, she will just fake a tears, like she will start crying and lie down on the floor. The first day the thing happened, I was like, what's going on here? What's really happening? And she can be so manipulative. But the good part of it is, these things can be resolved. When I saw that character the first time, I was like, wow, you mean this small child can do this, can manipulate? I watched out again for the second. The first day it happened, the mom had to run from us, like from inside the room, and see what's going on. Is she fine? They see she's sitting down. Does she not like, in my mind I say, hey, what's this child trying to prove? Then when I observed that character again and again, I had to tell her, I think the third time, that, oh ma, don't worry, don't mind your child. This is what she's doing and this is what she's doing. So what I'm trying to say is, stay emotionally neutral. Don't get carried away. Don't get carried away. Just be emotionally neutral. Don't shout, don't yell. No need for even negotiation sometimes. So what I did to overcome that particular aspect of my learner was, if I see her doing that thing, I will just stand and be looking at her. In my mind, I'll be saying, you're already acting drama. This drama, I want to see the end. When I tell the mom, ma, you can go, don't worry, after she has come out, don't worry, you can go. After the mom had gone, I will see her stand up by herself and she will sit down. So there will be no form of negotiation that, oh, stand up, stop crying, or why are you crying? Or I'll carry her and be rocking her. No, 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 no. I won't do that. I would fold my hands to see the drama. So you should be emotionally neutral. At this phase, you don't have to be angry, you don't have to shout, you don't have to yell, you don't have to negotiate. Just be emotionally neutral. Number 6, teach replacement behavior. Teach replacement behavior. That communication, like I said with my learner. Teach replacement behavior. And that's to say, instead of shouting, you can raise up your hand. Instead of making noise, you can raise up your hand. When you need a particular thing, express yourself. I used to tell my learners that I am not a magician. I cannot read your mind. And because I am not a magician and I cannot read your mind, help the situation easy for both of us. That you just open your mouth to say, I will not bite. I don't bite. Just say what is on your mind, but at least say it nicely so that I can listen to you, I can understand you, and we can always figure out something. Like I said, teach replacement behavior. Teach communication. Rather than shouting, rather than screaming, teach communication. Teach them how to communicate, and not just communicating, teach them how to say it nicely. Teach them how to say it nicely. Use lots of instruction. This is another strategy. Use lots of instruction. You can teach this instruction step by step, precept by precept, strategy by strategy, one by one. Teach step by step. Use step by step instruction. Use lots of instruction. And when I say lots of instruction, while you're even teaching this instruction, you can model it. You can model it. You can go upstairs. I don't know how your relationship with the parent is or your child. Yes, if it's your child, you can always model the character. You can always model the behavior. Go upstairs, walk down, and as you're walking down, you're saying it. I don't want you shouting. When you're coming down, just calm down. Model the behavior. You are coming down and you're saying it. Calm down. Come to the seat. You know the seat already. Sit down there. Sit like a big boy. You model it. You show it. Sit like a big boy. Why sitting like a big boy? Raise up your hands. Use lots of instruction. And don't just use instruction. Simplify the instruction. Make it simple. What they can comprehend. What they can understand. And while you are doing that, also explain the fact that there is always a consequence to not doing what you are trying to explain. Explain to them that there is always a consequence. There is always a consequence. So while you are using lots of instruction, don't forget to simplify this instruction. Simplify the instruction so that they can be able to understand. They cannot just understand, they can comprehend and assimilate it. That you are not here to play. When it is time for extinction, you are not here to play. You are taking it as serious as can be. Then increase the number of trials. You know the purpose of the behavior already. If this is the purpose of the behavior is to get attention. You can always increase the number of trials. And when I say increasing the number of trials, I mean to say that if this pattern you're using does not work, maybe the pattern is reinforcement or teaching communication or teaching replacement. Let's say the communication does not work, simplifying it does not work. Switch to communication. Don't be rigid. Be dynamic. Be dynamic as can be. Don't just follow a pattern. Don't just follow this pattern and think, okay, since it is communication I will use. Oh, since it is reinforcement I will use. No. Make it dynamic. Use different approach. Use different pattern. Be dynamic as can be. When this one fails, go for another one. Don't be discouraged. Be patient and it will work out well. Extinction is most effective when applied immediately. There is no time to check time. There is no time to delay. There is no time to procrastinate. There is no time. Combine the extinction with the application. Use what you know. If you found out the reason already, start the work. Don't say I will do it sometime. Don't say I will do it another time. No, don't do that. Start immediately. Combine with reinforcement. Combine with reinforcement. Apply consistently with everyone. With everyone. Apply consistency with everyone. Consistently with everyone. Meaning, if the teacher in class is doing this particular thing, like I said, a practical example, the attention. If it's the attention, that's you've understood that this is why the child is acting the way he or she is acting, and the child is acting that way because of attention. If you identified it already and you're using a strategy, and the strategy is to ignore the child, make sure the teacher is not the only one carrying out this practice. Make sure the parent is also practicing it. Make sure the caregiver is also practicing it. When you come together in doing this particular thing, you're now a team. Not that the teacher is trying to remove this behavior, this unpleasant behavior, this undesirable behavior. Only the teacher is doing it. The parents have no hand in it. The caregiver has no hand in it. The guardian, nobody, just one person. It will not particularly be effective. Even if it is effective, it will take a longer period of time. What can be changed after everyone is involved? What can be changed in the shortest of time, because everyone is involved, gets prolonged, gets lengthened when it is being done by one person. One will chase 1,000, but when two come together, they will chase 10,000. That gap is really wide. The gap is so wide. So rather than one person committing it into the hands of one person, do it as a force. This reminded me of Mylena, a 3 years old, the family. She said she just wanted to do homeschooling for a while, and when it is school session, that's in September, she registered them into a proper school. She took the children to different schools just so that she can get options. One of the schools particularly asked her if they can use the toilet by themselves, if they have been potty trained, and she said they can, but not effectively. What the school told her, and what I pinpointed from all of what she told me, is the fact that you don't just sadden that responsibility with the school alone. It has to be a collective effort. She said that the school asked her that if the children are not potty trained, and she wants the school to be part of that exercise, she also have to be involved in the exercise. So the school is not just doing their work. The school is doing their work at the same time the parents is doing their work. That's to say, it's a collective effort based on correct function of behavior. Now, for extinction to be effective, you have to observe and make the proper diagnosis. Diagnose the purpose of the behavior. It is not that the child's attitude or behavior is tailored to escape, and because you did not do your analysis, you did not do your finding, you did not observe properly, you now assume in your heart of heart or in your mind of minds that the child is acting that way because it is sensory, or the child is acting that way because it is tangible. It does not correlate, it does not align, it does not tally. So first thing first, you have to make the proper observation and come up with the proper purpose of the behavior. Do not mix it. Where you're supposed to be attacking or refining or making sure that you are extincting this particular behavior, which is the attention, because you've not properly observed, you are now going for the sensory, or you're going for the escape or the tangible. It should be done in a structured environment. Make sure it is done in a structured environment. Children learn by what they hear and what they see, and many more. That you're not trying to change a particular behavior and act that way. Now, you're not the person that is telling your child that when something has happened, I want you to converse with me. That is the way you're teaching them how to, that's you're interchanging the behavior of crying and shouting. You have interchanged it, or you've projected it to communication. Not you being the person that will now be shouting at your maid or at your caregivers when something has gone wrong. It does not tally. It is like telling the child, do what I say, don't do what I do. If you're going with communication, stick by it. So there should be a structured environment that would increase the likelihood of extincting that behavior. A structured environment, a structured behavior. Everybody's hand is on deck. Structured environment, when combined with extinction, will yield better results and outcome. What are the major challenges of extinction? What are the major challenges? There is no solution, there is no problem that has a solution, and when that solution is about to be introduced or imbibed, that does not have a problem. There will be an issue, there will be a problem. So what are the major challenges? What do people face when it comes to extinction? I made mention of this extinction outburst. That is the number one that would happen. That the child is already used to this pattern. I made example of when we were much younger, even sometimes, even me, I'm guilty of it. That my mom or somebody that I don't want to really talk, or I will just act like I am sleeping or I am taking a nap. But the bottom line still remains that if we can move on and try to stop that behavior, or when we want to stop that behavior, there would be an extinction burst. There will be an extinction outburst. If the child is crying, and because the tears always moves you to give that child what the child wants, to give that child the tangible, the child will do it again and again, and the child will intensify the tears. If the child used to cry on the average 50%, because of the extinction burst, because this is a strategy you want to imbibe or use, the child will increase it to 80, increase it to 100. Behavior gets worse. The behavior will get worse. Sometimes you can even be afraid that this is not I want to. You can even second doubt yourself, or second guess yourself rather. But in that process, in that moment when you think you are second guessing yourself, when that thought is coming, saying, oh, am I doing the right thing? Am I doing the right thing? You are definitely doing the right thing. For you to know that what you are doing is touching some soft spots, what you are doing has an impact, that extinction outburst will be the first thing that would skyrocket, will be the first thing that you would notice. And when you notice it, know that you are on the right track. Know that you are doing the right thing. Know that you are no longer making the child comfortable. You're moving the child to a particular place that will make the child uncomfortable. And when the child is uncomfortable, it most definitely it will align. And once it aligns, that behavior you want to see removed or eradicated, you will see the outcome. Number 2, we have emotional difficulty. It is difficult to see your own child or to see the person you want to correct do those things that makes them uncomfortable. It is difficult. It takes a larger heart. I think when it gets to this point of difficulty, rather than sulking in it or in the difficulty, look ahead. Look at the results. Look at where you see the child or what you see the child doing at the long run. So when it gets difficult, when you have emotional difficulty, just try to hold yourself in. Especially when the child is crying or when the child is acting the way they usually do. Hold yourself in. Just be calm. Ignore. Just try to ignore it and everything will be fine. There's another major challenge, and that is inconsistency. When consistency is not involved in a practice, in an activity, it becomes difficult to change the behavior. Now you start a thing today, you don't do it tomorrow. It will look like you're a mediocre. That's to say the child cannot hold you for your word. You're not credible enough to carry out that task. Or I think there are some teachers then that will say in school, I will never forget this particular teacher. May he so rest in peace. When he says a particular thing in secondary school, then he would make sure he goes the length just to do it. Meanwhile, we have other teachers that when they talk, we'll just, because we know that they are just yapping or they are just being their regular self, that what they are saying does not hold water, because that's the way they made themselves to be. They don't say a thing, they say a thing rather, and they don't follow suit with it. They just say it and for saying sake. Don't be that kind of person. When you need to stop that behavior, you have to be consistent. Don't allow inconsistency rob the child or rob you of the good outcome, that good thought you have for the child in changing that correct that behavior rather. Don't allow inconsistency rob it off. Then you can also see social pressure. Social pressure, where other people will even gaslight you or make you feel guilty and say, why are you doing this to the child? Why are you ignoring the child? Don't be moved, because only you know what is best for that child. When it comes to extinction, when it comes to evidence-based strategy, whatever strategy you want to employ, whatever strategy you want to use, do not allow social pressure get the best or rob you of that opportunity. People will talk. People will always be people. They will ask if the child is good tomorrow. They will say, the parents really did well. But you don't know the backlog. You don't know what the parents have done over time. So yes, because people will always be people, don't allow social pressure get to you. Then we have safety concerns. There will be safety concerns. And when I say safety concerns, this thing I want to really do for this child, is it going to be worthwhile? This ball I'm trying to introduce, the squeezable handball, is it going to be worthwhile? Whatever method you're trying to employ, the safety concerns will come. You can always double check whatever method you're trying to employ, whatever strategy you're trying to use, you can always verify and re-verify before going ahead with that strategy. So when the safety concerns come in as a major challenge, you can just check, recheck, and keep checking just to be sure. The last one is time and patience. Time. For anything that would change, be rest assured that it will definitely take time. It will definitely take time to unlearn a behavior. So give that child time. give the adults time. Give them time and have a lot of patience. Have a lot of patience. Don't get frustrated. Have a time where you yourself, you can, okay, I remember, this is a practical example. My learner, there's a particular learner that likes to stress me because that is who she is. She doesn't like stay in a particular place when learning takes place. Like she has ADHD. She doesn't stay in a place when learning takes place. And sometimes she will want to interrupt me when I am trying to explain the concepts to her. And because she's not getting it. And she will sometimes not say that she's not getting it. And after finding out that she has not gotten it, I'll have to take a breather so that I can go over the concept again and again. And sometimes I can just stand up from my seat and tell her that I am coming back. I will just take a walk, like 3 steps or some seconds walk, and just calm my nerves and go back. That's patience. That for a character, a behavior you want to change, it doesn't need just time, it needs patience. Patience on the person that is going to carry out that activity, and patience on whoever, that's the child. The child needs patience, the adult needs patience, the caregiver needs patience, everyone needs patience, and everyone needs time. Everyone needs patience and everyone needs time. In all of this, let's be rest assured that extinction is also a way to address behavior. Don't always go about being physical at all times. Don't always go about shouting at all times. There are times when you can just be calm. There are times when you just need to identify the purpose of that behavior. Once you identify the purpose of that behavior, then you can carry on with the strategy. Be rest assured that all behaviors, any behavior can be unlearned. Be rest assured that every behavior can be changed. You just need to be patient. You just need to go along with it. But first, identify the behavior. Identify the behavior. Don't just identify the behavior. Be consistent. And I made something clear earlier. Be open-minded too. Do not live in denial. Do not live in denial. I made the statement too that when there is a problem and you do not know that there is a problem, that is the beginning of the problem. Be open-minded. As parents, as caregivers, whoever the case may be open-minded. Be open-minded to do the needful. Be open-minded to listen to what that person has to say to you. Don't put guidance or teachers or caregivers in a spot where instead of telling you the truth, they sugarcoat the truth just to suit what you feel or how you feel. That's the worst that can happen. Don't put caregivers, don't put teachers in a spot that will make them lie to you. Don't put them in a spot that will make them lie to you. Don't put them in a spot that will make them be unrealistic to you. There are times when in class, because of this particular child's behavior, and they know who the parent is, rather than telling them the truth, they'll be like, I know this child, I know the parent. There's nothing you will tell the mother or the father that they would believe, because they feel that they know the child better than you. Trust, at least have that trust in your caregivers, have that trust in your learners. The change they all need, the change they need is just one step away. The change they need is just one step away, one step away. Like I said earlier, the strategies for extinction. There are a lot of strategies, a lot of it, a lot of strategies, but at the same time, just go with the flow. Go with the flow. Go with the flow by identifying it. Identify the strategy. Be consistent with it. Combine it with reinforcement. Plan for extinction outburst so that you don't get caught unaware. You do not get caught unaware. You don't get caught unaware to the point where you're stranded and you don't know what to say or what to do. And when that time comes, these strategies will help you. These will help you. Remember that there are a lot of ways in killing the rat without spilling the blood. There are a lot of ways in killing the rat without spilling the blood. There are different routes to the market. If you don't use the extinction method, you can use the reinforcement method, you can use the prompting, you can use the PEX, you can use power cards, you can use the story, you can use the social story. Whatever the case may be, just do or use the one that helps the child. Do the one that helps the child. Carry on with that activity, carry on with that behavior, because in quotes, when the child is good, when the child possesses that attitude that makes not just the parent proud, that makes everyone proud, that makes the family proud, in extension, the society will be proud. And with all I have said, I will be passing the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. That was an eye-opening presentation. I hope that teachers, parents will really listen to this and they will do the needful, because training a child is not just one person's duty. It takes a community to really take a child, not to talk of even special children. Yeah. So as teachers, you have your own roles to play. As parents, you have your own roles to play. And even the child himself or herself also have a role to play. So that is to tell us that we have been learning a whole lot. And I really do hope that everything we've been learning, we'll take it to heart and we'll practice all of those things that we've been learning. So right about now, I'm going to be speaking to us on something that is very important. I am Joluwatimileyin Ajayi. But before I go into my presentation this morning, I want to ask us a question. Can you please tap your neighbor? Just tap your neighbor and ask your neighbor, when was the last time you visited the hospital? All right. Now, I don't know whatever your neighbor will respond, but I need somebody to stand up. Mr. The man on cardigan, please, can you stand up and just tell us the last time you visited the hospital? Thank you very much. Yes, the last time you visited the hospital.
That was 2024.
Okay, 2024, that's a long time. Thank you, you can sit down. It means that you really fall sick, and well, that is a good one. Who visited the hospital recently? Maybe for anything. All right, sir. Okay, yes, when was the last time? This year?
Yeah, about 1 month ago.
Okay, 1 month ago. Fine. Okay, if not, because when it comes to health, some things are confidential. I would have just loved that you explain to us what took you to the hospital. If it is not confidential, can you explain to us? Okay, no problem, I understand that. All right, so now, I know that there are some people that they really fall sick, and there are some people that they fall sick easily. It's not because they want to fall sick, but some things in their body system are actually different from other people. There are some factors that actually cause sicknesses, and there are some things that are common that we all know. We all know that people with the genotype AA, they are always having malaria, isn't it? Yes, compared to some other genotype. Even sometimes the blood group as well can actually determine the person's health status. The kind of environment somebody is living is also an important factor that determines somebody's health status. So sickness is not just because you think about it, I want to fall sick today, and that sickness just happen. I'm very sure that sometimes some people will be like, I really wish I fall sick, because maybe they are avoiding some things like they don't want to go to work, things like they just want to have their own time and all of that. Okay, I don't know if you have these thoughts that when something is tense and you just want to disappear, you want to escape that situation, you just feel like, let me just act like I fainted. How many of you have had that thought before? Yes. It's something that it sometimes it serves like an escape route. So when I see people that faint, check very well, is it that it really happened or they just fake it? Some people know how to fake it very well, because they just want to escape that particular thing at that particular time. So this is to tell you that sickness happen based on different reasons and all of that. That is not my presentation, it's just introduction to what I want to say. Today we'll be looking at something that is very important, and it is very peculiar when it comes to public health. I know you are not tired of listening to my public health speech and all of that. Right now we want to listen to another impactful session, and I really want you to listen, to learn. If you are watching online and those who watch later, there is a growing concern in public health lately, and it is now a pandemic, but this time around it is slow. It's not something that is fast like the coronavirus. Do you know that at that time when there was coronavirus outbreak, there was a record of people who got infected from time to time, right? It was like the number was increasing at some point, and everybody was afraid. Everybody don't even know what will happen in the long run, from one country to the other, from one state to the other. Today you will hear that this state is not having coronavirus case. Tomorrow you will hear that that state that do not have coronavirus case is already having coronavirus case. So that one is a very fast pandemic. And when we talk about pandemic now, pandemic is an outbreak of disease that happen not just in a particular country. I hope you are learning. So pandemic is not just something. When you mention pandemic, you can't use the word pandemic if it is just something within your village, within your community, even within your state or within your country. Pandemic is a disease outbreak that happen in more than one country, different countries like that, and the same disease. Do you understand now? So now my subject today is about a slow pandemic that is happening, a concern that is affecting public health today, a growing concern in public health. It is actually a silent pandemic, and people are ignoring it. People do not really have the right understanding, and they are not even focusing in that aspect. It's just few persons that are aware about that. Now, how many of you have used antibiotics before? Ma, thank you very much. So my audience in black color, please tap that man for me. Thank you so much. Sir, have you used antibiotics on your own before, like without doctor's prescription? You just feel like, have you used antibiotics before on your own without doctor's prescription? You just get it by yourself? No, okay. Who have done that before? Just be. Thank you very much. Out of 10 persons, you will see 7 people, unless we don't want to be sincere. You know, sometimes you just feel like, this particular drug that I used, the one they gave me in the hospital, is not even working. Let me go and just that let me go and can actually cause something more harm than good. Now, let's look at the story of a man that, is suffering from a particular illness, and normally the drug he has been given in the hospital would have been the right medication to cure that illness. But what is happening is that the medication is no longer working for that particular illness, because a whole lot of things has happened, a whole lot of things has affected the health care system today, and that is why we have some diseases that are taking time to be cured. So today we'll be looking at antimicrobial resistance. I have said it in one of my presentation that I am going to educate you on antimicrobial resistance. It is a silent pandemic and a growing concern in public health. Now, what do we mean by antimicrobial resistance? In short form, it is AMR. So anywhere you see AMR, just know that it is what? Thank you very much, ma. So anywhere you see AMR, just know that it is antimicrobial resistance. Now, what is this antimicrobial resistance? Antimicrobial resistance is the ability of microorganisms such as bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites to resist the effect of the medication that once could successfully treat them. Let me reiterate that. Antimicrobial resistance is the ability of microorganisms to resist the medication, the effect of medication that once could successfully treat them. And what microorganisms are we talking about? I have told you that microorganisms are tiny organisms, living organisms that cannot be seen with our naked eye, unless with the use of microscope. And this microorganism was first discovered by scientist Anthony van Leeuwenhoek. So with this infection now, we now have microorganisms, and after that time we have the invention of antimicrobials. But before that now, these microorganisms that I have mentioned, the bacteria, we have different bacteria, we have different viruses, we have different fungi, and we have different parasites. When the medication that were supposed to treat them are no longer working, that is antimicrobial resistance. Now, let me cite this scenario. When you have opponents that you want to go into war with, and you as a body, let's say your group, your member, you're already prepared that this particular set of people, we want to go on a war with them, we are going to kill them, we are going to do everything. And the opponents that you want to invade their community, they already prepared for you. They already have everything that is possible, that whatever thing that you are shooting at them will not work. That is antimicrobial resistance. So that enemy now that you want to shoot, that you want to invade, that you want to kill, because because they are harming you, they are the microorganisms. And whatever efforts you are putting to make sure that these microorganisms, let them die, is not just working again. And I want to tell you that antimicrobial resistance is happening because of our attitude. Our roles as human beings is one of the major factor, one of the major effects that is causing antimicrobial resistance. Now, let me just branch into the history of antimicrobials to give more sense to what I'm talking about. Antimicrobial were first discovered by a scientist called Alexander Fleming in the 1928. He discovered penicillin medicine and turned deadly infection into treatable conditions. There was a time on planet Earth that there is nothing called antimicrobials. Now, get the difference. There is difference between antimicrobials and antibiotics. I know what we are familiar with is antibiotics, and most times that is why we are not using it in the right way. Antimicrobials, from the word anti, is it for English students in the class, is this suffix or prefix, right? Anti, that's against, something that is against. You get it now? So antimicrobials, is just a short form of microorganisms, right? So antimicrobials now is something that we use against microorganisms for the purpose of killing them, to suppress their growth, to inhibit their growth, to stop them from multiplying, to stop them from growing. Am I making sense to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, thank you. Now, the fact that you have I was saying that antimicrobial is different from antibiotics. Now, antibiotics now is for bacteria alone. Biotics. Do you understand it now? So, just like that. So, we have the scientist called Alexander Fleming. He was the one who discovered the antimicrobial penicillins. We all are familiar with penicillin. We know the penicillin powder, right? The one they use majorly for wound. So, but this penicillin actually have families. Like there are some other antibiotics under their families, and we have some antibiotics that they can work for a wide range of diseases. There are some antibiotics that they are just specific for a particular type of diseases. So Alexander Fleming in the 1928 discovered the first antimicrobials, and it is penicillin, which is used to treat deadly infections, and it makes such infections to be treatable. Now, according to WHO, antimicrobial resistance is actually one of the 10 global public health threats that is facing humanity. Now, as I continue in the presentation, I am going to explain more deeper. If you are going to count 1 to 10 of those things that are affecting global health, that is affecting public health today, antimicrobial resistance is one of those things. When Fleming discovered antimicrobials, himself already said something that the misuse of these antibiotics can actually lead to resistance. Himself, he already said that, and today we are already living in that warning. Imagine something that have been first discovered in the 1928, and we are living in that warning today because of misuse. So Alexander Fleming, the scientist that discovered this penicillin, this antimicrobial, this antibiotic, he already said that it is going to lead to resistance if there is misuse. Now we now understand resistance. It is not, note, I want you to really understand this. It is not your body that is resistant. It is the microorganisms that are resistant. The viruses, the bacteria and the fungi and the parasites, they are the one that are growing wings. Yes, let me use that word. So whatsoever thing you are shooting at them is not working again, is not killing them again, because they now have wings. They now have something that they use to shield themselves from whatsoever thing you may think you are using. Now let's go to the causes of antimicrobial resistance. Yes, you understand antimicrobial resistance, but what are the things that are really causing antimicrobial resistance? The first thing is misuse of antibiotics. You know, taking antibiotics without prescription, it is very dangerous. Some people, any small thing, they will go to a nearby drug shop, they will go to a nearby pharmacy, and they will just be like, give me chloramphenicol, give me amoxicillin, give me ciprofloxacin. And some people do not really know the effect of some of these drugs that they are using. Some people are even using antibiotics to treat the wrong infection. The fact that doctor give that same antibiotics does not mean that that same antibiotics will work for you. You know, for some years back, I used to work in a pharmacy store, and my time during the pharmacy, during my stay in the pharmacy store, there are some people that will just come around and they will just be like, I want to buy this so drug. But because of the way we have been trained, if we observe that the way the person is saying some of these things, it's not looking like the person is having the knowledge and the understanding. And those people that do not come with a prescription from their doctors, do you get that? We will now ask them questions for them and be like, what do you want to treat exactly? By the time we hear from them and listen to their story and their history, then we will now correct them. Some people are actually going about with the wrong information. There was a particular time that somebody came around and said, because this person used this particular thing, the person said I should also get it. Can you imagine that? So the wrong prescription, not the right prescription. And our pharmacist that time around and the pharmacy owner at that time, they actually gave rules and regulations that anybody that is not coming with prescription, there are some drugs that we cannot just sell to them like that. We call some of these drugs ethicals, we call them controlled drugs, because some people are just misusing it, they are just using it for something else. I'm not talking about over-the-counter drugs. Yes, everybody knows that when you are having headache, you take paracetamol. When you are having body ache, you take diclofenac and some body pain relief. When you are having heartburn, you take Gelusil and all of that. Those ones are over-the-counter drugs. But you know that even some of these over-the-counter drugs, you are not meant to just take them anyhow. Now, because your body is not used to taking paracetamol. Paracetamol is actually not antimicrobials, right? We can classify them under the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, the likes of pain reliefs and all of that. But when you are too used to taking it, it will get to a point that it will not work for that certain thing you are taking it for again. I don't know if you have experienced it, because you are taking body pain relief, Panadol. Some people will even go extra mile to taking Panadol extra. Some people will go extra mile to the point that the prescription is not even doctor that prescribe it for you, but because you are learned and you can read the leaflets. Now that's what some people are doing. They'll be like, they have written how you are going to take the drugs, and that is common to all drugs. Most of the drugs you are going to see the proper way you should take it. Adults, so milligram. Children, 125 milligram, you understand, something like that. So some people, they will not even bother again, because in their mind, in their head, they already have a leaflet that they are going to, you all know what is called leaflet. Leaflet is that small booklet that you find inside a pack of drug, especially when they are sealed drug like that. They are going to just pick it, they will start reading it, and they will say, this is, I've come across people several times that that's what they do. Some people will just go online and they are going to check if somebody is having this so thing, what am I going to do? Google will bring out something for them, right? Because it is programmed by human being. But one thing about medicine, one thing about health is that you need to inform somebody that is learner, so that they will really know your history. What if what Google is bringing to you is someone else's history that is used to prescribe that drugs? I know that there are some things that work generally, but what if your body can react to it? That is why some people will be like, I don't know what I took and I'm feeling dizzy. I don't know what I took and I am not getting myself, I'm vomiting, I am this, I am that. Self-medication, taking drugs without prescription. So back to my story, at that time, the pharmacist and the pharmacy owner was like, we should stop selling any drugs to a patient that does not come with a prescription. You know, in some hospital they don't sell drugs, or maybe they don't have that drugs. The next thing to do is to take that your medication slip to a nearby pharmacy, right? And pharmacists are trained to read whatever thing that doctor have written. Now some people have learned to even know how to read doctor's handwriting now. I don't know if you have come across such people. They'll be like, it's Pritin they wrote here, it's paracetamol they wrote here, and all of these things are actually killing us bit by bit that we don't know. That is why antimicrobial is a silent pandemic. Actually, it is not loud like that of COVID-19. You know, when they give somebody slow poison, you know the way slow poison work now, it will not be effective immediately. It's not going to harm us immediately, but somehow gradually it's going to have effect like that. That is why it is a silent pandemic. Another thing that causes antimicrobial resistance under misuse of antibiotic is not completing dosage of your drugs, and a lot of people are on this table. Ask your neighbor, when was the last time you complete your medicine? Very good. When was the last time you really complete your medicine? Nigerians, we have this mindset that once the symptoms are no longer there, you drop the medicine. Hey, it's killing us gradually. If doctors say use the drug for 7 days, you know, doctors sometimes will even be like, 1 in the morning, 1 at night for 7 days. But you feel like after day 5, I know they feel headache again, make I just drop am. It's killing us. You can't tell me that somebody who spent 7 years learning, reading, will not know the right thing to do. There was a time that I was prescribed a particular drug, and doctor said I should use 7 at once. I can't remember the name of the drug. Later, my dad went back to meet the doctor and say, look at the stature of this girl, and he said she should use 7 at once. Then doctor now reconsider again and reduce it to, I think, 4. Do you understand? So if you have question, don't take decision into your own hands. Before you leave that hospital, ask your doctor. If you ask your doctor and say, sir, can I stop using this drug at day 5? If your doctor say yes, is yes. But if the instructions stand and say 7 days, please make sure it's 7 days. If you go to some people cupboard or their wardrobe or their trolley, you will see a lot of sachets of antibiotics. The ones they have used, some have even expired. even in that place. Some people, I know they have drug baskets in their house. In my mommy's house, we have drug baskets. You will see some antibiotics that remain 1 dose. You will see some that remain 2. Now when something like that now happen, they will now say, I think I still have 1 amoxicillin, go and take it. Because you now took that 1 amoxicillin that remain, you feel better, and you now feel like, let me not go and complete that dose again. Hey, it's killing. Not completing antibiotics is actually one of the major causes of antimicrobial resistance. And another thing is using antibiotics for viral infection. What if I tell you that your cold and catarrh, that flu, is not a bacterial infection, it is a viral infection? Yes, cough can be as a result of bacteria, but because you are now having cough and you are having cold, you now went ahead to start piling antibiotics. You now went ahead to start putting antibiotics in your stomach like that because you want to stop it. Maybe that cold has affected you to the point whereby you are having serious headache. It has affected you to the point whereby it has affected your vocal part of your body, like your throat and all of that. And the next thing is for you to go and buy different type of antibiotics. No, it is wrong. You don't take antibiotics for viral infection, and viral infection like the flu. We should stop all of these things. Then another causes of antimicrobial resistance is overuse in agriculture. Hey, how many of you have reared chicken in your house before? Okay, like, have you, okay, if you are maybe you are not used to this, if you are not rearing the chicken for commercial purposes. Now, for those that are rearing chicken for commercial purpose, do you know that they feed their chicken with antibiotics? Some people do that. They will say, what is this thing in Yoruba? They will say mawu, and because they want the chicken to grow fat, they want the chicken to have much body, so that, chicken that is meant to grow for 3 months, they combine a whole lot of things together, and the chicken, by after 4 weeks, it will be very big, and they will start selling it out. Then that's what you are going to buy in supermarkets. You are going to buy in a frozen food complex, frozen food shop, and you are going to cook it, you are going to eat it, and somehow it's causing something else in our body system. Antimicrobial resistance. And some people actually, like, they use antibiotics for fish, poultry, I've mentioned poultry, for fish farming, and even for their other animals. Why do you think we have veterinary doctors? Their job is to treat your animals, right? But it's a pity that majority take decision into their own hands today, which is very wrong. We should stop all of these things. That is why this education is very important. It is important that we really learn, and we should be able to educate others as well. So we should ensure that we stop feeding livestock with antibiotics just because we want to promote the growth of such livestock. And another way, another causes of antimicrobial resistance is when resistant bacteria have transferred to human through food. That is why we need to be very careful, because we don't know which is which. We don't know the one that is carrying the deadly microorganisms and the one that is not carrying the deadly microorganisms. What if the livestock that has been fed with antibiotics, and somehow the bacteria or the and the microorganisms have become resistant and they are just there. One thing I want you to know is that these microorganisms that have become resistant, they are not easy to kill, and that is what is causing problem today. That is what is causing issue today. So I know somebody will be like, when it's in the chicken, we are going to cook it. There is no amount of heat that it can go through that will kill it, because they are now stronger than before. I hope you understand. So we should be very careful of those things that we eat. And you will be seeing chicken, fried one, well cooked, sitting pretty on your jollof rice or any kind of food, and just like that you eat it. And you don't know that there is a resistant bacteria or there is a resistant microorganisms that is in that thing that you already ate. And that is how your body, the microorganisms in your body will now become resistant to antibiotics or antimicrobial. And one thing about this is that they don't just stay alone. They will multiply. They are going to build a kind of strong environment for themselves. And just imagine that one resistant bacteria or one resistant microorganism now keep multiplying in the body system, and it's becoming dangerous. Now, another causes of antimicrobial resistance is poor infection prevention. When somebody lack infection prevention, there is tendency that such person will have a resistant microorganisms. Lack of hygiene, poor sanitation, and weak health system in the environment that are harboring some of these resistant microorganisms. Somehow, if we are not hygienic enough, we can be infected. That is why hygiene is very important. Another one is self-medication culture. I've explained that already. Buying drugs constantly. Some people will not even have a specific reason they are buying that drug. They will be like, I am traveling, I'm going for a long distance journey. Let me just pack antibiotics in my bag. And at the long run, they are not going to even touch those drugs at all. I know it's good to be on the safer side, right? But the prevention we are practicing is on the extreme. On the extreme. It's not the normal way we should prevent. You just pack different antibiotics. You just pack it in your bag and say, okay, because you don't know anything might happen where you are going, just for you to be on the safer side. Safer what? And somehow, all those things you pack in your bag, you will bring them back and you will store them again in your drug basket. And somehow, it's going to affect our world system. Just see it this way. If you have your drug basket and it is filled with antibiotics, for example, you know, one day you want to declutter, right? Maybe you want to arrange your wardrobe, you want to arrange that trolley, or you want to even arrange that basket. By the time you now check and see that this drug has expired, you will want to discard it, right? That discarding it is actually even something else, because by the time you say you want to discard it, you are putting it in the waste bin. And somehow, those who will come and pack your waste bin, maybe where they are discarding all the waste bin is even close by to other environments, is even close by to where there is poultry, there is farming, maybe it's even close by to a river. And you don't know, somehow the antibiotics or the antimicrobials will find its way into rivers, will find its way into the livestock farming section, or even down in the soil. And don't forget that there are some microorganisms that are meant to be in the soil to aid the right production of your crops and plants. And I need to tell you this, when you say antimicrobials, antibiotics, they are killing anything that is in that sector. They are killing antimicrobials if it is antimicrobials. They are killing antibiotics if it is antibiotics. So just imagine that antimicrobials or antibiotics are found in the soil, is strewn on the floor, especially those ones that are capsule. You know the capsule antibiotics, right? You know that the outside part is not really strong. If it come in contact with water, it's going to dissolve, right? That powder that is inside, that is the drug. That capsule that is outside is just like a shield. Do you understand? And it is just best to make it that way, so that it's going to achieve its own purpose. So just imagine that a dosage of a capsule antibiotic is thrown on the floor. Somehow the outer part is going to dissolve, and what will remain will be the powder, right? Do you know that all the microorganisms that are in the soil at that time will be killed if the antibiotics are meant to kill it? Now just imagine that it is now in a farm where a farmer has already planted crop, and there are some microorganisms that are meant to aid the growth of crop, because that is their environment. They are found in that place, and that is the work they are meant to do. Antimicrobial resistance is really a silent pandemic. Now, how does antimicrobial resistance actually work? Antimicrobial resistance work when bacteria mutate naturally. Mutation is change that happens in DNA, right? So bacteria will change, the DNA will change, like they mutate naturally. And some surviving drug exposures, some will survive during drug exposures. Yes, that's what I meant to say. Some will survive during drug exposure, like when you use a particular drug, some will just be sitting there. It's just like human being. You know, some of us are stubborn. No matter what they do to you, you will still say you want to do that thing, right? Microorganisms are also like that as well. Some of them will survive when you use a particular drug. Now let me paint this scenario again. You are sick, you are not feeling fine, and doctor prescribe a particular antibiotics to you. The reason you are sick is because the microorganisms are showing effects, right? They are showing symptoms, and antibiotics or antimicrobial are meant to kill them. Just know that it is not one microorganism, it is not one bacteria that will just make that sickness to show forth just like that. They are in groups and they allow it to happen. Now imagine you want to really kill them. You know, you are not seeing things that are going in your body system. You are not seeing the way those microorganisms are actually working. Now you now use antibiotics and you stop at day 5 instead of day 7. Do you know that there is tendency, or there is possibilities that day 5 that you stop, there may still be one microorganism or one bacteria that is still surviving? And maybe if you have finished the usage of that drug, maybe it will have attacked that microorganism as well in your body system, but because you did not finish it, that one that survived, do you know what will happen? That one will go back and develop more wings and invite others. I hope you understand. How many of you have tried to kill mosquito in your house before, and you use insecticide, and somehow the insecticide, you realize that it's not working effectively? Do you know that the mosquito will now times 3 of what you want to kill initially before. That is just the way antimicrobial resistance work. So the one that survive during drug exposure will transform again, and they will build more power such that you will not be able to really inhibit their growth, and they are going to multiply. Then resistance will now spread. Resistance will now begin to spread. So it's just like if you don't kill a pest, even cockroach in the house sometimes, if you don't kill everything, you will just see that they are just coming out in their numbers. You will not know where they are coming from. That is just it. So antimicrobial resistance is very important that we really know them, and we stop whatever thing we are doing that is causing it today. We have types of antimicrobial resistance. I told you that antimicrobial resistance is the ability of microorganisms to resist the effects of the medication that once killed them, or that was supposed to inhibit their growth. Now, what are the types of antimicrobial resistance? We have the antibiotic resistance. Antibiotic resistance, this is bacteria. When bacteria resist the effects of antibiotics, when bacteria resist the effect of drugs that are meant to kill them. We also have antiviral resistance. This is where it gets more serious. It is not all microorganisms that are bacteria. I want you to know that. And it is not all infections that are being treated with antibiotics. Antibiotics is just meant for bacterial infection alone. So when you have viral infection like common cold and flu is a very good example of viral infection. So when you have cold and flu, just like it is caused by virus. So we have antiviral resistance, and even HIV as well is a very good example of viral infection that is common. So these are the types of antimicrobial resistance. We also have antifungal resistance. I told you that there are some infections that are caused by fungi as well. Example is the athlete's foot. I'm not sure I've cited that examples for us before. Athlete's foot is that thing that happen on your feet that you are going to see that your feet maybe is red. Sometimes it affects our toes, that there will be like what's it called, a cut like this. And this thing happen when we are not hygienic enough, especially those people that used to wear socks and they will not wash that socks for a long time. Guys in the house, please, I know that you want to dress corporate, but that sock that you have been wearing, when was the last time you washed it? That your shoe that you are putting on, both male and female, when was the last time you washed it? The ones that can retain water. If they can't retain water, you can put it inside the sun. You can clean it with brush appropriately. And some people that love to share their materials like that. Fungal infection is not something that is easy to cure as well. I've cited examples of the ringworms and herpes like that too. So we have the antibiotics, antibacterial resistance, we have the antiviral resistance, we have the antifungal resistance, and we also have the antiparasitic resistance. This antiparasitic resistance, it is when parasites are also resistant to whatever thing you are using to inhibit their growth. A good example, parasites like malaria parasites. Now, do you know that there are some mosquito that, I'm even talking about female anopheles mosquito now, the one that causes the common malaria that we know, that they are now resistant to the insecticide, whatever insecticide that we are using in our home today. And do you know that I don't know if you have had this experience before, that you are infected with malaria and somehow you finish a whole anti-malaria drug and the infection is still there, the malaria is still there. Anti-parasitic resistance. Now, what are the global or local impact of antimicrobial resistance? What will antimicrobial resistance cause? What is the effect? There is death annually. See, it's just that the people in the medical field will not really be able to explain that it is this particular death is caused by antimicrobial resistance. But what if they have tried all their effort, they have tried on the antibiotics and the infection is still there? Do you know that I've heard people that die because of a wound infection before, and because of that they died? Because somehow that infection, that wound is not healing up. Microorganism is resistant to whatever antimicrobials they are using to inhibit the growth. Antimicrobial resistance cause deaths annually, and WHO record thousands of deaths that are being caused by antimicrobial resistance. Another one is increasing healthcare costs. Yes, when they have used this drug, they will want to try something else. Why do you think some antibiotics are more expensive now? It's because of antimicrobial resistance. Somebody was talking about augmentin. Augmentin is one of the effective antibiotics, but we all know what the price is today. So it increased healthcare costs. Just now imagine that somebody used one pack of augmentin and it does not still cure the sicknesses. Doctor will say, okay, let's try another antibiotics, maybe another one that is stronger than augmentin. Normally they should have started from a very common simple antibiotics like the amoxicillin, like the ciprofloxacin, right? All this one, erythromycin, all these simple antibiotics like that. But because the bacteria are resistant, they want to go for something that is higher. So that way it is increasing healthcare costs, and somebody that is still struggling to even afford 3 square meal, and you say the person should go and buy a drug that worth close to 20,000 naira, and maybe the person will even use 2 packs just to maintain that illness. So it's cause increase in healthcare costs, and it also cause a threat to surgeries, therapies and organ transplants. Doctors are now afraid to even carry out some certain surgeries, because normally when they are carrying out surgeries, organ transplants or even chemotherapy now, they will make use of antibiotics, and the reason they are making use of antibiotics is to prevent whatsoever infection that may want to penetrate. Know that when they want to carry out surgery, they will cut, right? They will cut the parts, right? They need to use antibiotics. But the fear is that what if after they have cut whatever part they want to carry out a surgery on, and they use antibiotics and it is not working against infection? No matter how the doctors are prepared personally, I'm talking about the personal protective equipment now, you know, most times they even use double gloves, right, just to prevent infection, especially when they want to go into the theater room. They will put on their overall, not just the usual lab coat again. They cover their hair, they cover their nose, sometimes they even cover their eyes. That is to tell you that you can't predict wheresoever infection can come from, and doctors are always very careful when it comes to surgeries, when it comes to organ transplants, because there are some part of the body that it should not even be heard that it is infected. Just imagine if they want to do kidney transplant now, and in that process a harmful microorganism invade it. That will be another treatment on its own. And that is why it is a threat now in that aspect, in that area, because we don't know which is which. They are always very careful. They will use antibiotics, they will use antimicrobials no matter what. But what if it is no longer working? What if the person they want to carry out surgery on have used a whole lot of antibiotics and there is now resistance in that person's body? In the long run, there will be death. And in Nigeria, because we have access to just going to pharmacy, just going to drugstore to get any drugs, we are misusing it. We are misusing it. We should stop it. And because there is no limited awareness as well, I'm very sure that majority of people do not even know what we call antimicrobial resistance. They just go about doing their daily stuff. Majority of people who have that understanding are those in the medical field. We need to give this awareness and really sensitize people to stop the constant use of antibiotics, antimicrobials without doctor's prescription. Now let's look at the consequences of antimicrobial resistance. When you have used antibiotics, what it is going to cause, the danger and all of that. Number one is health consequence. Treatments will fail, prolonged diseases and increased mortality. When treatment fail, what will happen? The person will just be going about with that particular infection, and at the long run death will come. Now let me cite an example of some infections that are now becoming resistant to antimicrobial. A good example is gonorrhea. It is dangerous. I just hope that none of us will be infected, because antimicrobials are not really working for this infection again. And even tuberculosis, yes, and there is no way they will be able to manage this type of infection. The best doctors will do is just that, doctors have a way of even passing such information in a way that it will be encouraged. It will just be like, we have to just manage the situation and all of that. You want to say something, sir?
What are the symptoms of pneumonia
and the tuberculosis, right? Okay, for tuberculosis now, tuberculosis is frequent coughing, and it's going to get to a stage whereby the person will be coughing out blood. Do you get that? And gonorrhea is actually a disease that is, I think, is peculiar to male. It affects their reproductive organ, and that's why gonorrhea is part of the sexually transmitted diseases. Do you understand? Maybe the next time I come back and I'm explaining more about some of these diseases, I'm going to give a well-detailed explanation on that. So we need to be very careful. That's why medical practitioners will talk about unprotected sex and what it is causing today. It's not just HIV again. The healthcare system is really peculiar now, and we need to understand some of these things so that we will not be infected. Now, another consequences, okay, I've talked about it causes health consequences. Treatment will be delayed, prolonged diseases and increased mortality. In the long run, when there is no treatment for that particular infection, the person will die in the long run. Another consequence is economic consequence. Expensive treatment. I've explained that. Something that they should have maybe used ciprofloxacin for. You can still get some ciprofloxacin at a very reasonable price, right? Or even ampiclox or the like of flaming and all of that. But because they know that these are small antibiotics, they will want to prescribe something that is higher, and that's why they will now prescribe something like augmentin. And by the time it is even rare now that you find augmentin in some pharmacy, not because they don't want to stock it, but because it is expensive. And they know that when they tell people the price, they will be shocked. You are hearing drug of a pack or a sachet that is just change, is just balance, that you collect from 20,000 naira, and the person is meant to even use 2 pack. And there are some drugs like that. There are some drugs that 20,000 naira and above, 30,000 naira. So it's actually make treatment to be expensive. And there are some people that because of that particular illness, they will be kept in the hospital for a long time. And you know what will happen? Hospital will not say because you are sick and they will make their payments free. Will they make it free? No. I even heard that some private hospitals, you will be paying for bed space per night. That is just how it is. Treatments will be expensive like that, and longer hospital stays, just like I have said. Then loss of productivity. The healthcare system will no longer be productive. Even the person that is sick will no longer be productive, because if there is no good health, what did the person want to do again? And there is societal consequences, because by the time all of these antimicrobials are not working again, what will happen? We will go back to square one. We will go back to that time that there was no antibiotics. You know, I told you that it was Alexander Fleming that first discovered antimicrobials in the 1928. So just imagine that there is no antibiotics. So if something is happening to you, what will happen? Death will be rampant. That is why it is a silent pandemic, like a slow poison. It is happening gradually. It's not fast like COVID-19. It's not fast like cholera outbreak. It's not fast like HIV outbreak and all of that. Just gradually. But now, let's say by 2050, what would have happened? I really hope that people will change. And there are some set of people that any little thing, they would say, just give me drip. Just give me, we call it intravenous fluid. Just give me metronidazole drip. Give me ciprofloxacin drip. Something that maybe they would have just taken drugs. You know that as they are even piercing your skin to give you, to insert that injection. Don't forget that there are some microorganisms that are meant to be on the skin. When they penetrate into the body and they are found in a different place, something else will happen. Inflammation will occur. Then it might lead to wound, another thing entirely. That's why as nurses or medical professionals, if you want to inject your patients, you should be very careful. Clean that area. Hello? If you are here and anybody wants to inject you, if the person do not clean that area first with cotton wool and ethanol, spirit or ethanol, maybe 70% ethanol, medicated spirit, don't ever allow the person to inject you. If the person have already exposed the needle, just because, you know, there are some nurses that before they even do what they want to do, they will have just disrupt the whole environment, communicating. Some of them are talkative. I'm not talking bad about that profession, but it is what I have seen. One day I want to take injection. I thought that nurse will not clean the environment. Number one, I thought she's not going to use cotton wool and medicated spirit. I have made up my mind that I will tell her that, ma, please don't inject me. Don't keep quiet about things like this, because it's your health. You will hear story that somebody collects injection and it turns to something else. be very careful. Our health should be treated aright and not just anyhow. Now let's look at why AMR. I told you when you hear AMR, it means antimicrobial resistance. Let's look at why antimicrobial resistance is a silent pandemic. I said it spreads slowly. It's not something that is fast. If you go to some places now, some people do not even know what it's called. Maybe some of you that are listening to me are just even getting to know it for the first time. So it spreads slowly but steadily. It is not immediate pandemic like the COVID-19, and it will be more deadly in the long run. It will be more deadly in the long run. So you as a person, you have the knowledge now. You should be very careful. Don't just go to that pharmacy, don't just go to that drugstore and tell them to give you any antibiotics because you want to treat a particular illness, because you are feeling somehow. What work for A might not work for you because somebody said I have used it before. And another thing that affects us is that symptoms can be similar. Do you know that? Malaria symptoms and typhoid symptoms, they are actually similar. And why some people are meant to actually treat typhoid, they may be treating malaria. Why some people are meant to treat malaria, they may be treating typhoid. So infection symptoms are similar. There are some infections that you will have the same symptoms. Fever is a common symptom to almost all the sicknesses. Even if somebody is having pneumonia, the person will have fever. I know that what they told us is that pneumonia is caused by exposure to cold. Pneumonia is caused by a bacteria from the pneumoniae family. I've forgotten the full microorganisms now, but it is caused by bacteria, and it is airborne disease, respiratory tract infections like that. So don't say that because the same way I'm feeling, that was the same way my friend was feeling, and that was why he got these particular drugs. Your own infection might be different entirely. That is why you should go for tests, proper diagnosis. Be properly tested so that you are going to know the right drugs you are meant to take. Now, roles of individual. Yes, I've started that by telling you not to self-medicate. Do not self-medicate. That is your role. And always complete the prescribed doses. Don't stop using your drug halfway. It is very wrong, because the targeted bacteria might be hiding, and who knows if it is the last dose that will kill it completely, and you don't use it. What will happen? The bacteria or the microorganisms will grow wings, will grow more stronger, will multiply, will replicate, and it's going to cause something else. So ensure that you finish your prescribed doses. If doctor tell you to use this, please use it. And parents, I know that you are educated, I know that you have seen a whole lot more than your children. Don't force them. If you are not a medical practitioner, don't say because when you have these similar symptoms you should take this. Your child will definitely want to listen to you because you are the mother, you are the father. We should stop self-medicating. We should always complete our prescribed doses and avoid sharing medications. Maybe you are not the one that is collecting from somebody this time around, but you are the one that is giving to somebody. You are the one that went to medical school. Auntie nurse, brother doctor, when were you certified? When were you given license? Stop sharing medication. And you that you collect from your friend, me too, I'm feeling like this, give me, let me use one dose. you are spoiling the world already. Let us stop all of this, and don't be compassionate to the extent that you are going to share your medication with somebody else. Tell the person to go for diagnosis, tell the person to go for treatment, tell the person to go to the hospital. Even if it is your own child, take him or her to the hospital and do a proper checkup to know what is really wrong, and the medical professionals will be able to prescribe the right medication for him or her. So stop sharing your medicine, stop sharing medications, and practice hygiene. It is very important. I have said a whole lot about that in my previous presentations. Practice hygiene. It all starts with washing of hands regularly, because our hands is the first, one of the first thing that infection can easily come in contact with, and it is our first line of defense against any infection. Somebody that just left the restroom, let's say there's no how you will not even touch anything. From opening the door of the restroom, you have touched a surface. The last person that opened that door, the last person that touched the knob of that door, do you know what is in that person's hand? You want to flush. That thing that you press, someone has already touched it before you get to that place. Wash your hands properly. It will prevent you from infection. Just naturally, just inculcate that habit of washing your hands at all times. A whole lot of things you have touched. That chair that you are sitting down on, a whole lot of persons have sat down on that same chair. And you don't know somebody that is coming from Lagos mainland, Lagos Island, different type of people that they have jammed. In school, anywhere, even in church, anywhere, mosque, social gatherings and all of that. Marketplace, ensure you practice hygiene and get proper diagnosis before treatment. Don't assume, I think this is what is wrong with me. Don't assume. Don't say, I think this is what is wrong with me, because when my father was growing up, he has these same similar symptoms, and because this is what my father used, let me also use it. When my mother was growing up, she had these same similar symptoms. I told you that some infections have similar symptoms. They have similar symptoms. You can't really say this is what is wrong with you. Now let's look at the role of health professionals. Now I just told you your own role to curb antimicrobial resistance. What are the roles of healthcare professionals and health organization? They should prescribe responsibly. I don't know if healthcare organization can adopt not necessarily exposing drugs to patients. It's because some patients are familiar with that drug. That is why they are going for it. Because this is what doctor gave me the last time, so I am going to buy. They already know the name. They already know what it look like, so they will go again. So, and also, doctors, medical professionals should prescribe responsibly. When you know that these same antibiotics can work for this same thing, don't prescribe 2 types of that antibiotics. Don't prescribe 2 types of that antimicrobials. The patient should start with one first, and if there is no changes, then you can move further to probably another one. So don't say, because if this one did not work, this one will work. No, it is 2 different things. Unless it is actually for a specific type of infection. Maybe the person is having 2 infections, right? this one for this so infection. There are some antimicrobials that they are specific for a particular type of infection. There are some that can do a wide range of work, that can that can cure a wide range of infection like that. So doctors, medical professionals, they should prescribe responsibly, and they should educate patients. Don't just give patients drugs and let them go just like that. Tell them what they need to know. Ring it in their ears at all time. Ensure you complete your dose. In fact, tell them in such a way that their conscience will prick them if they do not complete the dose. Ring it in their ear. Ensure you complete your dose. Okay, this part, I don't expect that doctors should just give patient drugs without writing the appropriate prescriptions. If the patient is meant to take that drug before breakfast, ensure you inform the patient. There are some drugs that you are meant to take 30 minutes before food. There are some drugs that you are meant to take just 1 hour before food, or 1 hour after food, or 30 minutes after food. There are some drugs that doctor will tell you that while you are eating, you should take the drugs. There are some drugs they will tell you that once you are about to go to bed, that is when you should take it. They have their purpose of telling you some of these things. So you, doctor sir, doctor ma, you now take decision into your own hands. You were not there when they are putting chemicals together to make that drugs, and you don't know the effects. So doctors, medical professionals should educate patients appropriately, and they should avoid over prescribing. Don't pack drugs. If some people leave the hospital like this, by the time they come by, you see nylon is big. Yes, it might really work, but we should stop over prescribing. And sometimes it is not over prescribing, it is just the right thing you should use. But in case, I know that you are effective in that your profession, but too much of it can cause more harm than good. So how do you think we can solve this antimicrobial resistance before it starts spreading? Because don't forget, I told you it is a silent pandemic. The major thing is, if there is a way we can develop new antibiotics, but it is a pity now that it might be stressful, it might be stressing, because it's not something that is just easy to just think and say, I want to develop a new antibiotic. You just go into the lab and put different things together and say, now this is joytamicin, for example. So we should, if there is a way new antibiotics can be developed, yes, it can be a solution. It can be a solution. Then vaccines, yes, vaccines are actually also one of the first line of defense against disease, because what vaccine does is that it does not necessarily cure that sickness, right? But it serves as prevention. Do you understand? Such that when the microorganism can sense that there is something that it is here that cannot help them to move further, then they will withdraw. That is what vaccine does. So vaccines, we can also use vaccines and rapid diagnostic tool. When we have more equipment in our hospital and diagnostic tools like that, it's really going to help. Then antimicrobial stewardship programs. Let us sensitize people. Let us sensitize our medical professionals and let them go out there to also sensitize people as well. Just like we used to have different programs as well. Can we have a program that is just dedicated for antimicrobial resistance? Can medical practitioners go to schools, universities, secondary schools, even primary schools, corporate work places, and sensitize them? Bring people together in a particular venue, sensitize them, because knowledge is power. As I round up, I want you to know that if we lose antibiotics, we lose modern medicine. If we lose antibiotics, we are going to lose modern medicine. If we lose antimicrobials, we are going to lose modern medicine, because most of the drugs we have today, they are actually the antimicrobials. I know we have the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, the over-the-counters, the pain reliefs, the other ones like that. But just imagine that we have a world that does not have antimicrobials, that does not have antibiotics. What would happen? And I want to tell you this. It's hard to believe, but you must believe what I want to say. I know that some of you love cleanliness to the point that you can't do without bathing with antiseptic liquid. A good example, your Dettol, and which other ones do we have again? Savron, abi? Savron. It is not all the time that you should put it in your bathing water. Now let me explain. We are just talking about antimicrobial resistance. This is another way by which antimicrobial resistance can occur. When I started, I explained to you that antimicrobials, they kill microorganism. That is their work. Whatsoever type of microorganism, they kill it. I know that you want to be careful. Maybe you heard that water, it is not good. I'm not saying you should not use it at all, but using it every day can be more dangerous, because they are meant to kill either the good or the bad microorganism. So just imagine you are bathing with water that is having antiseptic. You're also bathing with antiseptic soap. You know we have antiseptic soap, right? Have I lost my audience?
No.
A good example of antiseptic soap is your Dettol body soap. You have your Premier Cool, right? They are good example of antiseptic soap. Now, combining the two together, the liquid and the soap, is going to affect the microorganisms that are on your skin. And the microorganisms that are on your skin, they are there as a defense for your skin. That is their house. We call them normal floras. Any microorganisms that are found in the right place, they are normal floras. I don't know if you have been told or if you have heard as females, you are not expected to clean your vagina, clean your reproductive parts with soap, because the microorganisms that are there are meant to be there. I hope you understand. So if you are doing that, you are killing them, and that is when infection will occur. So some females are having infection not because of sexually transmitted disease, but because they have done the wrong thing, and the microorganisms that are meant to be in that place to fight against disease, to do their normal work, are no longer there. Then infection will start. So the antiseptic set of people, every day, there is no day that you will not bathe with antiseptic. You want to be extra clean, don't do that continuously. You can add it to your water if you observe that your water is not clean enough, but it should not be every day. Then I will say, instead of doing that, use warm water to bathe. Do you understand? By using warm water, it has a way of inhibiting the growth of some microorganisms that can be found in that water. Do you understand? So antiseptic soap is enough. Your normal body soap is enough to kill whatsoever microorganisms that are found on your skin that may be dangerous, because you have come in contact with people, a whole lot of things have happened. Some might be dangerous on your skin, but there are some ones that are very good. So in order to preserve those ones that are very good, it is better to just leave them that way, because if you keep using antiseptic, it is going to kill them, and if it does not kill them, they will be resistant to it. One day when you really need that antiseptic liquid, it is no longer going to work. Antiseptic liquid, what do we use them for? They are used to clean surfaces. you see that they use it in the hospital, in clinic, in pharmacy environment to clean surfaces, because they know that a whole lot of people are coming. They are not using it on skin. If they are going to use antiseptic on skin, that is when they want to treat wound. I hope you understand. That is if they want to treat wound, because they know that that wound environment might have been infected with microorganism. It's not for you to be putting it in your bathing water all the time. If you want to use it at all to bathe, maybe the water is not clean enough, and I will advise that you boil water and bathe with a warm water, and use your normal bathing soap, normal antiseptic soap, your medicated soap to bathe, Septol, Premier Cool, Dettol and the likes like that. I hope you understand. So these are the ways we can actually prevent antimicrobial resistance. And I've told you that if we don't stop doing things that we are doing in the wrong way, this thing will continue to spread, and in the long run it's going to affect us. So the question is, the question should not be will AMR affect us, but the question should be, are we prepared for that pandemic? Because if we don't stop, it is definitely going to happen, and we just go back to square one, that era when there was no antimicrobial. Antimicrobial was discovered by Alexander Fleming in the 1928. If we don't stop our action that causes antimicrobial resistance, we will have to go back to that era when there is no antimicrobials, and we will not have any choice than to just be there, nothing to treat infection again. People will just be dying anyhow, because one infection like this, life is gone. I hope that you have learned one or two things. So we should ask now, because the future of healthcare really depends on us. It's not about doctors, it's not about healthcare organization alone. We have a whole lot to do. We have a whole lot of role to play. I think I've passed a whole lot of messages to us about public health and all of that. And I really want us to take to all of this. If I have the privilege again, I will come back to sensitize us about public health issues. I remain Joluwatimileyin Ajayi, and right now I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, our public health advocate. That is really appreciated. The misuse of antibiotics, I think I've learned a lot about that, and I'm going to make. Okay, I don't like taking drugs anyway, so I don't have an issue. So, good morning. This morning, dear fellow Nigerians, our African community, and the global audience. My name is Adegoke Felicia Oluwatoyi, and I am going to be talking about 20 things you must do or you must have before you are 30. 20 things you must do or you must have before you are 30. Many of us here may be below 30, maybe above 30. Whichever way, there are things, if you haven't achieved that and you are above 30, it is a call for remembrance. 30 things for you to do, for you to achieve before you are 30. Number one, have a mentor. Have a mentor. It is important, it is very important that you have a mentor. Before age 30, your life should have a trajectory to a point that you know what you want to do with your life, you know who you are submitted to, and you know the people who have gone above in this journey, who you want to follow, who can hold your hands to achieve whatever you want to achieve. Before you are 30, do have a mentor. And most of the time, we often confuse mentor and role model. A role model, you do not have access to somebody who is your role model. A role model is someone, could be a celebrity, could be a very important personality, could be someone with from a royal home, could be someone in the government who you are not close to, who you do not have access to, but their way of life, their values align with your own, and you respect them so much that whatever they say, you take it to heart, you obey them, and you apply it to your life. And it should be noted that mentorship cannot happen from afar. You cannot be in Abuja and your mentor would be in Kogi State. You cannot be in Oyo State and your mentor would be in Enugu. You cannot mentor from afar, even though you could have a role model who influences you in the right way, but you are not close to. You cannot mentor from afar. The same way you cannot water a plant that you don't see physically, you cannot mentor from afar. Number 2 thing for you to know or for you to do or must do or must have before you are 30, you must build your inorganic community. You must build your inorganic community. Someone once said, today, if you were in trouble, if you were broke, if you needed help terribly, apart from your family members, because their love grows for you naturally by default, apart from your mom, your dad, your parents, your sister, or your friend, if you were in trouble today, you were in debt today, you were in a life-threatening situation today, who can you call? Who can you call? It boils down to the level at which value you have created for your inorganic community, the value you have created for the people in your society, the value you have created to the global community. Who are those family you have? The family, like someone would always say, the family near and the family abroad. What if, are you effective enough to get trust, to get help, to get assistance from your inorganic community? From your inorganic community. Step number 1, before you're 30, you need to have a mentor. Before you're 30, you need to build your inorganic community. Number 3 thing you have to achieve, which I know that by now, you know, the fintech banks that have made this very easy for us. So you can have the average Nigerian, they will have more than 2 accounts. Before you are 30, you must have more than 2 working accounts. You must have more than 2 working accounts. Talking about that because most of us here, we actually, aside from being 9-to-5 workers or core members, some of us are actually business owners. So aside from your business account and your personal accounts, there is also an account for spendables. There's an account to set aside that, any money I want to use, any money I want to spend will be in this account. Any money I want to save for projects will be in this account. The business money will be in this account, and it will only, the transactions that's going to happen on this account are only for business purposes. Before you are 30, you must have 3 accounts, not the accounts you opened with UBA 5 years ago and is no longer active, or the accounts you opened with Access and you have even forgotten your account number. It is not just opening fintech banks all over the place. You must be able to separate which one is for business, which one is for the spendables, which one is for the expenditure, which one is for the project. Before you are 30. Before you are 30. The things to know before you are 30. Before you are 30, you must learn how to, this is a very important one, Before you are 30, okay, this is actually being addressed to the men, to the men. Before you are 30, you must learn. Okay, is it learned? Yes, it could be learned. Before you are 30, you must know how to propose. Before you are 30, you must know how to propose. It is not that when you have come of age and you want to ask for the hand of someone in marriage, then you start writing it inside the paper and passing it to the person. Anyway, we have social media here today. Before you are 30, you must be able to propose, because most of the times there are situations whereby there is somebody you might have in heart that you want to propose to. Then there will be another man out there who is bold enough to propose first. Who is bold enough to propose first? Before you are 30, you must be able to propose. You must be able, and the ability to propose even boils down to the fact that you have discerned what is the purpose of this person in my life. You might have a lot of women around you, but you know that this is the one that I get to take home. So one of the reasons why most of you are still confused is that you don't even know if you still want to join with this person yet or not. Life has actually progressed beyond that. Before you are 30, you must have discovered your purpose. You must have discovered purpose. Purpose is the reason why something was manufactured, a reason why something was produced, a reason why something was born, a reason why something was created, a reason why something was invented. Why was this social person born? Why were you born to the earth? Why weren't you miscarried? Why didn't you die as a child? Why didn't you die from that convulsion? Why didn't you die from that accident? Why were you created? Why are you still here? Before 30, you must have discovered your purpose. You must have discovered your purpose. You must have discovered why you are here. And it is your purpose that will lead to these other aspects. By 30, you must have discovered your gifting. Your gifting. Which also boils down to what are the things that singles you out of the crowd. What is that thing that singles you out of the crowd? Like a popular saying once says, it is not one tree that makes a mighty forest. That means there are situations, there are times, there are concepts that builds people into who they are. So if you are meant to be part of a forest, we have lots of people. If you are a tree in a forest, it is going to be that there are going to be other trees who have different potential. But there is something else I want you to notice, that in a forest full of trees, there will always be very little that you can do. If there is a multitude that can perform the same purpose that you are functioning for. So, but imagine a mighty tree in the desert. A mighty tree in the desert is going to be an opportunity for lots of living creatures. What purpose were you created for? What purpose are you created for? When there is a problem, for us to have memories, for human beings to keep memories, photography was invented. The need for our voices to be amplified beyond the sitting sphere. The microphone was invented. When there was a problem of communicating with an heterogeneous audience, the internet, the Facebook, the social media were created. Why are you here? 20 things to know before you are 30. Now going to after you have discovered it. The other aspect you have to know is the next one is monetize your gifts. For a whole whooping 10 years of my life, there is an aspect of the economy that I was working, and this person, when he wants to pay us, he will pay us stipends. He will tell you, you are here for the passion, just make sure whatever you're doing, just make sure you're passionate about it, and wait. Okay, you are doing what you have passion for, and you are still broke. Then along the line, I got to know that your passion should fetch you money. If your passion does not fetch you money, it means there is a part of that passion or gifting that you do not know yet. If there is something that you can do and people are not paying you for it, there's something that it stands you out. People just say, oh wow, you are very good at playing the keyboard. Wow, that's very interesting. Oh, you really know how to make hair. But they would never put hands in their pockets and give you money for that passion. It means there are dimensions of that gifting. There are dimensions of that passions that you are meant to know, because your passion and your gifting should fetch you money. Should fetch you money. Just like it is easy for a bird to flap his hands, the wings, to swap and fly. That is the same ease at which your passion comes, and that is the same ease at which the birds of the air get their food. So if your passion is not giving you money, it means there is a business dimension of that passion that you have not discovered yet. Before you are 30, you should be able, you should have, and even if you are above 30, you should have a skill. Before you are 30, you should have a skill. You should learn a skill. Before you are 30, you should be a graduate. Make sure you achieve one of the two. If you cannot go to school just yet, before you are 30, make sure you have a skill that pays your bill. Before you are 30. Even if you're listening to me and you are above 30, you should have a skill that pays your bill. Or before you are 30, you should be a graduate in academics in one field or the other. You should be a graduate. You should learn a skill. You should be equipped with knowledge that will help you to navigate life. The next interesting one. Most of the times that youth, not even limited to Nigerian youth now, youth all over the world, especially in the highly developed country. Before you are 30, you should know the meaning of love. Do I want to stretch this one? Before you are 30, you should know the meaning of love, because most of the time, what many people think love is, they are actually being transactional. They are not learning love from the perspective at which love really is. And love is not just holding hands with somebody of the opposite gender and shining your feet all over the street of Lagos. That is not what love is. Before you are 30, you should know the meaning of love. Before you are 30, you should know if you really love this person. Before you are 30, you should be able to define the purpose of someone in your life. Because some people will come into your life to be a blessing, and some would come to be a lesson. Listening to a man who is very intelligent, is a public speaker and a motivational speaker, he talks about the dimension of love. I'm not going to be going very deeply into it. So most of the times, the average human being only interprets love from one out of the 4 aspects of love. So it's either you take the sacrifice aspect, or you take the pleasure aspect, or you take the commitment aspect, whichever way it is, there is a way we bastardize just one aspect of it and pick this one and debunk the others. I'm humbly and respectfully calling out to our mothers. They love to sacrifice and sacrifice and sacrifice and sacrifice to the extent that they don't even have what to wear. It is good for you to love your children, but you have to love yourself too, because the reason why those children will continue to be loved is because you are alive. Club that. Yes. The reason why those children will still now. Today you are going to starve yourself. Okay, let them just stop. Let them just be fine. Okay, today. Okay, this is a festive season, but you know that you know deep down in yourself that your hair is already getting rough. You know deep down in yourself that that most of your toiletries are the ones you've bought in the last 5 years, but you still, okay, let me just buy for them. If anything should happen to you, like a woman once said to our child, I don't know what led to that conversation, that if you like, if I should leave this place for you, one woman somewhere will use stainless plates to slap your head. So please, most of our mothers, they only used to embrace the sacrificial part of love only. And another aspect, those people in relationship, not those people that are even married, those in relationship, the only aspect of love they want to talk about, they want to hear, even though they know that there is a consequence to anybody you have an access to, there is a consequence to anybody you are committed to, but somehow they want to shine a blinder to that aspect. They only want to face the pleasure dimension, butterflies everywhere. Today you are shopping here, tomorrow you are here, you got me this, you got me that, it's Valentine period, is this one, is that one. It is very, very good, but there are other aspects if you really want to discern the real meaning of love. If you do not want whoever should be a blessing to you should end up being a lesson or a nemesis, you have to discern the meaning of love. And when you can gauge each human from this angle, you will not experience pain. You will just know them for who they are. So if you do not know the meaning of love, and you are in your 30s, there is a great probability that you must have committed things that matter to you to somebody who did not hold you in high esteem. Like someone would always say that respect is reciprocal. Even love is reciprocal. But most of the times people would say, most couple, even in a wedding, when they are playing that game of whoever does this best, raise the shoe. If your husband is the one that does this best, he will raise the shoe. If it's the wife, she will raise the shoe. Now they will ask questions like, whenever you guys have an argument or a misunderstanding, who comes to apologize first? The husband will raise the shoe. Whenever they ask her, who is the person that likes making trouble in the relationship, the wife will raise the shoe. All of a sudden, you will just discover that this person is the one pumping into this relationship. And this other person is just feasting, is just a parasite. So at the long run, when something happens and there is about to be a divorce, the rate at which this other person we move forward quickly, because they have not been investing anything in the first place. So I'm not even talking about relationship and attraction now. You must understand love as how it relates to career, how it relates to human relationship, how it relates to yourself, how it relates to how you handle your things. Most of the time we do not understand love. For example, if I just got a new bone straight today, I'll be like, oh, I really love this hair. Oh, I love my hair, it's durable, you can actually use it on any kind of dress, maybe a corporate dress, maybe you are going for a party, you can actually function anywhere. Now, over time, because technology will always improve and improve and improve, they will produce hairs that have greater quality than the one you just bought today. So what will happen to that hair you bought? Somehow, in a way or in another way, your love that you have for that wig will begin to reduce. Let's even talk about the iPhone. The way we hold iPhone 17 in esteem, that was the same way Nigerians, they loved iPhone 12. They hyped iPhone 12. They loved iPhone 12 Pro Max. But now, we are in the era of iPhone 17. If you flash back to the features of iPhone 12, it is still a very effective gadget, but there is a way it has reduced in value, it has reduced in standard. By 30, you must know the meaning of love. You must be able to tell what love is. You must be able to tell what love is. 20 things to know before you are 30. 20 things to do or to check if you have done if you are above 30. The next one, I want to ask everyone here. If you have a library, please do raise your hand. Does anyone here have a library? Only 2 people. Only 2 people. Wow. You undecided. Okay, you have a library. Yeah, it doesn't have to be something as like this. Yeah, so you do have a library. Now that's a very good one. Before you are 30, you must have a library. Oh, someone else coming. You must have a library. That means that means before you are 30, you must have read more than 30 books. Books on leadership, books on relationship, books on career, books on building your habits, books on business proposal, books on entrepreneurship, books on wealth creation. Before you are 30, you must have a library, you must have read more than 30 books. The next one, before you are 30, you must be a mother or a father. No, what I'm trying to say is that I'm not trying to say you have to get pregnant or impregnate someone outside wedlock. The aspect is the aspect of responsibility. The motherhood of like it is said concerning Deborah, that she was the mother in Israel. She was the mother in Israel, and they don't necessarily have to be children that came from her. In the sense that you must be able to know how to keep young people near you. You have to take responsibility for yourself. As a 30 or before 30, you must learn how to take responsibility for others. 20 things to do before you are 30. Before you are 30, you must be able to feed someone. It is still the same thing as father. So I'm not trying to say you have to get pregnant outside wedlock. It is taking responsibility, because most people get married, they don't even know that they have to pay NEPA bill. They don't even know that light bill, water bill. They don't even know that they will pay overload them for those that stay on the mainland. Like that security bill. So most of responsibilities used to meet them unprepared. That's what I'm trying to say here. They will be like, nobody told me that marriage is like this, nobody told me, this one is this, it looks like scam. It was because you were not prepared before you stepped into it. Before you are 30, you must be a father, you must be a mother, you must be able to feed someone. So, on the day that you don't even know that the diaper is finishing, and diaper finish and you check the whole house, you will be used to somebody depending on you for survival. Let me put it that way, yes. Before you are 30, you must be used to somebody depending on you for survival. Okay. 20 things to know before you are 30. And if you are above 30, you could just add it to your bucket list. Before you are 30, which I believe that most of us here already do, before you are 30, you must own a business or have an entrepreneurship mindset. Who is an entrepreneur, in my definition, is someone who observes his environment, he looks into his environment, he studies his environment, and discern problems in that environment, and looks for a way to solve that problem. And in solving that problem, he monetizes the solution to that problem. You must have an entrepreneurial spirit. You must have an entrepreneurship spirit. I didn't know the camp I was attending recently, and so there was something that was lacking, that was missing, and I brought it in abundance. So they were like, so you know that this thing will not be around, that's just it. That's just what it is. Someone who is able to think ahead, to decide that, in the next 10 years, Nigerians will need this particular thing. In the next 5 years, Nigerians will not use this particular thing anymore. They will start using this particular thing. An entrepreneur is somebody who has foresight, who has an insight into what business trajectory would be in decades, in 5 years to come, in times to come. There was an age that we do not know what bone straight is. There was an age that we do not know what air extension is. But we have companies, we have multi-millionaire companies who are cashing out from the air extension businesses, who are cashing out from the wig businesses, who are cashing out from the clothing businesses, because they were able to see ahead. Be an entrepreneur before you are 30. The next one, next. Before you are 30, you must be able to cook, either as a man or a woman, because cooking, after all, is a survival skill. Even if it's noodles, please, brother, know how to cook. Because we have many women, when the women go to do omugo, like they want to take care of their grandchild, and they leave the grandpa at home. You see the man, he will have gone lean. He will become lean and withered before his wife comes back. Please, I'm honorably, humbly, respectfully imploring our men, please learn how to cook. Look, at least, even if it's not tasting so good, put one and one together, at least it should be edible. Cooking is a survival skill. It's not something that makes you a good husband material or good wife material, either as a man or as a woman. You must be able to cook, because cooking is a survival skill. Cooking is a survival skill. The next one, before you are 30, you must learn how to combine colors. You must have a good dress sense. You must learn how to be breathtaking. Like when you enter into a room, the atmosphere should change, because wow, this person is just dripping beauty, just dripping handsomeness. Before you are 30, learn color combination. And the people I used to appreciate their color combination is the men. If you see men, there was a time I had to come to the island frequently, like every day. When you see men combine colors from the teal to wine to chocolate, I'm like, wow. Pour me a goosey soup right now. So you see them combine colors, because it is very easy for them to miss it. So when you see a man that knows how to put his colors together, please give him his flowers. Yes, please. Give him his flowers.
And there's one thing I would say.
Okay. Alright. Tinting. Okay. So that the color will come out like sun in the morning. So you have to if you want to tint, you have to make sure it is something that complements, not something that will make you Yeah, not something that'll make you look like a scullywog. I'm sorry if you don't know what that means. But use something that will complement you. Something that would I'm trying to look for that in something that would flatter your natural configuration. Yes. So if you are as a lady, if you are someone who is as straight as me, it is not very okay for you to wear a gown that is striped horizontally. Or what's it called? No, for people who are plus size, it is not very good for you to put on a gown that is designed horizontally. So if you must put on something as someone who is plus size, either your gown or your jacket, it should be something that if it is striped, should be a vertical line.
What about the lady before the
Pot belly. Ladies with pot belly. For people with pot belly, that's why we have boo. That's why we have boo. And if they actually have that kind of stature, when you see women like that wear boo, they used to look stunning.
or baggy jeans?
Oh, thank you, or baggage. So it is something that is appropriate for your body. It should flatter your body. So, like someone once said in a meme that okay, it sounds vulgar, so I'm not gonna say it. Also, for girls that like wearing tank top, and if they are very short, they used to look like letter P. So they used to look like letter P. So the next one is dining etiquette. Hey, this one, you must be able to know how to dine with the king. I was sitting beside someone there, so that was the day they shared biscuits. So I brought her the biscuit and I put it into a serviette. So she was like, "Why are you treating your food? You're always treating your food as if it's paper?" Because I know that if I keep putting my hands in that nylon, it will make a noise. And most of the reasons why biscuit companies, why they produce their biscuits in noisy nylons, is for you to catch the attention of those children. When you start sharing biscuit and the children are hearing a crunk 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 noise everywhere, you know that something that is eatable is around. So for the adult, you will notice that if you have for crackers, they always put it in plastics. They put it in plastics, even though they still put it in nylon. So for bigger packs, it's always in plastics or something that will make lesser noise. So I have to bring, because there's no time I'm trying to interfere with that biscuit, it will make a noise. Someone at the back will be like, "What's going on there?" So there are rules of etiquette. So I'm trying to explain what etiquette. Etiquette means the right way to behave in social situations. There are different social situations. We have wedding etiquette, we have your bathroom etiquette, we have your dining etiquette, we have your meeting etiquette. But talking about dining etiquette, there are a lot of rules. There are rules to things. And rules differ from country to country. There are some things you could do here that is acceptable in America that the British would actually shun at. So, but it is important. So, how many of us like dipping our bread into the tea? Like if you want to eat bread and tea, you now throw the bread, or you throw the bread up like this, you catch it, squeeze it like this, and you dip it into the tea. Oh, there are people who still do it anyways. But it's just that they won't do it in a public space. So, I hope you know that the little teaspoon in that cup should not go into your mouth. If you have a hot teacup and the saucer down there, that spoon you use in turning your tea should not go into your mouth. Do you know that or not? You don't know that. The tea is not supposed to go into your mouth. That little spoon is only meant for turning. Yes, thank you. It's only meant to stir. So it should not go into your mouth. So when you are going to get engagements from multinational companies, and they will ask you, they know that you're good You had first class, you are good at what you do, but now you have to dine with the king. You have a dinner, you have to get together, and they will observe you, and they'll see the way you're dripping your bread into the tea, and the way you're putting the teaspoon into your mouth, which is going to score you 0. So you need to, before you are 30, you must learn how to dine with the king. You must learn how to wait for others at the dining. You must learn how to make good compliment about the food. You must learn, if it is their culture to say grace, that is to say prayer before eating, you have to wait and observe which culture is appropriate in whichever setting that you are. Yes, before you are 30, you must learn how to enjoy your singleness, because over the time they used to choke all the singles. You just see them, all over social media, you see couples from here, left, right, and center. They will start oppressing you. Please enjoy your singleness. Enjoy your singleness. Understand your singleness. Understand that there are some things that would not be easy for you to grab when you are married. So if you are single, enjoy the blessedness. Enjoy the blessedness of singleness while it lasts. While it lasts. Don't feel oppressed that many of your mates now have 3 children. Many of this one that you graduated together, he has traveled to Canada, and he and his family are there, and me. See how old I am, and I'm still not married. Enjoy the blessedness of your singleness. Before you are 30, you must know how to drive. Is there anyone here that knows how to drive? Wow. Yeah. Thank you. There's someone who know. There are people who don't even have idea. How about the men? Our men. At once in a while. Driving as much. Yeah, it is the women are more. Most of the men actually, we have lesser percentage of men who don't know how to drive. But I'm actually going to focus on the women, because this actually happened to a colleague. That night, her husband had a crisis. The husband had a crisis, and they were to take him to the hospital. He could not even stand. It was his wife that carried him out of the room into the car. It was his wife that drove him to the hospital, because it happened around 1 a.m. in the midnight. It happened around 1 a.m. in the midnight. What would have happened if the wife do not know how to drive? What would have happened if immediately something happens? They were looking for one Egbadugo, like people in the community, one of the men in the community, to come and help them drive. Because the wife learned how to drive to respond to emergency. This other one happened. It's even a BRT. I don't know if there's anyone that heard about it. I think it should happen around last month or February. A man that was driving in a BRT, he came down from the BRT and was fighting with an Agbero. And the bus was already very full. You know how congested the BRT could be. The people driving, the people in the standing queue, the people sitting down, and he came down and he was quarreling and fighting with someone. So that was how someone among the passengers entered the driver's seat and started driving the BRT. When he saw that the bus was already leaving, that was how he now started pursuing them that they should wait for him. So, in Lagos, on the street of Lagos, driving is a survival skill. So, I did being someone that not opted to save them, that's how you would have delayed them. There's nothing you want to do because you already paid for the bus. You're already paid. 20 things to know before you are 30. Number 1, you must be able to build friendship. You must be able to build quality relationship. Everybody will not be your friend. It's not everybody that will like your vibe, but you must be able to build destiny relationship, quality relationship, transgenerational relationship. Most of the Asian countries, their wealth is actually born in, Mr. Abubakar and Mr. Johnson. They they created a company today. Now, both Mr. Abubakar and Mr. Johnson, at their point of death, handed over the company to their sons. Their sons will take up that business. As they are about to die, they hand over the company to their sons. So over time, it has been a generation of wealth from wealth to wealth. So build friendship that are cogent to destinies. Everybody cannot be your friend. And you are not supposed to fight everybody. If today you don't like this person's character, oh, this one is rude, I cannot. This one does not, is not even handsome. This one, he has body odor. Everybody around you, you always have problem with them. You need to outgrow that character. You need to know how to cope with people. You need to learn how to tolerate people. Before I bring everything to a conclusion, before you are 30, you must know how to define marriage. You must learn how to define. You must know what you expect. What do you expect from marriage? There's already a guideline that some people have written. When you get married, this is the reason why you get married. You get married because of this reason. You get married because of that reason. No. Why are you, as an individual, what are your expectations from that marriage? Okay, it takes two to tango. What are the expectations of both of you from that marriage? Because most of the time, that's why you see on the wedding night, that's when the divorce will happen. Because the man is getting married for a wrong reason, the woman is getting married for a wrong reason, and you say that so you don't actually have hair, so your front hair have cut, and it was silly reasons that marriage break for. So you don't even have front hair, so you are even black. So I used to think you were yellow, so it is even makeup. Because you did not define the assets and the liability of this man. Because if you know that, this person I know that this is his character, he can be like this, he can be like this, he can be like this. Even though marriage will still shock you, but you manage, you will not die. You must be able to define what is your expectation. Why exactly are you going there? Some people marry because for people who actually used to travel abroad, they used to go out a lot. They marry somebody who can hold the fort for them. Somebody that will not, that will not stress. The woman can be in the house taking care of the children, and the woman takes so much pleasure in being at home and doing everything within the country. And their husbands, they cannot sit down in the country for 1 hour. Before you know. And there are some women that are also career women. And somehow, even though they will not discuss it when they are still cutting, somehow they will expect the man to sit in the house, and they want to be traveling all over the house. And today you see the man will go and lock the door. You will not go out today. Who is the head of this house? Do not marry someone whose liability and assets you have not discerned. Do not marry for the wrong reason. Do not marry for the wrong reason. You count 1 and 2. This man is a billionaire. So if I marry him like this, I've already become a millionaire. If I marry him like this, and I'll just divorce him, like someone who married and decided to divorce, not knowing that the man does not even have any property. And it does not take a rich man to give. It takes a kind man to give. I don't know why most of my list actually ask. It does not take a rich man. A man that gives is not giving. People that give, it's not even gender specific. People that give you, people that are givers, they are not giving because they have so much. They are giving because they are kind. Because we have people who have more than them and will never give. Men who are multi-millionaires and their children will be bedridden in the hospital, and they will still go and be donating to one charity somewhere. So it takes a kind man to give. It takes a kind man to give. So, thank you so much, dear and darling amiable audience. I remain Adegoke Felicia Oluwatoyin, a diction coach and a business administrator. At this point, I would like to pass the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Feel sorry to be here again. Okay. I trust that we're having a very wonderful morning, and we're learning just a lot, a handful. For me, I think this is just it's a privilege to be standing here and to be listening to every other person speak. I mean, gaining immense amount of knowledge, and I want every one of us to appreciate ourselves, actually. I really need you to appreciate yourself. It's a lot. Okay, so just before I go ahead, my name is Faith Sampson, and today I'm going to be talking about emotional intelligence and how to thrive in a workspace being emotionally intelligent. And why this is a little bit personal for me is I shubu on it. Shubu in Nigerian languages, I stumbled on it. Nobody teaches emotional intelligence. You learn by doing, you learn by failing, or you learn by practicing it literally. Yes. So I know most times we think when we tend to define ourselves when we do not meet up or own up to a particular standard in maybe a workplace, in a group of people, with a group of people, an organization and all of that. When we fail, we tend to take that tag of failure. But I think for every one of us here, one of the things that we should already have at the back of our minds, that failure is another lesson to get to your destination. Anytime you fail in any aspect, to understand that that's a significant lesson that you can use either for you or against you in the grand scheme of things. So essentially, I'm going to be talking about the need for emotional intelligence in a workspace, because literally, for most people get into a work environment or a workspace or a group of an organization with just technical skills. That's the core skills. Let's say, for example, you're a doctor or you're a lawyer, an accountant, an actress, just anything whatsoever you might find yourself, whatsoever profession, or maybe an artist, a musician, etc. I don't want to mention all of that. We know them. But essentially, what we find out that what can take you to a space is your skills can take you to a space, but what is going to keep you going, or what is going to keep you thriving in a long run, is emotional intelligence, and that's a soft skill. That's something that is not really taught in a classroom. You literally have to lean into understanding the principles of how it works essentially. So, I'm just going to be starting by saying that emotional intelligence is a journey and not necessarily a destination of something that everybody has in place from day one. Anyone who says that, or is there anybody here who thinks that they have been emotionally intelligent from their mother's womb? No way, right? So we learn by practicing or becoming, how to lean into understanding certain things and navigating the waters. So in Nigerian workspace, to be precise, it is a very, very, very critical and very, for lack of a better word, touchy atmosphere to work in. Younger colleagues understanding how to massage the ego of your elder colleague. elder colleague, understanding how not to underplay or undermine junior colleagues because they have not gotten the kind of experiences that you had, knowing very well that they can become a very pivotal instrument for even your growth or your progression in a larger, in a long run. And so we know we have different culture, and we have a predominant culture as a people of respect and honor, and what again? What other culture do we have in Nigeria that affects in the work, cut across in a Nigerian workspace? I know there's respect, dressing. What other things? Workload. Okay. Yeah, definitely. There are many moving parts towards, yes, respect. But I will just needle down to respect a little bit while I touch other focal points as well. We know very well that, so one of the speakers already mentioned earlier that in Nigerian workspaces you can decide on your own. In Nigerian workspaces, you cannot just decide not to call somebody uncle or auntie or or putting that respect in one way or the other in front of. You cannot just call them by their names. But in certain culture or a certain part of the Western world, if you call anybody uncle, everybody's going to look at you like, is something okay with you? Like, who's your uncle? Go and look for your uncle somewhere else. Nobody in the office or the workspace is your uncle. And that's like literally it's a journey to go through. And then you now find out on a funny twist that some Nigerian organizations want you to even call them, not even call them mommy. Some of them want you to put that respect. But some office policy says that you should not call people, you should call people by their names. How do you now draw the line to say you have to call the people by the names to respect the office policy, but at the same time, respect them, respect the culture, and respect the people who are liable to you, or who have the power to promote you, who have the power to get you into rooms, who have the power to make sure that the idea you have even thrives in the first place. Because in many workspaces, the junior staffs or the people who work on the very lowest cadre of things are usually the most thoughtful or the most productive people. The upper level people are just probably managing the system, managing outcomes to see that everything works together. But the junior staffs or the people in the lowest part of things are the people who really execute solutions. So how then will you now become the person who executes all of the solutions and still put your boss or put your leader or put your line manager, as it is called in the workplace or in the professional space? A line manager is just simply someone who manages you directly, someone who is above you. For example, in an organization where you have the CEO, you have the CMO, you have the COO, you have the HR and accountants, you might come in as a junior graduate trainee, or you might come in as a mid-level professional. You would always have somebody in any of those stratas. You always have somebody who you report to on a daily basis, and that person is called your line manager. So how then do you manage expectations of your line manager? Make sure that you massage the ego while calling them their names as it is, without having to put the titles per se. It's a lot of basbos. Basbos means literally giving you punch in the face for you to keep resuscitating, or what's the English word? You just keep surviving and breathing to just make sure that you're alive. Yeah. So it's a lot of moving parts to understand how to put your respect, how to command your respect without demanding for it. And that's something that we all must understand in every system, how to demand respect, how to command respect without demanding for it. So commanded respect is best than demanded respect. I will explain. Commanded respect is your disposition, your natural disposition to everything. You don't need to open your mouth to ask for the respect, but you are giving because of how you show up or how you do your things. You don't wait for people to give you a second guess or people to start to maybe correct you on certain things or all of that. You live up to the standard higher than a demanded respect, where you get to a point where you're saying, I am your senior. At that point, I always tell people, if you have to brag that you're my senior, you're actually truly not my senior. If you have to brag that I should respect you or I should look up to you in some way or the other, leadership is actually not demanded. It is earned. Right? A true leader does not demand respect. They rather earn respect. And so in a workplace, how do you now navigate when your leader, your supposed leader, is demanding respect or is demanding you to do certain things, and then you know that it's not really what it is, but you have to still concept of still honoring the person and seeing the person as your senior, as a separate entity in the office space and all, and still producing your results without shrinking your own growth or your own capacity. It's a very dicey place, and it takes a handful and a lot of emotional intelligence to be able to navigate that water. I'll be sharing with us some of the ways, because we are not usually taught this part of things. As I said, it's usually a case of shubushere. Like you are learning on the job and you're getting to see all of these things interplay. So I worked in a couple of organizations prior to trying to see how to build something for myself, and of course maybe still returning to a proper corporate position as well. But however, during the internships, during the learning, some of the things I just observed, and sometimes I failed to massage ego of people in some instance, probably because of the sometimes maybe the useful exuberance or so, that you're like, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that. But sometimes it's best not to say that you're not going to do it, but not do it, but actually come off as someone who literally listens to what people say, but knowing very well in your heart of hearts on what you have chosen for yourself or what you have decided for yourself, without making any noise or without throwing tantrum everywhere. So how many of us have worked in I think we are all either core members of worked in situations. I have seen situations where you did a work, you did a job, you were the one who probably championed the idea behind a project, or you gave a strategy, and that strategy is thriving. Then you realize somebody else is owning what you did and owning it as their own personal work. That's one of the things that you experience in a workspace a lot, especially in the corporate spaces. Not even in corporate spaces. I think yesterday somebody was saying she gave a 5-year plan to an organization she worked with, and they slide her. They gave that corporate plan to another person to execute and threw her off the picture. what usually happens there is they will give another person to execute it, but the person will not be able to execute it like you who are the thoughts will do it. That's usually the difference. Sometimes they will even need to come and ask you, how did you do it? How are you navigating this? The wisdom demands that you probably share them to some extent what's needed, but don't give them the how. Don't give them the honors of it, because if you give them the honors of it, they will run ahead, execute it, and then leave you at the back front of it and in the back front of things. Except, of course, there are situations where you have to, of course, you might decide that on some cases, you just want to give this as your blueprint. Again, or you just want to give this out as something you are doing for free for an organization or a group of people. There should always be a room for that, as a matter of fact, in your professional journey or your career path. There should be a time or a season when you literally give out, not because you want to get anything from it per se, but because you want to create a portfolio, a track record of doing something. And then so that when other people see that you're able to deliver on that thing, when a situation arises in that line or in that path, everyone knows for clarity that there's nobody else to go to except this person, because you have been able to execute it and own up to it. But you find out that in most organizations, the senior colleagues in the Nigerian ecosystem or in Nigerian workspace would always want to downplay what the people beneath are bringing, in quotes, people beneath. I don't believe there's anybody beneath Sha. I believe everyone works hand in hand. But we might not be equal per se, because of course there's an organogram of things. There's the CEO, there's other people, but literally a very thriving system of an organization will make sure that everyone is important in the grand scheme of things, both from the person cleaning to the person in the HR to the person in junior level. Everyone literally matter. That's how to treat things. But it is not always so, especially public sectors. The public organizations, or even the private parastatals too, you go to a government official. How do you want to enter the door? From where to where? You have to learn how to first tip the person at the front door, the reception, this other person, that other person, before you even get to where you're going to. And it's a very disturbing situation. But you know you want to get your results, right? You know you don't want to always buy your way into spaces, so that you're not tagged as someone who bought their way into spaces and you cannot produce the results. So how then do you now manage all these excesses and go smoothly? Some of us in our universities maybe wanted to do clearance and all of that, or even wanted to do some things in local governments to get some certain things done, our PPAs and all of that. We needed to maybe tip some people at some places to be able to get into certain doors. But then there's a way to even show up. Again, I said respect is not demanded but earned. Right? There's a way to show up that you'll be respected. I was sharing with somebody yesterday how I got my PPA when I was serving. I served in Gombe, by the way. And I didn't realize that somebody noticed me. I was helping them to do projections in camp. All those, what's it called? The projections for the lectures in camp. And I didn't know that the state coordinator had noticed me in camp. So they took us to the PPAs. They gave us PPAs and they gave me a school. And they asked me to teach economics. I was not so grounded in economics at the time. So I said, I'm not sure I can teach it. I can if I want to. But I'm not sure I want to play with people's children's destiny. To teach them economics for SS3 when I was not yet grounded. It would take me a while to be grounded in it before I can now teach it. So I said I wanted to change it somehow. So I went to the state office and I went to the state office not even believing that it could be changed for me. And I went there and other of my colleagues, core members were there too, wanting to change her PPA. And then she spotted me from afar. And she was like, "Hey, tech girl, you came here?" I was like, "Yes, ma." She was like, "What do you come to do?" I said, I wanted somebody to help me to change my PPA. I wanted to change my PPA. And she said, "What did you study?" I told her marketing. I did not think that it would actually be anything. I think that was actually maybe a divine incidences or a God incidences, as I call it. But something actually struck me there, that because I showed up somewhat productive, that was how I earned that respect without demanding it, to say I want to pay my way through to actually get something sorted. And that's what she told me, the state coordinator told me, that an organization, an oil and gas station, the manager just left now, and he said he's looking for 2 people who studied marketing to deploy to the organization. And by the way, this is Gombe State, far in the north. And so she said, "Now go and meet him immediately." And that was how I took a bike from the state office to the organization, and my PPA was changed instantly because I was productive in a way to the system, to the NYC ecosystem, all throughout the 21 days in camp. That was how I got it. I did not demand for it, I earned it. So it was until I left there, I served like a boss, literally, because there were a lot of a lot of benefit here and there in the gas plants that I served in. But I just said that to say this, that there is a system to always show up in rooms that would help you not to always buy your way through things, but to show up correct, that even far after you've left a place, you leave a mark that when you're coming back to it, the system opens up to you naturally in your workspace, anywhere at all. Especially we are talking in the context of workspace now. When I went back to start my master's in my university, I was not sure I really wanted to start again in the school at which I went to. But because I had done something for them in my final year, and I had brought international organizations to train my colleagues, my lecturers did not want to let me go. They said, "No way, you are going to, even if you are not around, even if you'll be traveling from Lagos only weekends and you're coming, we will make sure that you actually finish or you get to the end point of things." I was not ready for it though. I was not really prepared for it. And even now, when I've gone like a couple of years and I've not been able to maybe finish it up, one of the things stood out for me that I had to think of by thinking through things is because every other person demanded for certain things and they had to pay their way through things. But because I had shown my worth, they were committed, or they are committed to make sure that I get into that part, or I get into that room, or I get what I actually need. So I'm just saying this to say that when you get into a workspace, don't always only think. One of the ways to build emotional intelligence that would help you to thrive with your colleague or thrive with your senior colleagues and senior bosses is that you can essentially go with the mindset to give, right, and not to just get paid for the job that you do. When you go there, don't enter into a space. Never enter into a workspace without understudying the existing protocols in that organization. Never. Never enter into a workspace without looking at the existing protocols of things. You will need that very much than even the job that you do. you need that more than the job that you do. So much more. I usually would advise that your first 2 months of working, try to build relationship with your senior colleagues, your junior colleagues, and everyone around your office. On some days, decide that, hello, hello. On some days, I wanted to just get our attention. On some days, you can decide to go out with your senior colleague or buy a birthday gift or chip in something or show up on the day of maybe the anniversary celebration, just something very menial, to something beyond the work that you do, to show up for them. You realize much later, much later, that your work is not even as important as the relationship or the inputs that you've had added to them over time. You will see that they would go ahead and even vouch for you, even when everybody, I've been in a situation where a full board said I was not producing results for an organization, and only one person on the board stood with me, and that one person was enough. That one person was enough, because I had built layers of trust or integrity with that one person. And even though everybody was saying, I think you are not optimizing results, because I got into the industry, I did not know so much about the industry. It was a cybersecurity consulting firm, and so I was trying to understand the whole ecosystem of things. So in this day and time, building emotional intelligence to get into in the Nigerian workspace is very critical. That is more critical and essential than even the technical skills in quote. So a couple of ways to make sure that you build this emotional intelligence to be able to thrive in the work at which you have is: 1, practice self-awareness daily. Practice self-awareness daily. Self-awareness is a core understanding of who you are, what you carry, and what you can give out. So on a daily basis, always iterate through the things that you do. Think through your impact on your work, on your colleagues, on your team members, on people who work with you on projects. And see through to see, was I able to make an impact in any way, or did I cause some sort of division alongside when working with them? So practicing self-awareness daily, even when under pressure, if you are being in maybe a consulting system or a system where work is done work is not 9 to 5, work is 9 to 9. Maybe you're in the early phase of your career and you're trying to understand many things or understand different concepts at that whole time. Your work is no longer 9 to 5 again. Your work is now 9 to 9 most times, because you literally have to keep running through things, keep learning much more than the average person works, and all of that. So there's tendency to be under serious pressure by the entire team, and then the entire team would your boss would throw the blame. If your boss is not emotionally intelligent, your boss will be the person to throw the blame to you, and you have to either own up to the what's it called? You have to own up to the excuses or I don't know why English is going off my head, but you have to own up to the situation, even when they actually say that you are not producing enough results. You have to own up to it, literally. And in workspaces, Another thing is you have to learn to manage your emotions and not suppress them. What happens a lot of times is that we try to suppress the emotions, to say, okay, because it's a corporate space, I don't want to talk too much, I don't want to step over my boundaries and all of that. But in a bid to do that, if you do not have civil conversations, and what I mean by civil conversation is having conversations about things and not about people. When you're looking for a solution to a problem, you are not talking about the people per se. If you bring it from the aspect of about the people and you are pointing fingers on the people without understanding the situation and putting a blame to and putting a benchmark to it, you might not be able to thrive. Then the next is you have to improve active listening instead of interrupting. Improve active listening. Listening is a skill that most people do not really know how to. We talk a lot, but we don't listen enough. And so, listening is beyond words that people say. Listening is understanding the room or understanding the sphere of how things should operate. Listening is a very critical and important emotional intelligence driven skill that can make you thrive in any system or workspace that you find yourself or get into. If you get into a space and the first thing you just want to produce results without understanding how things have been operational before, you might not be able to thrive. So you also must understand the cultural and social nuances in the workspace. As I said earlier, some workspaces will tell you to call people by their name and not any form of cliche or what's it called, respect-driven prefix on their name. You have to call them by the name. And so you must understand the culture of the workspace, of the organization at which you are either working for, working with, because sometimes you'll be working with those organizations, maybe not your organization where you work, but maybe if it's a B2B, a business to business, you'll be interacting with partners and organizations to be able to either close deals or all of that. Understanding the culture of cross-border organizations will help you to thrive in the workspace and not to hit out of those spaces. So the next is to develop empathy and try to see situations from other people's viewpoints. Empathy is a very much needed emotional intelligence skill, and empathy means putting yourself in the shoes of other people, like actively wearing their shoes to say, okay, if they're burning 50 hours to produce one result, instead of throwing tantrums to say, okay, this person in the team is not doing this person is not doing, you would rather ask, why have you not been able to produce these results, or why have you not been able to turn over this, we're expecting you to resume at so time, why did you not resume on that time? That is an empathetic question, not you have not come, or you have not arrived, or gaslighting without understanding the process or what exactly has happened. So empathy will drive you further in a workspace with your colleague as well, because on days when you are wanting as well, or you are not able to produce that necessary results, because you are empathetic, the laws of the universe finds a way to favor you too, because you have always been empathetic to your colleagues as well, especially on days where you're not able to meet up. So the next important thing is how to handle conflict constructively. A lot of us have to learn, as I said, on motion, how to detach people from problems and solve problems while working with people is a very, very critical critical skill to possess, right? There's criticism and then there's constructive criticism. Criticism is looking at the person and calling the person out and calling the thing out. Constructive criticism is separating the person from the problem, addressing the problem while making the person understand what he did wrong at the other part. That is constructive criticism. So understanding how to handle conflicts, maybe with your senior colleague or your junior colleague or just some random person, is much important. Then the next is to build strong interpersonal relationships. Take time to connect beyond work. As I said earlier, one of the greatest things that you do for yourself into getting into any workspace, and that I have learned by stumbling upon, is that sometimes leave the work out of it. When you just join an organization or you are just getting into a new department, leave the work, understand the people. If you understand the people well enough, you'll be able to produce the results that is needed at the long run. So the next is to accept feedbacks without defensiveness, right? Accepting feedback is something we all have to keep learning and keep being open to, because of course we don't know everything, and because we don't know everything, we have to tune our ears to listen to what other people are saying about ourselves. One of the most profound things you do for yourself in getting to a workspace after a couple of years, maybe 3 months working with a person or an organization, is to ask your colleagues, ask your junior colleagues, ask your senior colleagues to give you a constructive criticism of yourself and your results that you have made so far. Many people don't do that. They work years in organizations and they don't ask for feedbacks from their bosses or the people they work with. You'll be so surprised that when you roll out, when you come off as a person who accepts feedback, people will be willing to give you feedback and you will grow faster than you can ever imagine. But if you come with defensiveness, I know it. You cannot tell me. Do you know how long I've been in this office? I've worked in this space for over 30 years in this industry, and you're just coming from nowhere as a fresh graduate. What do you think you know? That's usually the disposition of people who are not growing. And that defensiveness is always a normal baseline of their character or their disposition to things. So, not being defensive to get feedbacks on different areas, right, on your work culture, your ethics, is a profound attribute that can lead you closer to being emotionally intelligent and all of that. So the next is to stay adaptable and open-minded. Stay adaptable and open-minded with the environment, because work can be very fast-paced and you have to learn things that you don't even know. Sometimes when you are just getting into workspace, in the first 1 year, you are learning the ropes of things. Maybe you are working in an industry you have no knowledge about before. You have to do extra work. You have to go with the mindset of, if somebody who had gone ahead of me had been able to thrive in this space, that means I can also thrive in that space. And not to look at it as, I cannot do it too. If you go with the I cannot do it mindset, you will not be able to go far. But if you can look at it objectively and say, if there's somebody in this department or somebody in this organization who has been able to do 50 years, 30 years working in this organization, that means if I put my mind to it, I can also do it as well. And I can even produce more better results. So the Nigerian ecosystem of workspaces can be very toxic at some points, many times. Especially if you're not working in organizations that have corporate systems to checkmate things. It can be very toxic. But alas, we cannot say because the environment are toxic and we cannot work in those spaces. We have to instead look out for systems to make us thrive even in the midst of the chaos. Some of the things I've mentioned now, some of the things that you would have to even learn while being on the job, because you think you know it all, until there's one bass boost, as I said earlier. Bass boost meaning that there's one thing that just comes out from the blues and slaps you hard in the face. So essentially, emotional intelligence is a very critical baseline skill that we must all learn, and outside of workspaces also it will be very, very critical. But for workspaces, because that's where you're going to be building. In fact, the workspace is where you spend most amount of time in the Nigerian context. Yes or yes? Because to look at it very objectively, you spend more time at work than sometimes being at home. If you do a 9 to 5, you spend more time at work than any other place. So if you spend more time at work, let's say for 7 days in a week, you work for at least 40 hours. If you're using 8 hours daily, maybe for like 6 days, that's like 40 hours. You don't spend as much time with other spaces. Maybe you sleep for the remaining maybe 5 hours. You spread across the other hours with family, friends, fun, and many other things. But the essential thing is your baseline life is built around work. So if your baseline time is based on work or is based on your workspace, essentially the knowledge base to build the intelligence needed in workspace is non-negotiable. You cannot downplay it or underestimate it or make it look superficial or not of necessity. You have to critically look to the things, the building blocks, to make sure that you thrive in the areas where you spend the most amount of time working. So to just round this up, we see that emotional intelligence is a very critical point. It's even more important than we've already stated the fact that emotional intelligence is even more critical most of the time than the technical skills that you have. Yes. We don't tend to see it from that lens, but that's almost the truth. That's almost the truth of things. That you can actually be emotional intelligence will make you climb the ladder of a career path, an enterprise that you're building, your ability to work closely with people and work closely with people to achieve a certain goal is a differentiating factor, a very high and huge differentiating factor that makes most people in certain industry go ahead of other people who have been there for a very long time. Have you seen somebody who sits on the affairs of an organization and say, I've been here for like 50 years, and then they have not literally grown, or they have nothing to show for it outside of that workspace that they find themselves. But you see someone who is emotional intelligent, in few years is able to milk the same system at which they work in and still be able to produce optimum results for the organization or the people or the team at which they find themselves. What differentiates them there is emotional intelligence in the workspace. So for every one of us, this is not luxury. This is not luxury. This is not an aftermath thought. It is not something to consider at the end of your work or in the middle of your work, but something to consider even before you step into workspaces, so that on arrival, you are not a disaster. You are able to produce results and you are able to collaborate with essentially all class and all cadre of people in the workspace to be able to produce your optimum result, because that's what you are employed for in the first place, and to produce that result. So the next time you get into a workspace, the next time you are in a team, you're trying to produce a result, think emotional intelligence. Put it as a focal point at the front of your thoughts actively to say, I'm getting into this space, how can I, aside from technical skills that I have, how can I work closely with people to see that we get ahead and we're able to produce the results without having to, of course, there will always be frictions here and there and conflict, but understanding how to manage the situation for efficiency or optimizing results will be something that will be very important for every one of us. So with this, I want to say thank you very much to everyone for actively listening, and I'll be passing the golden mic to our dean. All right. Okay.
Thank you very much. It's actually sending a message. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. So we are continuing this marathon, mental marathon, sharing our ideas, speaking to diverse issues, and of course, bringing the attention of many to things that they can learn, values that they can orient to. So this morning, it's exactly 6, what time is it? 6:17 a.m. and today is Wednesday the 8th of April 2026, and we've begun this morning with about 7 hours, maybe 8 hours, to clocking 7 full days. So we're 30% of the way through, as it were. Let me commend every one of you for your resilience, for your courage, for your stamina, your contributions that have brought us all this far, and to say there is still work to be done. We cannot afford to be tired. We must keep it going, and this microphone must remain alive until, God willing, we get to day 20 of the 20 days of eloquence. My conversation this morning, and possibly those who will be on their way to work, if they have the chance of listening, will be centered around what I have over the years believed is one of the most, if not the most important ingredients that any workspace, whether it is personal or collective, any environment where work, where productivity is a pursuit, must depend on if there are to be outcomes. When we talk about outcomes, you might call it performance, you might call it results, you might call it profit. That's okay, whatever term you utilize. In the end, most of what we do is to create an outcome. We're here executing the 20 days of eloquence because we have a goal and an outcome in mind. Some of you from here would likely head out to work, and in that space, it is outcome oriented. And so what is perhaps one of the most critical of ingredients is what I like to describe as the initiative imperative. For any system to run, the use of the human initiative, the human element in that system, must shoulder the burden that guarantees that that system runs. And if any system rots, it usually rots when human initiative begins to decay, begins to decline, begins to diminish, and in time, what we see is the visible manifestation of what we call rot. It didn't just start overnight. The engine of human initiative began to sputter. The engine of human initiative gradually became cumbersome, sluggish, unwilling to lend itself to the demands, the expectations, the needs of that system. We can call it a workspace. And that also includes one that you are in charge of. Maybe your own side hustle, your own personal business or quest. Or an organization that you belong to. Or it could even be a social context that you're a part of. When things stop working well, one of the culprits you can quickly, easily pick on, or one factor you can immediately suspect, is the lack of initiative or the dearth of initiative. And that's why what we're going into this morning is something I call performance doctrine. It's one of the many doctrines of performance. Key values that must form a pillar in your life, in your thinking, and more broadly in any organization, in any system. The initiative imperative. Let's look at it from the standpoint of the three types of human beings that operate in any system. 3. First, they are called the apathetic or the apathetics. We get that from apathy. In any space you will find apathetics. I don't know and I don't care. That's how you know them. I don't know and I don't care. I am only here. In Nigerian pidgin parlance, we use the term sit down, sit down, sit down, look. Or we can call them look. We can call them what? Look more. That's the Nigerian term. Sit down, look, or look more. For the apathetics, the priority is attendance over performance. And nothing infuriates me more than that. That I can see an army of people around me, a sea of heads, and I cannot match that with a certain level of productivity and outcome. Because that software of the initiative imperative is missing. So too many sit-down looks. And that is what slows progress down. When you have a population, a very significant population of apathetics in your life, let me tell you, it will slow you down. It will draw you back. When you look around you, friends, associates, colleagues, and most of the kinds of people you have are not get up and go in nature. You scroll through your mobile devices, your contact list, and most of the calls you get, most of your interactions in a day, out of 10 persons that you've dealt with, about 5, 6 of them are lukewarms. Apathetics. They are everywhere. The most dominant in the overall population you can find in any ecosystem or in most ecosystems. Lukewarms. They will slow you down. They will drain you out. Gradually, you will find how sluggish you become. Apathetics. Those around me will tell you that you can literally read infuriation on my face when I have to deal with people, deal with apathetics. It's very visceral. Apathy. You deliberately disconnect yourself from the objectives of the moment. And you're part of a team, part of a group. You deliberately detach yourself, untangle yourself, your mind. It's switched off. Apathy. You are there, but you are not there. And you can see that whenever there's a challenge or there's a crisis in any organization, they are usually the first to give the excuses. It's not me. Oh, this was not provided. They are the first. You will always notice the disposition towards blaming something else, detaching themselves, untangling themselves from any form of responsibility. Because in their mentality, in their minds, I don't want any liability. So that's the first group. The apathetics. The second group, and you must be very careful not to be fooled by this second group. You can see an apathetic, smell them from miles away. But the second group, be wary of them. They can deceive you. They can lure you, suck you into lack of growth. I don't think they are far more dangerous. We call them the sympathetics. You know what I'm talking about? Are you familiar with the popular Yoruba expressions? Eya, Omashio, sympathetics. These ones just wonder what's happening. And that's why I said they are very, very dangerous. You must be very vigilant. Because once you get suckered in emotionally, you lose your bearings. In any space, workspace in particular, any environment where the demand, the ultimate demand, the ultimate expectation, the ultimate measure is performance. Beware of the sympathetics. Because while they are sympathizing with you, and you get sucked into that emotional vortex of false concern, the work suffers, the outcome suffers. You then join them in becoming victims of non-performance or underperformance. The sympathetics. When they speak as if they care. Oh, and this is what we should have done, and we really need to find a way to do this. Don't get carried away. Sympathy does not produce results. Sympathy does not produce results. Because for the sympathetics, they're just there to wonder. The apathetics, just watch. Watch what is happening. Sympathetics, just wonder what is happening. I just remembered, was it Femi Kuti's song, Wonder? Wonder, wonder, wonder. Wonder, wonder, wonder. Till we turn to wanderers. Have you ever heard that song before? We keep on wondering. Wondering why? Till, according to Femi Kuti, we all turn to what? Wanderers. Sympathetics. They do nothing. They comment. They are the commentators. There's always a story to tell. There's always something to put forward, to put forth, to make it look as if, yes, you know, we are part of it. We really want to make it work, and you can hear our voice. You can see how we care, how we feel about it. Do not be deceived. They are the most dangerous in any ecosystem. At least they are pathetic. You see them, you know them, they don't care. You can discount them. You can quickly put measures in place to put them where they belong. But the sympathetics, they blend into the ecosystem. They blend in with concern. And with that emotional injection, they can even deceive bosses into thinking that something is being done. Many years ago, I had an interview during my years as a publisher, publishing the Achievers Journal back then. I had an interview with the great Gamaliel Onosodi, now of blessed memory. And we were having a conversation about excellence. And he was sharing his philosophy about how he strives for excellence in whatever he does. And he shared a story in particular that highlights how a good boss, a great boss, a discerning boss can smell apathetic behavior and even sympathetic behavior to preempt it, to preclude it from far away. When he was appointed the pro-chancellor of the University of Lagos, he said during his first meeting with management of the institution, he laid down a marker, a very clear marker in terms of what he expected to see behaviorally, what he expected to see in terms of modus operandi. And so he used some expressions or some well-known terminologies. And he said, look guys, there are things that I will not accept. And I want to begin to look out for them in this new relationship with you all before we even start. Number one, I do not want any one of you to enable what he called the Comeen syndrome. Comeen. I'm sure some of you are familiar with that expression. Comeen is an amalgam, by way of expression, of the Yoruba word ko and the English word mean, comeen, meaning that it doesn't matter. You do me a letter and there are one or two errors or a few things not fully in place as should be, fitting of a university of first choice, as UNILAG is often called, or as my lecturers back then during my postgraduate program, every time Dr. Otayo Popola would never be tired of saying, this is University of First Choice. This is the pride of the nation, or the nation's pride. Every time he came into the classroom, as if there was some agenda somewhere, that every time you get to this PGD class, know that all these guys are outsiders, we need to drum it into their heads. Constantly. But he said, I will not tolerate that commune syndrome. And that's really the danger, isn't it? Oh, it doesn't really matter. The documents are not in place, the due diligence, there are one or two items we're still waiting for, but it doesn't matter. Let's get on with it. Dr. Onosati would not accept that. And then he moved on to the next one. Also, themed in Yoruba expression was the word Ashisheloye. That's where the sympathetics come in. That's what makes the sympathetics very dangerous. Ashisheloye is a Yoruba expression that simply says, we will what? Work on it. So you can see there's sympathy there. Yes, you're right, sir. This particular issue is very important. Ashisheloye, we're on it. When you hear that, better use your tongue to count your teeth, to ensure that you do not fall victim of the sympathetic. Sympathy. And that's why we say that group embodies the group of those who wonder why. Give an impression by way of expression that yes, all is well, whereas we might all be headed for a very big fall or something very chaotic. So we move to the next category. We've talked about apathy, sympathy, and then we move to the darlings of any ecosystem. The ones we want to see daily, the ones we expect to engage with consistently, the ones upon whom every performance engine relies, thrives on. We call them the energetics. Driven by energy, by the sense to get up and go. The energetics, the few that we want to constantly relate with, have amongst us. The ones that say, let's make it happen. Most times, they don't have all the answers. Most times, they don't know it all. But it's not always about knowing it all or having all of the answers. No, it's not. For the energetics, it's about a philosophy, a mentality that is get up and go in nature. And I think I like it the way Henry Ford put it when he said, I may not know all the answers, but I at least know where to get them. That's how energetics operate. They don't have it all. But because of that compulsion to closure, that disposition towards production, they are the ones that drive growth. They are the ones that drive outcomes. They are the guarantors of performance. The energetics. So, which one are you? Ralph Waldo Emerson puts it this way. He said, the world belongs to the energetic. And I remember when, after my youth service, I started publishing the Achievers Manual. Every morning, that was the first quote that always came to my mind. And I wake up, about to start my day, I would remember that statement by Ralph Waldo Emerson, that the world belongs to the energetic. Whatever world you're in, it belongs to you if you're the get up and go type. If you're the oriented to action type. The moving type, regardless of the challenges. As I said, for the energetics, you don't have to know it all. You don't have to have all of the answers, all of the solutions, but at least in terms of your disposition, your first reaction to a challenge is not the excuse. Your first reaction to the challenge is not you switching off. It's engagement. That's what characterizes the energetics. Some of you get to the office today, and then there's a problem to be solved. And rather than look at yourself as a solution, you start to look around. When you start to look around, what you're saying is that, well, or what you're insinuating is that I am an apathetic. I am a watcher. Let others figure it out. After all, it's not in my department. It's not within my jurisdiction. You look around. That is not a good sign. So, the world does not reward the watcher. The world does not reward the wanderer. It rewards the movers in whichever space you find yourself. When we talk about initiative, we looked at these three categories, and we found that most of the population of the world are actually camped amongst the sympathetics, the apathetics, and the sympathetics. Only a few are oriented or belong or strive to operate within the band of the energetics. So what core problem are we trying to solve? Now that we've seen the three categories of human beings in any space, what really is the core problem? In terms of workplace reality, in terms of operational reality. Well, most people come to work, or most people join a pursuit, they join a venture, but they are not fully present in it. In fact, I put it this way: during my time working with an agency of government to help retrain the orientation of public officials, one of the things that I could see viscerally was that it felt to me that when people arrived at work, as they parked their cars, they also parked their brains. As they parked their cars, they also parked their brains. And just walked into the office premises So everything we tried to do, it was so difficult to find support. It was so difficult to find willing hands. It was so difficult for a lot of things to gain traction. And usually, when whatever you're trying to do with any group or within any system struggles, no matter how laudable, to gain traction, understand that the initiative quotient is either non-existent or is extremely very low. That's the situation. Either non-existent or extremely very low. And that's why you find management coming up with all sorts of initiatives, inventions. We call it motivation. Either by getting the services of motivational speakers. Sometimes management will come up with what? Various initiatives. Materially, by way of benefits, incentives, all in a bid to stimulate people to show up, to play their roles, to take ownership. And you begin to see a lot of these external interventions, all in a bid for that purpose. That's what happens. And so, it is something that we must take note of and manage very carefully. Excuse me. It is something we must take note of and manage carefully. But it is better for the value of initiative to be built into you as a person based on understanding this principle. In that way, you become a self-starting entity rather than constantly expecting external ingenuities to trigger you from outside. And the day it's not there, you become another wheelbarrow, stuck permanently with the I have no man mentality, waiting to be pushed. And so you can find systems where constantly people have to be pushed by word of mouth, by threats, by appeals, to take on the responsibility that they signed up for. You find that again and again and again. Why? Because there is no initiative imperative. The boss or the supervisor keeps explaining, keeps encouraging. 1 month, 6 months, 1 year, explaining, nurturing, lecturing, on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on. That's what you find. Because they are not self-starters. So someone has to be around to guarantee that something gets done. Because